What's up, everybody? This is D. Durrell at the practice today. On this Friday, I'm going to talk about a variety of things, trying to get things started. Um, I like to say peace and to everybody that's in right now. Appreciate everybody coming into the chat. What's up, LB? Appreciate you for coming in bright and early. We're going to have a conversation today. We're going to have a nice little conversation because, I'm getting back into my groove of getting back into, fighting the anti-fraud warriors, anti-Afro Spengali. Because, to be honest with you guys, she's the one that started all this shit. She's the one that started it all. Okay? She is the one that took her due diligence. There's a non-black female, by the way, who's of Hispanic descent, okay, who took it upon herself to bring down this man who is trying, and I'm saying who is trying to do something to progress black boys who will soon become black men. Now, in our community, there is a shortage of productive, well-mannered, successful black men. There's a shortage. And due to that fact, we have a lot of women in our community who are displeased with that. And on social media, in their personal lives and so forth, they express their frustrations to the fact that they feel there is not enough good black men, and the fact that they can't find the type of person that they want, because a lot of the men that they meet, there's a high likelihood that they're not someone that they would like to be with long term. But you see, men who are not worthy just don't come about overnight. They were once kids who grew up to be teenagers, who grew up to be adults. So in our essence, when people wonder why Umar Johnson has a lot of black female support, it is because Umar Johnson is tackling one of many, including myself. He is tackling the fact that we need to invest more of our time, energy into our boys, so that when they become young adults and men, they will be adequate to lead, adequate to be good husbands, adequate to be good fathers. That's the underlining goal of the FDMG Academy, because by doing that, it will solve other problems that seem to permeate in our community. Period. So when you have an individual who, to me, has no say in our community, has no skin in the game, who has, I don't understand, what is your ulterior motive? Unless you're a person who's anti-black. She used the term anti-Afro. So then I also have to look at the fact of the people who follow this non-black woman. Why would you, as black men, alleged black men, aka Gerald Rainbow Palmer and Lennon What Kind of Man Honor and others, E, Didi and Paige, Didi or whatever his name, and others, Don. Why would you follow? Why would you give any credence, pay any attention to a woman that's trying to take down another black man in our community? And as you may notice, all of her content is about taking down black men. She did negative content about Dr. Boyce, negative content about Umar Johnson, and now she's trying to find a new hustle with what's his name, Master J, Grand Master J. This is a hustle. This is a hustle that this woman has this obsession with taking down black men, and including myself and others, that she has attempted to attack their ability to function in society, attack their credentials, attack their businesses. This is a failed marriage and family therapist who worked in the court system, working outside of her expertise, giving families legal advice. And she has no business doing. She has a practice that is hanging on by the threads. And she has time to get on YouTube and talk about Umar Johnson all day. Talk about me. Talk about Poetic Flacco and others. But see, during the time that I was doing anti-Lenin honor and fighting against the Spengalis when I didn't have any help in the early stages, see, you didn't have major backlash. You had me fighting against many. And I did quite well in doing so. I stirred the pot. I stirred the pot so much that they tried to attack my business and my licenses, and it didn't work. So much that it triggered Lenore Honor to come on my website. I'm the only person that triggered Lenore Honor to come out of his shell and come on a platform and get on a panel. Nobody else did that. He wasn't up for the challenge to debate me. He came on attempting to be civil, but then in the backhand, he was trying to convince me that Umar Johnson was a scammer. Then he had the goal to tell me I wouldn't send my son to the school if it opened because of what kind of man Umar Johnson is. Presently speaking, we all understand he has no right, absolutely no right, to tell anybody about anything related to parenting, fatherhood, marriage, family, staying loyal, finessing the federal government, the state government for welfare funds. You don't even have credit. You don't even have a credit card. You don't even have a loan. You have cash, and determining on that, how much cash do you have? These are facts. These are facts. What's up to Speak Easy too? What's up, brother? But see, when they said all of these things, Coming at D Darrell back in 2019, 20. You didn't have people responding back and playing dirty like Poetic Flocka. Playing dirty like TCTV. Playing dirty like Shakam Ra. You see, I was playing, well, I did play a little dirty because I actually doxed Anti-Afro. I doxed Black Anonymous. I showed who they were. I showed who Gerald Palmer was before anybody knew who he was. I exposed their asses. And they were pissed off. Facts. They were pissed off. These are facts. But you know, that was my purpose. That was my purpose. My purpose was to piss their ass off because they went digging for my real name. They went digging for my licenses. They went digging on. They got my last. They tried to find one of my locations, posted it, told people to contact the board of Texas for examiners, for licensed counselors, all of these things. And then they said, you did it to yourself. You did it to yourself. What Gerald Palmer said. Now Rainbow Palmer is crying right now. Rainbow Palmer is wanting to. Now he got a cease and desist letter. Now, what he's going to do with that? What is he going to do with that? And he's crying. He is literally crying right now because people are tired of him and others for saying their name. They tired of hearing him. He has a cease and desist letter. Now he wants to do videos about it. He should have received that years ago. Anti-Afro should have received that months ago. Lennon Honor especially should have received a cease and desist letter months and years ago. People's personal lives has been exposed. And now you want to go flagging everybody's channel. Facts. This is what happens when you go to the well too many times, Lennon Honor. When you know you're making money off of a certain content, so you just repetitively do it. Instead of just looking at the fact of, I can only do so much in a certain period of time and I'm not going to saturate the content. But you're beyond saturation, Mr. Lenore. It's on the verge of being fanaticism. That is the only way I can describe your behavior on this platform. These are facts. These are facts. And now they're crying. Gerald Palmer cried because people placed I guess their own comments about his wife's practice being horrible. Anti-Afro crying. She got legal issues up her ass. I filed a complaint on her board against her. Gerald Palmer mad and upset, scamming people with GoFundMe accounts, raising money and then getting a down payment on a car the following 2 days. These people are fraudulent. They're fake. And none of them are truly real. What's up, Chaos?
What's good, man?
What's
What's
on
up?
your
What's up?
mind?
This came up here. What is on my mind? That's a good question. Hold on. I'm trying. Where's my screen? Hold on. Come on, my computer. Where am I? Oh, here it is. Okay. Yeah. Yes. So people from yesterday's stream have now come to the conclusion and said, yes, this man is a homosexual or bisexual. If there's a such, well, there's no such thing. A man can be bisexual nowadays, but that's another story. That it is true. But my question to most of that have discovered this now, what you gonna do? Are you gonna still fund his degenerate lifestyle? Are you gonna fund his 5 children? Because a man that has time to be on YouTube and I guess work less and get a degree if he is still pursuing a degree. I don't know what the stance is. But what is people gonna do? Because I heard a few black women that supported him because of Omar,
Yeah.
but some black women still support Omar. So I'm very confused as a man.
Okay.
That you're saying that he is this, he is that. He has a podcast now, Omar Johnson. People follow him on
Yes, he
IG.
does.
Um, I don't know what the future holds for the brother, but I've noticed from another brother that was raising money. Right now, I speak to create another documentary. He is also getting pushback, and it makes me want to say, "What's up with you Negroes? What's going on here?" Because it seems to me you don't want to spend money with each other. From what I'm concluding, whether good or bad. And we know, say, you're not gonna have shit if you're not able to spend money with your own brothers and sisters. You talk about this dollar bill going out the community every time. For what reason? It goes out the community because of your thinking, what you think, how you see yourselves. You do not question where money goes outside the community with other groups of people. Oh no, you are not gonna open your fucking mouth for that. But let it be a black man, black woman do this for a good reason or bad thing. Now I hear your gums flapping. What's up?
I hear
I
you.
mean, I'll be honest, I don't take really black people really serious at this point. You get me? That we only put into something when it involves the destruction within our own. But when we talk about when it's really got to get some serious work done for not only self preservation of men in our community, but also the women, now is an issue. So really, I'm confused. You get me? I'm very confused.
Okay.
You tell me you invest more time and energy to potentially, let's say, somebody scamming or stuff. If somebody was really doing criminal acts in the community that's black, you know the routes black people should take. If you're not taking the aggressive route, and what's a good example? Watch the mafia. You get what I'm talking about. Or you're going to take the more legal route. There's only two ways you go about when you're being really, really wrong, like seriously wrong. If you're not taking those directions, I don't want to hear shit about what's going on in regards to who's doing who. I'm hearing too much stories. I'm hearing too much people say they're going to do this, and I have not seen no real tangible results of your actions. So me as a man, I look at you and you're faking it. You're bullshitting yourself. I don't see no follow up. I don't see no verification. So if we're really serious saying that somebody did you wrong, there is a legal route. Non-black people, they go and they do sue like a Jew, and they keep their fucking mouth shut. And eventually, once they win, they let people know the results. Because black people, we open our mouths for everything once we know we got victory. But when I hear these actions taken, I don't hear nothing. The end results of what was the results of you taking this action? Nothing. You don't hear from them again. You hear silence.
Facts.
You hear silence. So it makes me want to say, you're doing this for attention, for clout. Now, mind you, YouTube is a hustle. I ain't gonna lie. It is what it is. I'm not sure how long Negroes are gonna be black people like you, me, or anybody else that's putting out either good stuff or bad stuff. How long black people gonna be around YouTube long? Because YouTube, at much time, once they get really commercialized and they find ways to really make their money without getting art, intellectual property, and content, they're gonna pull the plug fast. You get me? And be honest with you, right now, since we talk
I'm
about
with
YouTube,
everything.
let me tell you something. YouTube's not gonna get to that level anytime soon because when I look at the package done with Hulu, Disney, and stuff, the only way that's gonna happen is you gonna have to merge with those already established entities.
Yeah.
And I don't see YouTube doing that anytime soon. Because like most corporations, they don't want everything consolidate into one central location yet. A lot of them want to centralize in different parts. With media and these outlets, YouTube could do that, but they're not willing to go that route yet. But I tell you one thing, if it gets real hard, they will go that route. Right now,
True.
they're not doing it right now because right now this is the only space right now you could still put out what we call alternate news, alternate everything. Because people watch this, but once they get to a point, and it's coming, because of what you're seeing right now in Washington D.C. and other places, even your president has to be banned. It's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming. And they only do this because it's a test. And we can go even deep in the rabbit hole, but for the sake of conversation, this is when you only deal with Mr. Honor, which I don't really care. I just came up here because I give my own take on things. But nonetheless, it's a serious hustle. And right now, you're just getting as much money as you can. You might as well get while it's still hot. Now, if a woman is trying to go different routes, derail of flipping things and find some new content, it is what it is. She's gonna do what's necessary, And if anybody's gonna be opposition for her to keep making that hustle, you know how black women are, you get me? You know they are. They will do some things to you, derail. If you're trying to stop this hustle, what? They're gonna send you straight to hell in a handbasket. They're gonna find say, oh, who the fuck this nigga think he is? I'm gonna destroy him. You know, I'm gonna make his life a living hell. How dare you stop my hustle? You got your business. Go mind your fucking business. Don't worry about what I'm doing. I need to hustle these niggas. You get me? Matter of fact, I will make my attention to you. I'll start hustling you and start finding things about you, Mr. D. Durrell, and then start put content on you. Yep.
Yeah.
Very be careful, man. Women are very aggressive, bro. They will find the ends of the rope. They got other girlfriends that they could hook up and say, this therapist, yeah, he's just, all right. What's some dirt on this dude? I need some dirt. Why? All right, give me some. Don't worry, girl. He doing me something. Okay, I got you, girl. Be careful, Deidre. Very be careful. You better. I tell you this, brother. If you're going to take the route of simping, keep it to a minimum to certain women, not all women, certain women. Because some women are going to smell that. You get me? Gotta be firm, bro. You gotta be firm. You gotta balance yourself out, man. Because I'm telling you right now, they're gonna do it. I'm guaranteed they're gonna do it. Not much that you might not be aware, but they're gonna do it one way or the other. And one last thing I will say, and this will be off topic. To the black conservatives, don't talk about your white folks because you fall in the line. If you do that, you're gonna get canceled like certain content creators.
Right.
I'm not gonna say names. You're gonna look them up. But if you talk about their aggression, how they deal with their own democracy, and you tell on your own channel, they will even go as far as not only unsubscribe, but they will send the dogs on you. If you're a Negro. So for all you black conservatives, you better stay in your fucking place. You better tell these Caucasoids what they want to fucking hear, niggas. Don't you fucking dare bite the hand that fucking feeds you. And that's real fucking talk. You do
Right.
that shit, you're gonna get some consequence repercussions. You know what the fuck this is. Don't think that because you think and that, like how they think that they love and respect you. They only love and respect when you tell them what the fuck they want to hear, like certain women. The minute you start saying something different that they don't want to fuck hear, they will attack you like a pack of wolves. That's what I'm saying.
All right. I hear you.
What's coming up, man? Come on, I know you guys want to talk about this.
Hold on. I'm a black conservative, man. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? I'm up in here. Red pill. What's up, D. Durrell?
What's up, brother?
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm not gonna say names, but let you know. Say if you have a platform and you're catering to a certain group of demographic of people, and you tell them about their nature, how they deal with aggression, or how they deal with things that don't go their way, and they take a violent route, and you call them terrorists, this, that, and the third, they will come and get you. They will get your ass.
What are we talking about specifically? Are you talking about that?
No, don't worry about specific. Yeah. You have YouTube. Google it. You'll find them.
That capital thing. Okay, so that capital thing, right?
But this is not the subject of this. We talking about what is up ahead, the fraud thing. We're not worried about the capital. It's not the subject.
Okay.
Right now.
Well, anytime any group that you're a part of does that, LGBT. If you look at Dr. Umar, if you criticize LGBT, they on your ass. If you criticize liberal, they on your ass. If you criticize conservatives, they on your ass. So that's any group, bro. That's any group. The only group that doesn't do that is the black community. We too segmented. So like when people take shots at Umar, we should all be on their ass. But see, we got clowns that partake in it. They actually condone and lead the charge. That way you can't say, hey, it's racist, because you got Lennon Honor, you got black looking or black
Reverend
G contributing. See, Reverend G is a special case because Reverend G is LGBTQ ally before he black. The hell with black, that's secondary. But see, that's what we have. So any group does that. So you can't just call out conservative, because I'm a conservative. And all blacks should be conservatives because we always been conservatives until we got duped into being liberals. And that's a whole, and liberals, Rev G, that's the definition of a liberal. Somebody who doesn't conform to traditional norms and values. Most blacks are conservative by nature. So it's a difference between, don't get conservative. That's why I came in there, because I heard all that. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Don't get conservative mixed up with Republican. That's something totally different. A Republican Party or a Democrat Party or more libertarian. The parties is different. Conservative is a value system. That means that you conform to traditional standards of spirituality, man, woman role in society, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we can go on and on. It's not hard to figure out what's a conservative and what's a liberal. Most blacks are conservative by nature. We've been duped. Does that answer your question? So if you criticize white people, I don't care if it's Democrats, because they gonna be on your ass. So that's unfair to say. Did that make sense?
Either.
No, I'm thinking you're gonna respond. I didn't go into the, I'm if you want to go into the political realm of it,
no,
I look at it like this. Both sides have a disturbing amount of fanaticism.
Yes.
And you have to understand, those people who are on the nation's capital, those are fanatics.
Hold on. D. Durrell, that's what I wanted to get to. If you're talking about the capital, are you aware that the people who entered the Capitol, first of all, there's video footage, allegedly. I'll say allegedly because I never want to say 100% when you're on YouTube. Allegedly, and I've seen it myself, by the way, video footage of them letting those people in the Capitol. The police escorted them in.
Yes, and I agree with that, because you know why? That was one of the first things that I looked at. That's why you're seeing so many people doing content on right now. The theme in Black YouTube is, what would have happened if that was Black people going to the Capitol?
Okay, well, I'll give you an example. Black Lives Matter tried to burn down the city hall in Portland.
But that wasn't really in defense of Black Lives Matter, even though I'm totally against them. Come on, man. You know for a fact that was there. They had some Antifa operatives laying it laying in the shadows that were basically triggering a lot of that stuff.
And I'm telling you, that's what was at the Capitol. That was Antifa. They got the people on video. They got pictures. One guy got fired from his job.
Yeah.
Antifa people who infiltrated, dressed up like MAGA people. There's one of the guys was a black dude who was a leader of Black Lives Matter in, I think, Arizona, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But he was in there with his MAGA stuff on, knowing he damn Black Lives Matter. But what you got to understand is that the same groups are infiltrating all these different segments, sparking shit up. Antifa is a liberal left-wing group. So they infiltrated Black Lives Matter. They infiltrated MAGA. Ask yourself, who, first of all, who funds them, who's behind them? Second of all, what's their goal and agenda? Why are they infiltrating both these groups? Are they trying to start something? Think about that.
True. Well, let's look at that. Who funds Antifa?
This is gentleman. I'll say his initials are GS. So he funds a lot of the left wing groups.
Oh, you talking about Mr. I know you're talking about. He's the person that
Right.
I know he funds Black Lives Matter for a fact. I know that for a fact.
The other one too. He didn't pay him for like a week. They was protesting like, we want our money. This video out there.
You see, my thing with this is that, as I've stated, when it comes to the political realm of things, particularly when it comes to black people, and to me, this issue with just as you just talked about, what the hell a black man doing on the Capitol when Antifa whole thing is to get black people killed.
Exactly.
There seems to always be a situation in our community. We allow other people outside of our community to disrupt, or we even follow them. Anti-fraud warriors is a big example. Their extreme liberalism ideology.
Yeah. But
you have a non-black
leading
who is leading them.
Preach, brother.
You see, this is the issue. And so my thing is that you're right. We're typically, black people are overwhelmingly conservative.
Yes, but
hold on, and I'm gonna get to that. But the issue that turned black people, see, black people didn't. To me, even though black people are in and vote Democratic, it's only in the basis of civil rights related issues.
That's what. Let me cut in there before we move on.
Okay.
Because this is my forte, right? On political science.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's where we've been deceived. Deception.
Exactly.
What the devil do? Deception. Our enemy is the ones that we're supporting, and we were led to that direction by a certain alphabet group. I'm not gonna say it, but I'm trying to stay away from saying, things that can, get you in trouble. Certain entities infiltrated our community through certain spokespeople, certain leaders, Martin Luther King, for instance, and they led us to voting against our own interests. Malcolm X, I love Malcolm X. He's from my hometown, my home state, not from my hometown. He's from Lansing, Michigan. He grew up there. Malcolm, staunch conservative. He told us all about liberalism back in the 50s and 60s. He's got every speech, everything he talked about. He always told us, hey, the liberals is the fox in the hen house. This the fox. They behind you, act like you're your friend, but they stab you in the back. And he talked about if our community gets destroyed, it's going to be liberal whites that's going to destroy us. Malcolm X talked about this, right? And that's another reason why he didn't get along with Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King, he had problems with that community that was funding him and backing him. When he came out and said, I led my people to a burning house. When he saw how the liberals, what they planned was for us, that's when they had to get him up out of it. Okay.
So in understanding that and you identifying that, which is historically factual. My issue is that when we look at what liberals have done, what I'm looking at is what the conservative, like you said, conservatism is not a party, but the conservatives that were once in the Democratic Party who shifted to who were once part of the Democratic Party, those Dixiecrats became Republicans. They gave no alternative.
They were never conservatives. Get that right. They were never conservative.
Well, according to their, if you want to look at it from
white man's history, yes.
Yes.
If you read his perception, yes.
From a textbook standpoint, I concur. But in regards to how they vote, their rhetoric, talking points, and so forth, they were considered conservative. And those particular groups of people, they left the Democratic Party and went to the Republican Party.
Not true. That's the biggest myth. That's how they fooled us to get going over there and getting slaughtered. So
no, I'm talking about there was a large percentage of white people that were Dixiecrats that went to the Republican Party.
There was a large percentage of white voters that started voting Republican, right? Because of whatever, right? Because of the actual platform of Republicans. But Democrats are just as racist as they always been.
And so are Republicans.
Exactly. So that's the white thing. They ain't got nothing to do with conservative.
And that's my point. And you've actually made my point. Both sides are occupied and controlled by people who are racist.
They are. But
and to me, that's not the problem.
No,
that's not the problem. Because what's his name? LBJ was racist.
Yeah.
LBJ called the Civil Rights Bill of 64 the nigger bill.
Yeah, we have you niggas.
He got it signed though.
He said we have you niggas voting for us for 200 years.
That's but hold on. Even though he said that, he still got it passed and he signed it.
And it was garbage. I hope you know that's the pillar of white supremacy right there. That bill.
Of course, but at the same time, it had a lot of things. And to me, the issues that I have with the bill of 64 and 68 is that the bill of 64 and 68, well, particularly 68, had a lot of additional things that were irrelevant to the purpose of the bill itself.
That bill signed us into integration and denigration. That was a white supremacist bill. Right?
Exactly. And so what I'm saying is that you added on people who had disabilities, women, and all different kind of ethnic groups that did not fight for the rights that we wanted for ourselves. And the only way that bill would have been truly authentic and helpful for us if it was exclusively dealing with our needs, which it didn't do. And so we compromised. And now we're seeing the results of that bill. And it actually hurt us more than it helped us. But what it did help, it helped corporations and white businesses. And it hurt black businesses.
So my question is, why are you propping it up? Right? That ain't no.
I didn't prop it up. I'm not propping it up.
You said LBJ, even though he signed the civil rights bill, that was giving us a fuck you out the door.
Well, let's understand this. There were other people that didn't want that. They didn't even want the fundamental ability for us to even integrate, period.
We shouldn't have integrated.
I agree with that, but at the time, it's easy for us to say that hindsight.
Yeah, hindsight, we can't do anything about it, but I'm just saying historically, we shouldn't have integrated. That's what
you're right. We shouldn't have never integrated. And the thing about it is,
we didn't want to integrate.
Huh?
We didn't want to integrate. Our leadership, our alleged quote unquote leaders like Martin Luther King, like W.E. Du Bois, they led us to integration.
And not just them, there were other people that also.
Well, I'm just saying the ones that people know.
Yeah, that there were plenty.
We don't even know Black history, most of us. So, like,
yeah,
I gotta name names. They can,
There are plenty other operatives that believed in that, and I think, and the thing about it is, what they didn't. This is the issue, and it just only through history you can learn, so you don't repeat the same mistake. But the issue of the integration did not encompass free access or equal access to capital and equal access to us to continue building in our own communities. That's where the problem, because just because you integrate with people don't mean they can't still redline you. They still can't, prevent you from getting certain loans and access to other capital businesses and so forth. And I think that's where they missed that. They missed out at, because I'm not interested in the fact that I mean, okay, yes, we understand that we want to go to the schools and all that different stuff. That's great. The water fountain, the bathrooms, that's wonderful. But
Democrats did that. They were behind that. Jim Crow laws, Democrats were behind that.
Yeah, but my thing is, there were other issues in regards to the functioning of us for its progression that were far more important. I would have actually wanted more equal access to capital. Integrate me into financial institutions. That would have been actually more helpful than the social integration. Financial integration to me would have been more important.
But D-Darrell, that was not going to happen at all. Well, that's why when King went that, hold on, let me say this. That's why when King went that direction, they automatically off with his head. Because as they integrate the capital or the wealth portion, because we only have like 1% right now, as we stand, while everybody else have 90% in this country. Then it creates a real even playing field, and eventually we're going to overcome that, because the people that constructed and built this country was us. So if you start putting even playing field, you not only lose your grip, but you lose your power altogether, because you have not shown nothing to do without niggas. That's why they can't integrate the wealth.
We didn't just build this country. This is our land. We were here first. So that's the big secret that I don't want to tell nobody. That's the big secret they're trying to cover, for one. For two, we don't have wealth because we have a systematic code of ethics that's been passed on to us through our leadership, through organizations. I'm not going to call out. One of them starts with a B, I'll just say that their whole position is to keep us from being able to expand and pull our resources. Okay. So it's not by accident. It's not like no white person technically is stopping us from being able to grow our capital. I can't think of the word right now.
No. White person right now is trying to build little money.
Hold on.
But in regards to the actual and really tangibles, you need that repair. But you get me? Because now it's going to be a very tiny growth. It's not going to grow within a couple of decades. It's going to take a long time while these people are already flying.
Well, hold on. It's because they're using our own people to keep us down. Our own people are the reason why our capital is not growing, because that's their job. So
now, when you mean by our own people, you're going to have to break that and elaborate that.
Well, they accept. Okay, how far? How deep can I go? But they
go deep. I want to go down the rabbit.
I would start with the 70s, after in the implementing of the Civil Rights Bill, because that's when everything started to go into law, as far as being, applied to society. So I'll start there. Start in the 70s.
Actually, it started Marcus Garvey, right? We talking about Umar, so it's kind of ironic. Marcus Garvey was the first person that was targeted by these organizations that they set up to keep us in this capital position. They had something called they had a fraternity.
Oh, you mean I'm trying to remember what that is.
Nicknamed the Boule. I'll just say that.
Boule, yeah.
Boule, yeah, I heard about the Boule, of course.
So
You gotta understand, Boule is not no secret thing now. You know, that's.
Well, I don't know what I'm just But anyway, they set up that organization, okay, to encompass all black leadership in the United States, as well as all black idol figures in the United States, and it started the path of total liberal control over our leadership and our heroes. I'll just say heroes. So all NBA stars, all actors, all musicians, all politicians, all clergy, all political activists are encompassed in this organization. And they're
I think the Boule is a little bit more exclusive than that. They're not letting everybody in there. I mean,
even a back test is not enough.
You got to be at the top level. You see what I'm saying? Like, the people at the top level. You can't be some ordinary guy and be in there, right? But
of course,
you can be controlled by them. I'll give you an example. A certain NBA player is the top of the game. He's part of that. He pretty much calls the shots for everybody else there of color in that league, right? That's the type of shit I'm talking about.
Okay.
And that happened. That's a real story. But so they developed this organization to stop Marcus Garvey and his Pan-Africanism movement. Mm-hmm. They developed a whole organization, and it worked so well that they utilize it going forward, and they encompass, a person like Martin Luther King, boom. It's a person like, Malcolm X, like Tupac, like just figures throughout history who was at that top level had to be controlled or pledge allegiance to this organization. And and they'll give you a few million, they'll give you some millions, they'll give you $1 billion. Look at Dr. Dre, they'll give you almost $1 billion. But when it's time to cash in, you got an aneurysm. Now you got to pay $2 million a month to your wife. Now your boss selling your masters. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a game.
With Dr. Dre, that's a little funny thing that his wife now decided to divorce him after 24 years, and then the struggles of that, and then this came around. So I think it's something more deep than that. I don't really want to talk about that. I just see the end result. If he's still alive in a couple months, and then I will have to probably look into the conclusion. But I'll say this: if he still holds certain masters, I know he sold his studio for a lot of money a few years back that he built up to some people. So I'm not sure what else that Dr. Dre holds right now as a catalog, because Lil Wayne, and remember DJ, we talked about this a week ago, because he's about to go to jail. That's the reason why he sold his what do you call it?
I heard Trump gonna pardon him, by the way.
Yeah. So it tells me who else artists is selling the masters that we don't know.
I'll give you a perfect example. Somebody bigger than both these people. Michael Jackson. They wanted him to sell his masters. He wouldn't. What happened to him? He owned the Beatles masters as well.
Yep.
What happened?
He owned some other important artists besides the Beatles too.
They could have taken him out earlier, but because they did a deal with him, they had to make it a way that it was not foul play. So with Michael Jackson, that was clear right off the bat. You get me?
Absolutely.
Very clear. And besides everybody else, that if something happens mysteriously, it is what it is. Hell, look at Prince. Prince died a couple years back. And he just got his catalog, and all of a sudden we find he died of some flu. I'm not sure what it was, but yeah. But another good example, Whitney Houston.
Whitney
9 years ago, she was not making money like that anymore, and she didn't own nothing. So what the best thing to get back the money that they lost because she don't have a voice? She died mysteriously.
And she sell more records when you're dead.
Now with Tupac, with him, I think he was a guy that they couldn't control anyway, so he had to go anyway.
Yep. Right.
The Biggie Smalls, that one's a little funny, but I won't be surprised too, because I don't think he was. I don't think he was going to stay doing music long, to be honest with you. And I think what he was under, they couldn't just let go like that. Get me?
Yep.
So yeah, a lot of artists are still here and gone. They know what it is. That's why you hear them now. They now just. It's like this, guys. it makes me wonder how long will before Jay-Z and Beyonce's next? Because these people are billionaires right now.
I haven't seen him in a while. I haven't seen. He's high up. He's high ranking.
He's high up. So that's only a matter of time now. Because if let's say that Drake dies, then the next person in line that's up there is just only a matter of time. The clock is ticking with a lot of them. You get me?
Yeah.
Because think about it. If you work hard to build yourself in this music industry and you go sell it back for whatever reason, they tell you right end that you're not supposed to build no form of tangibles, no wealth, nothing passed down at all. That means the direction most people that's going to be doing music can no longer be under these contracts now, no more. It's being too much in your eyes now. Anybody that think they're serious doing music, you're going to have to find an alternate route. You might have to go to a different country and do music somewhere else, but you should not be doing it around here. You get me? If this is the foolishness going around with a lot of the top main artists losing their lives, and it's being deliberate now. Usually, one time you have to think about it about if somebody got killed or not, but now for the last decade, it's been in your face now. So these people are not even playing it, and really, they shouldn't really play no more because think about it. What niggas gonna do? You get me? You're gonna sit there trying to be the next star. You're not really thinking about this long term.
They're selling their future.
You're not thinking long term. You think that playing nice with this beast, and then eventually you make him money, and eventually when you're done, and if you own the rights to some of your music, you think he ain't gonna ask for that shit back?
Mm-hmm.
That shows right there that nothing you build if you're under somebody else is yours. Once you sign under and his barcode and stamp is his. Only matter of time is say, listen, nigga, you're gonna have to sell this back to me. I'm not making much money as you used to, but you get money every week when they play a song. I need that fucking paper back ASAP. Either we can do this the nice way or the hard way. I need this shit back. And some people that smart or tough, they say, you ain't getting shit. Okay. And then we find in the newspaper or something just happened mysteriously.
All right. Let me interject. We got off track, but you said a lot of truth there. And that's part of the reason why we can't build capital. Does that make sense, D. Darrell? If you don't have ownership,
because and us keeping that particular property, it basically computes long term into legacy, which is basically
capital,
generational wealth. And you can't have generational wealth if you're selling assets like that can basically carry over to perpetuity. So that's true. That's one of the biggest reasons.
And but they sign up for that. And see, the people they call them gatekeepers. So if you sign up for that particular group, you stop others like me. Let's say me and you want to start a label and have our own masters and build wealth. We're being blocked by these individuals who are our people. So we can't say it's racism because it's our own people doing it to us.
Well, it is racism because they're pressured by basically put in place to do what they're doing.
Right. But I'm saying you can't say it outwardly, but we know indirectly it is. We know it's systematic racism.
Yeah.
But actual racist acts is being perpetrated by our own brothers, people that look like us. And see, that's what they do on the left. They use us as tools. They use us as tools to keep our people doing what they want us to do. So let's say this guy over here, he's been a friend in our community for 50 years, but he's going against them. So now he's painted as a racist. He's painted as somebody we need to hate. At the same time, the guy behind us, he's a dickhead. He hates us, but they can paint him as a hero. Even though you ask him what he feels about us, you can just go back and look at his history and see what he said about us over the years and what he's done to us and what he's put in place to shackle our community is in writing. But this guy, he did nothing to us to hurt us systematically, but they telling us because they control the media, they control the celebrities in our neighborhood. They could tell us, hey, hate this guy, hate this ideology, even though it's benefited your community over the last 4 years. Throw that away. You need to try this socialism. Try this socialism. We'll keep them liquor stores in your hood. We'll keep them weed shops in your hood. We ain't putting no factory. We want the factories to go to China. We want the factories to go to Mexico. We want the factories to go to Canada. We want the factories to go to India. You see what I'm saying?
I see that.
Against our own,
but the other party does the same thing.
no.
They both do the same thing.
Yo, the party suck. I'm just talking about this individual, and I'm a conservative, not a Republican. Fuck the Republicans. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about this individual whose ideas are conservative in nature, who's bringing plants back, who's giving business, wants to invest in the community, right? They told us to shun that guy. Vote for this guy that's going to keep things the way it's been for the last 47 years. Let's go backwards. Vote for the guy you know. You see what I'm saying? Vote for the system that's been developed, the 5 pillars of white supremacy. He's contributed to 4 of them, and one of them he is named after. And that's the Civil Rights Act, okay? The Department of Education. So 60s, 70s, Department of Education. 80s, the Sentencing Bill, also known as the Crack Bill, Iran-Contra, right?
Yeah. Central
Park 5. That all led to the Sentencing Bill in 88, Crack Bill. The Biden Crime Bill, 94, okay? That came from O.J., Rodney King, that led to the Biden Crime Bill, 94. So that's 6.
Which was passed by a conservative Senate and House.
That's how they justify it.
I mean, but they voted.
He wrote it. You can't.
Yeah, I know he wrote it, but they didn't have to vote for it.
No, but he wrote it.
I know he wrote it, but they didn't have to pass it.
He wrote it and he pushed it, and he's funded by certain industries that benefited from it and wanted it. He's a slave to them. Okay, true. He's from Delaware.
But you know that were some conservatives, quote unquote, so-called conservatives, said that they actually wanted a more stricter bill. That they really wanted to be actually more stringent.
You think the Democrats don't want it more stringent? Look.
They both wanted it. That's both.
I don't know how much more stringent can you get?
I don't know.
Then busting up at Breonna Taylor. The reason when you want to know how the 94 crime bill affects you in the chat room, look at the Breonna Taylor situation. The 94 crime bill allowed police departments to move as Gestapo military, paramilitary units. So they were able to obtain military weaponry and vehicles and machinery and armor, and it was reallocated to the police departments. Whenever they upgraded, they give the old stuff to the police departments. So they're basically busting up in your home as a SWAT team with military machinery because of that 94 crime bill. Okay? And then you get in 25 to life on the sentencing bill from 88. Okay? So he was a co-sponsor of any crime bill between 76 and 2000, whenever he left the Senate, 2008 maybe. He was the co-sponsor, everyone. He was the sponsor. He was the writer, right? He wasn't a co-writer. He was the writer. He was the sponsor and writer, meaning his office, his Senate office, wrote the 94 crime bill. It's named after him. Shit, it's named after him. What do you want? Statue of Liberty. It's named after him.
Yeah, but Red Pill, I hear what you're saying, but you're identifying a lot from the liberal side of things. But there were also a lot of fuckery going on the Republican side, particularly in the 80s with the Ronald Reagan administration. I mean, you did mention the crack era and so forth, and the Iran-Contra and so forth. But I mean, they defunded a lot of stuff. They defunded a lot of legislation, a lot of programs and so forth.
You said program.
They talked about the welfare queens. They made the image of the black woman as the welfare queen when it really is the white woman by far. I mean, there was a lot of things that happened from 82 to 90.
Hold on. He didn't say black women welfare queens. He said welfare queens that people assume, right? Who controls the media?
And he said, wait, hold on, wait a minute. Let's remember that quote, because I remember that too. He said welfare queens, and he referenced the inner city, the urban communities.
Only black people living
there? No, hold on, but come on now. Let's
that's the question.
Wait a minute. Red Pill, man. Let's think abstract. Just like the Southern Just like the guy who created the Southern strategy. He said, we can't just say nigga, nigga, nigga. We got to think in the abstract. So when you say things such as welfare queens in the urban cities and urban enclaves and so forth, who do you think they're talking about? Let's just be honest. Let's just be logical.
Who is we? Who is they? Who we talking about as they? You talking about white people as a whole?
Say that again.
White people as a whole? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Who is they?
When he talked about
who is they talking about?
When Ronald Reagan talked about defunding welfare and so forth, he mentioned the concept of welfare queens in urban communities in major cities.
Okay. Does that mean they can't be Latino? They can't be black.
But
they can be.
But if you're thinking in the abstract, we all know that.
Who is
wait, in the inner city. I'm just being honest. I'm being honest, brother.
I'm being honest. You're assuming.
No, I'm interpreting logically what he meant, because he didn't say suburb. Matter of fact, if you really want to talk about wait, hold on. But let me say, if you really want to talk about welfare queens, he could have said the Pacific Northwest. He could have said the Appalachians areas and rural areas.
Mm-hmm. So you're doing with Democrats.
No.
You're doing with liberal.
Wait a minute, red pill. Stop.
Let me talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you talk, but you're derailing from the fact.
This is facts. You assuming.
No.
Nigga welfare queens or black welfare queens, that you're assuming based on your own biases and prejudices.
No. I did not assume based on my own biases. I basically was thinking logically based on the information that he stated.
But did he say black? No, he didn't. So you're
but nobody is going to be that irresponsible to literally point out specifically.
Shit, Biden.
He said it in a manner. Hold on, wait a minute. What? I mean, I'm just being honest.
But Biden does
in a manner in which you can just. He said in a manner where you knew what he was talking about. You know that. So, like, hold on. Let me say this. Let me give you an example. Okay. Now, if I would have told you that we're gonna crack down on a welfare queens that live in Kentucky, in rural areas of Kentucky, and rural areas of West Virginia, and Wyoming and Iowa, are you going to think black woman, or are you going to think of another type of woman?
Not necessarily, because I don't see. I wouldn't be.
Oh man, now you bullshit.
I don't see color like that. I just don't. Because hey, do you know where Randy Moss is from? Rural West Virginia, bro.
Yes, but come on, wait a minute. You know,
so that means
is. Come on, man. Now you being disingenuous right now.
No, I'm not. I'm just showing you the mistake we make as a community. We always we so sensitive.
No, okay. I'm asking you, as a brother who has talked in detail about a lot of things,
yes,
in a specific manner. All of a sudden, I bring up this one topic, and now you become ambiguous. Now it's almost ambiguous. Something that's very simple. Now you're making it seem like this is such an ambiguous concept.
Only Ronald Reagan. Because I study Ronald Reagan, and I know that he didn't use that term, and that's one of the big myths. It's like a urban legend.
That's not an urban legend. That's recorded history. That's not no urban legend.
I was saying, like, look, Lyndon Baines Johnson said these niggas will vote for us for 200 years.
Yes,
Baines Johnson
say that, and I admit
that's flat out. Ain't no guessing. So you guessing now.
No. Let me
talk. Are you gonna let me talk on this motherfucker?
Go ahead.
Reagan right? Reagan was talking about what he knew the statistics that most whites are the most on welfare. You know, another group that's in the inner city at that time who was benefiting from the welfare program, they was fleecing it, was the J community. I don't even want to say it, you know, the J community, you know.
The J community.
You know,
yeah, but that's a small percent. That's a smaller percentage of people.
but they in New York City, they had the ghetto was named after them. So look up history. Nobody has benefited from welfare like their community. They came up off that shit. I'm talking about they fleeced it. Like they flipped that shit. It's like getting somebody front you a key and you flip it 20, 30 times and come up. They have fleeced the community. So when he say inner city, let's say you're talking about New York City, right, or Los Angeles. Blacks are the minority. They very minority in Los Angeles. Latinos of all different nationalities are the majority in Los Angeles. Okay, and there's more white people in Los Angeles than us too. It's only 400,000. But see, he's from California. So if you say inner city, he could be talking about Latinos.
He was referencing from a national perspective, not from a statewide perspective.
Okay, so
come on, man, you playing around right now.
I'm just saying you assuming he didn't say.
I'm not assuming.
Why would he hold his tongue? He could easily say black.
Come on, man.
The black community. Why wouldn't he say the black community when you got niggas saying, well, look, you got president saying niggas.
Red pill. If he would have said, come on, man, Reagan was a little bit more sophisticated than Lyndon Bang Johnson.
No, he wasn't. Why are you assuming it? You're assuming again.
No, I'm not assuming. No. If you look at the debates, if you look at the debates and the speeches and so forth that Ronald Reagan spoke,
he was excellent.
And LBJ, Ronald Reagan was far more polished than LBJ. Come on, man.
You're right. You're right, but you're assuming. You don't know.
I ain't assuming.
Johnson could have been a genius. He just
that is assuming. I asked you a simple question based on the information, and you don't want to admit the truth.
I'm in the direct business. That's like assuming Lenin is talking about Omar Johnson because he's against fraud. Wink, wink. I mean, I go black and white. Call a spade a spade.
True.
Okay? If Reagan said, I'm talking about the black community, then I'd be like, damn, he said the black community. Why would he? Why? Just because he said in urban cities?
Because
white people live in urban cities.
He said it in a manner in which he targeted a certain group.
Find the video,
it's just like, you know,
find the video.
When you're in elementary school, you read a story and they test your comprehension. Comprehension is based on you reading a set amount of information and making a conclusion, a logical conclusion based on the information that was given. That's exactly what Ronald Reagan did. I'm not going to say, again, that's the Southern strategy.
Ronald Reagan stopped running the country in 86, bro.
Okay.
Did you know that?
Yes, because he had dementia. I understand that.
No. It wasn't because he got dementia.
Well, it was damn near because of his mental faculties were
he got shot.
Yeah, I know he got shot, but his mental faculties also decreased at a point where he could not operate at that. He was a figurehead.
It was by design because the person behind him is the real guy who was running this country between 64 and 2000 and when Obama got out of office, 16. Okay, so that's the guy who was behind everything going on. He was the vice president and he was the puppet master. All right.
Yeah, and he didn't get reelected either.
Huh?
He didn't get reelected for a second term either.
He didn't want to.
He didn't want to. No, he got voted.
He wanted to control. His cousin was the president. Bill Clinton is his cousin. This is his cousin.
Okay.
Obama's his cousin. He didn't care. He hit something, and then
now it sounds like you're assuming right now he didn't care. That's a lot of assumptions.
Assuming what?
That sounds like assumptions to me.
No, that's fact. You blood or you not. That's not something you can assume. If you know the bloodlines and you know who these people are.
But that doesn't mean that he didn't want to be president for a second term.
Okay, I'm assuming he didn't want to be president. He don't have to be. He still was running the country. He's been running the country since '64. So that's how deep I go with this shit. But anyway, so Reagan wasn't the same since he got shot, right? Now, as far as assuming Reagan was the last real president we had until the one we just got, as far as he was a guy they couldn't control. You know what happens to people that they can't control? Can they control Umar? No. So what they do? They on his head, right? Right?
Okay.
Oh, they can't control Tupac, right? What happened to him? Out of here, right? Can't control this guy. They want him out by all means.
Yeah, they couldn't control Donald Trump.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. Donald Trump couldn't control Reagan. What happened? Bam, popped. Then he got in control, somewhat. This is how it works with these.
Yeah, people. But you're starting to make this seem like conspiracy theories. Like you're moving away from facts. You're not starting to sound like conspiracy theories.
You think they can control Donald Trump? His own goddamn. Come on, man. He's so they can't control him so bad. His party flipped on him. Come on, man.
Yeah,
it's pets. There ain't no conspiracy. How's that conspiracy? He can't control him.
Yeah, he's been voted out. So to me, it's all irrelevant at this point.
He hasn't been voted. Well, if you believe they voted him out, yeah, whatever.
He was. That's what the tally stated.
They trying to select him. They selecting him out. Presidents are selected, not elected, bro.
Okay, well, the vote, the electoral college showed that he lost by a lot.
That's not a good thing. He didn't lose. That's not a good thing, by the way.
Why isn't that not a good thing?
Because the people who control these other entities on both sides, they're the people who have been doing this to us for 100 years. First of all. Second of all, they don't want capitalism. We talking about capital and money and all. You ain't gonna have none of that shit. China gonna run this bitch if they get control. Once they get control, okay. So
you say they don't want capitalism.
What?
How can you say that we don't want capitalism?
I didn't say you don't want capitalism. I say the people who's taking over don't want capitalism. They selling.
Why would they want something they're already benefiting from?
They benefit in communism. If you know anything about socialism and communism, the people at the top got their money.
Of course, but in this country, they're already benefiting from capitalism. Why wouldn't they want a continuation of something that's already been profitable?
Because communism gives them more control. They don't give a fuck about you and me. They don't care. You think does China care about being communist? No, they don't care. Do you think they care about their people? They've been wearing these masks. Like we've been conditioned. We wearing these masks now, right? I just came from the store, right? I went to IKEA. These people wearing masks in the car. They wearing masks walking through the parking lot. You know, I don't put my mask on until I get to the door. They wearing their masks outside. They've been doing that in China for 20 years. So that's what your future is about to be. That's what it's about to be because that's what they want. We owe China $30 trillion. Okay. So black people running, skipping and dancing around here thinking they won something by voting this guy in and his regime. His regime is controlled by certain external entities that are going to make us a different country. Communism is not good, bro. And guess what?
Why isn't communism is only good to the people that do things in the best interest of their people? To me, any type of government, if you're not doing what's in the best interest of the people, the actual that particular type of government is no good.
First of all,
my thing is this. Okay, and then, in that case, I'll say this. How have we benefited from capitalism and democracy? Because I have a case against democracy then, because democracy did a job on our ass.
I'm not a fan of democracy. We're not a democracy. We're
a constitutional republic.
Yes, we're not a democracy.
But we're under the guise and we operate through a representative democratic republic.
The states run by democratic. The states, as a nation, we're a constitutional republic. Each state is its own like nation, right? Nation state. That's basically what it is. We just don't see it that way. Like if you in Europe, Germany, France, they're nations, right? But Europe is an entity. But they don't have a centralized government, right? But that's what the EU was about. They were going to have that. But we're states. Each state is a democracy in its own. As a nation, we're a constitutional republic. That's why you have the electoral college. That's why you have Congress verifying the electors and all that shit, right? But communism is not a political system per se. It's an economic system. As an economic system, communism is as close as you get to slavery.
We've already been through that.
Yeah.
But the very country that you're talking about that is known for the spread of communism,
Russia,
didn't even participate in slavery.
Yeah, well, hey,
so what does that say about the capitalist democratic countries that did?
You saying that Russia didn't participate in slavery?
Russia never participated in slavery. That's a historical fact.
Okay, but Russia ain't communist no more either. They capitalist now. But
but
they don't even want to be communist.
What?
They don't even want to be communist. They're a capitalist country now. They're a republic. They're a constitutional republic. Russia is. China is a communist country, and you see how China look. Are you aware of what Are you aware of what happened to black people in China? Under that communist system?
I'm aware of the things that are happening right now.
Are you aware of what happened to black people specifically? The hell with everybody else.
I'm aware of what is happening presently in China with black people.
Okay, what's presently? I'm talking for the last couple of years, but what's present? What are they doing presently to black people?
Presently, what they're doing is that they are basically socially denying them access to certain places. They are basically mistreating them socially. People are mugging and preventing black people from going into certain places. They're being called names, getting beat up.
They're taking property.
They're taking wealth from them and so forth. They're being treated very.
You think they about to do us?
They're shipping them back. They're shipping some of these people back to Africa too.
What do you think they about to do to us when they get control? Why do you think they lining us up with this Black Lives Matter shit and LeBron, it was black people, they would have did that. Why they lining us up using these boule puppets to line us up? They gonna do the same shit.
You coming with these conspiracy theories, man. You mixing. Hold on, man.
What's for the conspiracy?
You want to lose me with these conspiracy theories for the future. I mean, yes, you can't. First of all, you're anticipating that they're going to do something that has not. There is some of these things haven't even came into play yet. I mean, we're not even. I mean, you're talking about what China is going to do in the future. We're not even at war with China yet, from a military standpoint.
Who said they got to be in war? They were going to willingly be controlled by them. If this guy's he's a fucking ally of China.
Man, see now,
yes.
Red Pill, you going to conspiracy theory?
He is. How is he not? Have you paid attention to the news?
Who you referencing? Who talking? You mean Trump or who's an ally of China?
Oh, this guy who's coming in. He's a China. He's a
friend. Biden?
Yeah.
Well, Trump was an ally to Russia.
Okay.
So what's the difference?
You just said Russia never had slaves, right?
Yeah, Russia, but they didn't. But what does that have to do with the current political climate?
Is that what you feel? If you assume allegedly, and I'll say allegedly.
No, that's a historical fact. Russia never participated in the transition.
Allegedly, you said he's an asset. Allegedly, you can't. They proved that in court that he wasn't. But if you feel that way, if it makes you feel better,
makes me feel better. Wait, hold on, Red Pill.
This is documented, bro. Look,
I know this is documented, but you mean to tell me a man who has done business with Russia for years, who owes them money,
He's done business with every country in the
Yeah,
world.
no, hold on, no. I know he's done business with every country in the world, but he's done exclusive business with Russia, and he owes them hundreds of millions of dollars.
He already talked about that.
No, come on. No, we already talked.
$100 million ain't nothing to a billionaire.
Russia has enslaved their satellite states, or like they have it what they call in satellite states, where they force them to do manual labor for next to nothing, or pennies of the dollar.
Thank you, BMT. Yeah, they've been enslaving niggas over there, especially Muslims, BMT, right? Especially Muslims.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the transatlantic slave trade. I don't care what.
No, Russia has never been taking part in that. They don't take part in that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No, he was talking about China. He came in to tell us what China did.
Oh, what China did? Oh, okay.
They got blacks and black Muslims specifically in slave camps. That's communism.
Well, I mean, no offense, but Muslims are the biggest in the slave trade. Like that's their bread and butter.
Right, but they've been enslaved in China. You know that?
Like, yeah, they enslaving Africans in Africa.
Right. You gotta understand the slave trade has never stopped. It's still going in Africa, strong, very strongly.
Oh, yeah.
Sudan and a lot of countries. You gotta be careful. Your children could be snatched up and sold for next to nothing.
Don't happen here.
In Africa.
It's gonna happen here. United States is the largest human trafficking.
Like you talking about, are they gonna round up black people and sell them as slaves?
Anything is possible in communism, bro. They bring
anything possible in democracy. We were enslaved for
democracy is not comparable to communism.
So hold on, D-Darrell, we gotta ask the question in this. To do that, what about all those people that are black that own businesses, work in companies, military, are literally millionaires and literally are in middle class? You're telling me that the country is going to destroy itself to go start back up slavery?
No. Not. Hold on. First of all, slavery.
But you do know that blacks are now embedded into American society staple. Like you can't remove us.
And they still killing us.
Okay, so I get you going with they still kill us. They kill. I mean, that's American culture killing.
Right. So, but no, what I'm telling you is that first of all, slavery never stopped, bro.
Okay.
It changed. It changed format. Second of all, on a communist regime, they're able to through political maneuvering, they're able to do things that you can't do in a democratic capitalist system.
Yeah, Lane, explain that, because these guys do what the hell they want to do. I don't know about that.
Man, look, you know how much
did what he wanted to do.
Who?
Trump did what he wanted to do.
What did he do? What did he do to black people specifically? Come on, tell me something.
He continued the same things that every other president did. He didn't change anything.
Now, question.
But what did he do harmful? Did he do a first step back?
I'll tell you what he did harmful. He continued the same racist policies that every other president before him did. He changed any of those things. So he's complicit in the same harm.
Name one. Name a policy.
Okay. Now watch it. When those white boys came out in North Carolina, and they were trying to chase off and harm and threaten minorities, why didn't President Trump denounce them?
What are you talking about, Virginia?
Well, yeah, I guess in Virginia.
Virginia? He did. I got the video. I did on my channel.
Oh, he did it? No, he didn't. Like the whole world said he did not denounce him.
The whole media world. I got the video.
Everybody.
He didn't even denounce the people that's on the Capitol right now.
He just like where did you see them denounce him?
Yes, he did. He denounced it. It was
Red. Come on, man.
He just did a video yesterday. This is
your boy. It's your boy.
Just say you haven't seen it. You haven't seen it, my brother. Just say you haven't seen it.
Now I got a question. Okay, so let's try this. Why did he not call the National Guard to get on these white people that were tearing up the Capitol?
He did. The National Guard took over the Capitol. They're there.
Actually, Pence did that. Pence
cannot call the National Guard. Vice President cannot. They don't have authority, bro.
Actually, he does.
Only the president or the governor can call National Guards, and DC don't have a governor, so the president.
Actually, Pence did call the guards. Everybody
doesn't have the authority to call National Guards, bro.
But Pence did it though.
Pence did call the guards.
That's what the media telling you that, or do you know?
Actually, even Pence even said he had to call the guard. Even Pence said the guard.
President Trump sent the National Guard. The National Guard was already in DC. They just wasn't at the Capitol.
What part of DC were they in? Where were the guard at?
I don't know. You have to talk. I can go look.
But I do know.
Okay, but they were already in DC, so you're not calling them up. You say call up, or did he call them to come to the Capitol? So that's not giving an order. That's saying, hey, can you guys come to the Capitol from over where you at? When you say call up, that means
according to CNN, Pence took lead to call the National Guard to the Capitol.
You trust CNN? No, he called on the phone. Hey, please come over here. You over there. Come over here.
Man,
he didn't call them up. He didn't call them. You know what calling up the National Guard means? Mobilizing. You have to. That's a presidential order to activate the National Guard.
He contacted them to come to the Capitol.
So okay, so you're saying he called them on the phone and said, "Hey, can you please come over here and help us over here because we in danger over here"? Is that what you mean? Because he can't. He don't have the authority to. Even then, he's got to get the president's okay. The president controls the military. He's the commander.
Actually,
no. Matter of fact, you know what was stated? They said that Pence actually coordinated with the Pentagon to deploy the National Guard to the nation's capital.
Yeah, who does it? I don't know. I don't
know. Listen, somebody who actually worked.
You're talking about what you heard. I'm telling you the law.
No. Let me tell you how the government works. So hang on. You're talking to somebody who's actually in the military.
I'm a veteran.
Let me help you with this one.
I'm a wartime veteran.
If the president, I am a war veteran. Thank you.
I'm a wartime veteran as well.
So what happens for this, Dito? If the president will not act within safety of the command of the people that are in that building, then the next commanding officer, which was Pence, he's like, okay, so since you won't call them to protect us, then I'm going to get them. And that's what he did. They had high value VP in the building that literally were getting threatened. Somebody had already been shot. They were finding improv explosives, pipe bombs on the Capitol building. He said, "Nah, fuck this. We're calling the National Guard. This is out of our control. This is way out of control." Now it's funny that this guy's not talking about that. That these people that were doing that, but that literally did happen. And literally, people already being shot and throwing pepper bombs at people.
Don't lie, bro. Don't you know that the cop shot that lady? It wasn't the people. It wasn't.
Of course, the cop shot him.
You know about people getting shot? The cop shot
into a federal.
Don't they supposed to?
Dito, if somebody is climbing,
supposed to.
Just think about it. Somebody is climbing into.
What are you arguing for? I'm not arguing with you.
Let's all just give each other time. Go ahead.
So somebody, because he brought up the cop shot her. You're climbing into you're climbing into somebody's building through a window.
Okay.
When they're telling you to back off and stop, and they're breaking through.
Who owned the building?
You not expect somebody's going to get shot at that point.
Who owned the building though? Who owned the building?
It's a federal building.
Who owned the building though?
He owned the building.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. That's their building, nigga.
Do you hear this logic? Do you hear this logic right here?
No, that's fact. They own the building.
Right. So hold on. So in your logic, I own the post office. I should be able to pick the door to the post office and just walk in. Right?
Don't you walk in? Hey, Dito, when you need to mail a letter, don't you walk in there?
Yeah, if it's open.
Okay. So
do you walk? No. So can you walk? With that logic, can Dito go walk through the back door of the post office?
Yeah, if it's open. If it's open. The Capitol was open, D. Durrell. hey, police, D. Durrell know this too.
Hey,
Let me talk, my nigga. Who's you? D. Durrell.
Yes.
We just talked about before we got into this discussion and argument. This is fun, by the way. I got to go in a minute, but
thank God.
In the Capitol, the police escorted them in the building. You seen the video, D. Durrell? You need to show it on here so people know. Police escorted the people in the building.
Oh.
Yes, that did happen.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm coming on the computer right now, D. Durrell. I'm gonna talk to you, but I like.
You want me to do you want to do a screen share?
Do a screen share and find the video.
Oh, find the video.
Find the video. No, it's out there. He's seen it. D. Durrell seen it. So the people in the chat might not have seen it. People in the chat might not have seen it.
So
where the people walked, the police escorted them in the Capitol, so they walked in their building.
Hold on, I did. It's right here. They said, did police officer hold rider's hand at? Hold on 1 second. Let's see. I think this is. Give me 1 second. I just want to.
Oh no, that's where they walked them down the stairs. That was the old lady. They walked down the stairs. I'm talking about they escorted them in. So first of all, second of all, they bust them in. Antifa dressed like MAGA supporters.
Oh, here we go. Antifa.
It's fact. They got the video.
The Proud Boys? The Proud Boys were also complicit.
Yeah, but you know they all blend in. But see, the provocateurs, they bust them in.
Well, yeah. I can't see anything with them going into. I see them escorting them out of there, but I don't see them.
Well, they got buses. They arrived. When they arrived, they videoed it. Like they videoed it. It's all kind of video going on.
So hang on, Dieter. Actually, I had the pictures of stuff that I was talking about. You know, I covered it on my show.
Men lie, women lie. Video don't. That lady who supposedly got shot is a known activist and quote unquote alleged crisis actor.
He's a crisis actor.
So what does that mean? What is that? What are you implying?
I ain't implying nothing. I said alleged.
Okay.
Do it. Go do your research. I do research, so I can't. You know, I'm on a different level. Look at my name. I do research on this shit. She's a alleged crisis actor. So hey, take it for what it's worth. That's all I'm gonna say. Take it for what it's worth.
What I did see, what they did say on TV that was, I saw a video. I don't know where it's at, but the police officers did held a woman by her hand. Well, certain people they let them in. I do know that.
Look, it looks worse on the news than it actually was. Now, as far as that shooting,
yeah, but when you look at that scene, man, come on, you know, come on, man. I mean, yeah, it looked worse, but it didn't look good. It didn't look great.
It wasn't supposed to. It wasn't supposed to look great. There's an agenda there.
Come on, man, but when you got thousands of people all around a mob scene that has never been seen before in American history.
Mm-hmm. Let me explain something, Darrell. This is where I'm coming from with this. We've been mentally taught as black people have this inferiority as far as what they were taught and raised and bred to believe. We've been taught to believe that we just cogs of the system. We're not citizens. It's in the Constitution that, you know, hey, the original Constitution, what, we 3/5 of a man? Interpretation? So
no, that's math. That was math. That was 60%.
Yeah, right. So we have a mentality that we don't have the ability to hold our government in check. Our government works for us. We don't work for it. So our mentality is, oh, they can't go in the Capitol. White people mentality is this.
Yes, but see, you're not also looking or ascertaining the fact of the response that would have been quite different if we would have did that.
What was the response when we burned down half of New York and broke into buildings? I was in New York. What was the response?
Again, you keep bringing up this stuff that happened, but you're not talking about
I was on the streets, my nigga. I was on the streets, my nigga.
Yeah.
Look, you saw you talk pro-black, but he call you nigga in the next breath. Like
it's a term of endearment. I say
there's never been no term of endearment. Stop it. So,
Hey,
so yeah.
Red Pill, can you talk about like the stuff that happened in those other cities when things happen? Those people were out there burning up shit, waiting on before anything
It was
happened.
a lot of white people, bro. It was a lot of white people with that and Black Lives Matter, especially later. I'm talking about initially. The initial surge was us in New York City, in Philadelphia, and then they hijacked the movement because we got smart. We said, man, these niggas setting us up. They lining us up.
Who's we?
We stopped doing that fuck shit.
Wait. Who's we? What movement are you part of?
I'm just talking about black people in general as a whole. I mean, black people, the numbers of us participating in those activities went down dramatically.
Oh, what chapter are you part of?
I ain't part of no chapter. I'm an individual rights and liberties guy. I'm not a group thinker. It sounds like you are. You a Democrat?
Actually, no.
He's actually conservative.
I'm a conservative. I'm not a liberal. So I don't believe in group thinking. So you know about left wing and right wing thinking then. I'm a right wing thinker. I don't believe in.
I didn't know there was a right wing thinking.
Yeah, right wing, left, right side of the brain. I'm not into group thinking. I don't have to join organizations.
So when did you become a conservative?
I've been through since I got out the military, pretty much, bro. I was raised a Democrat. I was raised a Democrat in my household because my mom was a Democrat. Die hard, rest in peace. So I was raised that way, right? Like a lot of black people are.
So why are you talking about black people? Because you were saying that black people are going to get rounded up by China and taken to Africa.
If China takes over this country, yeah, we owe them $100. Yeah.
So if China takes over, they're going to round up black people by groups and take them.
They can. What are they doing in China, bro?
No. We're talking about America. We're talking about America.
Easy as that.
You're talking about America. I'm about America. Totally different thing.
Exactly. You think America loves black people? Hey, D. Darrell, America gonna protect you?
No, wait, hold on now. Now, D. Darrell, this is contradictory now because I never heard a conservative. I never heard a conservative like a hood conservative.
Are you a patriot?
So they talk about
it, right?
Oh yeah.
You want to sell this country out to communism?
So wait, are you trying to use fear mongering? Are you trying to use
fear mongering? How am I fear mongering?
Well, you're trying to say we're going to get sold off. You're saying that we're going to be taken over by communism. Those are fear mongering.
The country, yes. America's a corporation. You know that, right?
Right.
A corporation can be sold, my nigga. It can be.
Why would we sell America?
Right.
We ain't selling nothing.
Why would the people in control sell America?
Because they sell us out on everything, bro. Why you think
if you got the strongest military in the world, you got the strongest political system, you got the strongest GDP and so forth, why would you sell that?
Because they owe debt. We owe a lot of money to a lot of people, not just China.
This question: who's going to force us to pay it back?
Right. Please tell me.
I want to know who.
Obviously, China
gonna force you to pay that.
You hear this stupid shit, right?
Everybody bows down to China. China owns a lot of corporations. They own a large stake of all of our.
Man, you're a military man, right?
Right. I can't believe it. I don't believe it.
Now, if you're a military man,
I'm a veteran.
Explain to me how militarily an outdated. From a technology standpoint, even though they got a lot of bodies, an outdated military system is going to force the most advanced military system ever known to man to give them some money.
I believe our military technologically is better as well. However, who said anything about fighting? They're going to.
Yeah, but that's what it's going to take for them to get
what it takes. Man, I don't believe you now, man. I'm calling cap.
Hold on. You under a assumption that a Biden administration is going to resist China having control. That's what you're on the assumption of, right?
I mean, from you, that's not like you.
The assumption that they're going to give in. You're under the assumption that they're going to submit.
No, I'm on the assumption that they're very, very friendly.
You sure you're an American? Because you sure quick to give in to China or some shit. You put me a better.
Who is this nigga, man? Who are you, bro?
I mean, man. I don't know, dude. You don't sound like no fighter.
Who is this nigga?
Like no kind of patriot to me, man. Like this dude talking about fighting and our country.
Hey, look, we gonna have to. Hey, if that happens, we got no choice. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what their intentions are. I'm just telling you.
You gonna have a 5'3" Chinese man come up and throw you to the ground and put you in chains.
Hell no, man. Bro. Them niggas don't come.
Sure?
Come on,
you
man.
Sure? You said he gonna put you on a boat.
If them niggas know martial arts, man. Come on.
Them niggas know martial arts. Wow.
They know martial arts. Bro. No.
Okay.
I'm not talking. Look, I'm talking politically. Economically. Let's stop. Let's act like grown-ups.
Yeah.
Politically, economically, they want control of our country.
That's fine. How you gonna do it? Anybody would want. That's fine for you to have aspirations to want control of something. But how are you gonna get it done?
First of all,
means.
Do you think the American government control this country now?
Yes, along with the corporations.
Right. Who owns the corporations though? Foreign interests, bro. Foreign interests.
Americans own American corporations.
Foreign interest, bro. Hey, can I share my screen?
If we're gonna say that, let's
Chinese control. Hold on, Chinese control.
Hey, now you know what's crazy about this? A black man going by a white man's ideology called red pill. Isn't that crazy? But he's talking to us about black empowerment. He going by what white incel.
Hold on. First of all, I'm not an activist.
You said Mr. Red Pill. Why's your name
Red Pill? Mr. Red Pill. Yeah, that's fine. Because I'm called my nickname Red. That's why. Why are you called BMT? What does that stand for?
Oh, business minded talk. But actually, I was black male talk. When actually we had black men coming together talking about power, economics, business, family. You know.
Yeah, we was talking about something. I don't know how we got on this Chinese topic.
We went.
We went to the political stuff, and then once we start going into
China,
democracy versus communism, it kind of went into this, which is fine. I'm out for it. But I mean, my thing is that I want to know.
Let's rewind it back to China. He came in. He said that. You said he was talking about the camps in China, right? With the black Muslims and shit that they're enslaving over there.
Yeah.
So that's how we got on. Okay. So yeah, that's true in China. I'm saying that if they get control of this country, let's rewind it back.
How will they get control of this country?
Let's start over. Let's just say if.
How?
They got control in any way. I mean, if they compromise some politicians. You think they can compromise politicians?
Okay, first of all, you got representatives, right? That you hired, right?
I don't trust them.
Okay, now hold on now. Okay, so you don't trust them. Okay.
I don't.
So here's the thing about it. For a Chinese, mind you, we just had it last year where Chinese people were asking Americans, please stop harassing us about COVID. Because the ones that are in America were already afraid for their life about Americans already attacking, spitting on them, beating them. I doubt that would go very well with Americans, that they see some Chinese people get up on stage and say that we're going to run this shit. They're just not doing that. Actually, mind you, Chinese people are less a population. No. I listen to you. Chinese people are less a population in the U.S. than anybody. So how you gonna tell me the least population in the U.S. is going to overly surmount the dominant population, the blacks, the Hispanics, the whites, the Arabs? How are they going to surmount them? How are they going to overthrow them? With what?
How do rich billionaires, which is probably less than maybe 500 of them in this country, how do they run the country now? If it's a number.
Could you name some billionaires that run the country? Could you name some?
Bill Gates, for one. You don't think Bill Gates has a big influence in this country?
Now hold on. Now, what part of the country? What part of the country?
You ask me a question. Let me
No. I asked you what
he's
part
a doctor without going to med school. Bill Gates. Now explain that.
He's a doctor. In what practice?
Are you telling me? I'm not.
I'm not
glorifying it.
Bill Gates is a doctor. I'm asking, what is his study? What's his
Ain't
doctor?
he acting like a doctor? Who run a
No, you said he was a doctor.
he proposing vaccines.
Well, shit, I can propose a vaccine. A dog can propose a vaccine. Anybody can say a vaccine. Shit, a nurse can do that. You just call him a doctor off the whim?
He thinks he's a doctor. Don't he think he's a doctor?
But you believe he's a doctor. But you
he's
believe
able to do it. He's able to do it, right?
But okay. So I got a question.
Hold
on, let me ask you. Do you believe Bill Gates is a doctor?
Hell no, not me. But I'm just saying he's running around with vaccines. He's the one talking. Hey, look, he's saying that we need to get the whole world vaccinated, and he just happened to own the patent on the vaccine. But I'm just saying. And when did he come out of computers and he became a medical professional? All of a sudden, he owns the WHO, the HWO, and he's the one pushing the vaccines. Is that not a fact?
He funded. Just because he's doing medical projects, that don't mean he's a professional.
Yeah, he's spearheading.
2021 D-Darrell.
He's spearheading testing. He's spearheading. He's calling shots, bro. He's calling shots, bro. Look, he's calling shots. He owns the patent to the vaccine and the disease. That's you can look that up.
Okay. Hold on. What is his vaccine called? What is his vaccine called?
What is his vaccine called?
Yeah, what's his vaccine called?
Shit, I don't know. I'll look it up.
How'd you bring it up? How'd you bring it from that you don't even know what it is?
Don't he own the patent to the vaccine?
No. You said that. So tell us how do you know he has a patent to something that you don't even know what's it called?
I'll look it up real quick. Okay, I'll look it up. You're trying to be slick, bro. Don't get. You trying to be disrespectful.
I'm just asking you your right. Hey,
I don't think BLT trying to disrespect
you.
I just asked you a question. Like,
hold on, hold on, BLT.
Man, this nigga trying to be disrespectful.
No, hold on. I don't think he's trying to disrespect you.
BLT trying to be disrespectful.
I asked him one question. It was a simple question.
All right, man. You're trying to be disrespectful.
I can't see. You know, I never understood that. Black people ask black people whenever they say something.
No, nigga, because you show me.
No.
You trying to be
because hold on. Because the title is pretty much fraud. So if somebody brings up something, no.
You trying to be
title about fraud. It's a title not about fraud.
Niggas ain't about to talk to me all any kind of way because I'm not that type.
I can't. You gotta get out your feelings, right, Bill? Leave your feelings at the door.
What feelings, nigga? Niggas get killed for that shit, bro.
Hold up. What's this game?
Hold on, wait, guys. Hold on. Slow down.
Feelings. What's going on, right now?
Wait.
Punk ass nigga, I'll find you.
Wait, Red Pill. Hold on. Hold on, man.
Wait.
We don't play that shit, bitch.
Hold on, man. Wait. Come on, guys. We gotta calm down, man. I don't know how this went left. I don't want us. I mean, we had a nice discussion. It was intense, but I don't think we need to go into this threatening. I don't know what happened that he said that pissed you off, Red Pill. I don't think BMT meant to do that. Let's try to cool this down and talk appropriately as men. Okay, let's start over.
Okay. I'm not a nigga to play games, bro. Play games. I'm a child, my nigga.
Hold on, Red Pill,
bro.
Okay.
TC about me, nigga. I don't play that, bro.
I
don't know this dude, man. This dude came in trouble.
Internet thugs.
You ain't about to disrespect me, punk.
Hey, cam up. Please. Keep your camera up, please.
Cam up, nigga. I'll find you, nigga.
Okay.
You playing with me, boy.
Okay. Internet thugs.
Hold on, BLT. Hold on. Let me ask you a question, BLT. What did he say that pissed you off, Red Pill?
I just ain't into whole ass niggas talking crazy to me. You don't know me like that, bro. I ain't no gang. Okay, I understand you trying to get your joke on, my nigga, but I'm with that. Better ask somebody, nigga.
Ask who? Who do you want me to ask? Who do you want me to ask? Who do you want me to ask?
Drop the
Mr. Bag. Who do you want me to ask?
Drop the address. I'll give you my email.
Use your words as a man. Use your words. Okay, so we see that we see what happens when a man raised by a mother cannot actually have a conversation with another man.
Oh, you piss when you sit down, nigga. Stop.
Oh. You can't talk to me as a man. Talk to me as a man.
Fuck a man, nigga.
But you talking about that kumbaya like
fuck ass nigga. You a nigga talking shit.
Why you in your feelings? Why you in your feelings?
Because I don't like whole ass niggas.
But you acting like a hoe right now.
Yeah. Hey.
Okay, you acting like a hoe. You can't talk to me as a man. You already started talking about how we need to watch out. Who's threatening who?
Nigga, show me some respect, bro. I ain't about to have no nigga.
How do you want to see respect? You just trying to threaten another black man you don't even know.
Nigga,
how do you get respect?
Let's get back on the topic, man. Hold on. Let's get Let's get
for this nigga to disrespect me. I don't know.
No, man. Listen. I'm trying to figure out what he. BMT, slow down, BMT. Hold on, BMT, slow down.
People, you brought me on here for this nigga. I don't know.
Listen, Red, slow down. Hold on, Red Pill. I muted him. Okay, I'm trying to figure out.
My nigga.
Huh?
I'm giving you my time. This nigga come out of nowhere. You bringing niggas on that no name niggas to come on and disrespect.
I'm trying to figure out what he said to disrespect you. I didn't get. Did he?
I ain't like that condescending ass tone, bro. Because it face to face.
Okay. Look. I'm gonna say this. Okay, listen. I'm not trying to. I don't want to make the topic. I mean, I appreciate you coming on, and I want you to come back. And I'm
not letting trolls come here and disrespect the guests.
I know BMT. I've been on his platform before. He's been on my show before. You don't really know him, but I
don't know him.
Huh?
I don't know him. That's like TC bring on his platform and I troll you to death on his platform, or some nigga out of.
I don't think he trying. Okay, I don't think he trying to troll you, but I don't want the conversation to get out of hand. So. I'm
done, bro. That's all right. I ain't saying enough. Go ahead.
So my thing is, we had a nice conversation, debate. I know it could get heated. I don't know what he said that kind of. I guess the questions you felt were condescending.
He was condescending. Look, I'm from Detroit, bro. I don't know where y'all from, bro. I'm from Detroit. The way he was talking to me, it offends me. It pushed my buttons.
Okay. Did you feel like he was trying to make you seem like you were stupid or something?
Yeah, he trying to play me or something. Like, that's all good, man. Like, but
okay,
I was talking to you. You brought somebody else up here.
Okay.
I mean, the chaos dude was in here. Then you bring another nigga. I don't know him if he a troll or what. He came here talking shit.
Yeah, he's a content creator. He's not necessarily a troll.
He's talking shit in the chat, bro.
Huh?
He had a lot of volume in his voice. So he was like overshot talking shit, man. That's whatever.
Okay, maybe I should have just toned it down, but I don't want you getting that. I like
it. I'm here for that, my nigga.
I know you didn't, and this the first time I ever seen you upset. Like, I mean, we've had other on other channels and stuff, but I ain't seen you. I've never seen you get So obviously something he said irked you. So I'm not trying to have that. So let's just try to have a nice. We can have our opinions, but we don't have to get out of hand. Okay, BMT?
Nigga insulted my intelligence. That's why I got offended by.
Okay. All right.
Know this nigga from a can of paint.
Okay. All right, Bill.
I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you.
Okay. All right. So Red Pill, let me ask you this question because I do like your perspective in regards to black politics. So can we get back to that a little bit?
Go ahead.
Okay, so when you talked about the Boule, okay, what do you think about what's his name who said he's part of the Boule? What's the guy that got the digital show? The little fat chubby guy. They used to be on TV TV One.
Roland Martin.
Yeah, Roland Martin admitted to being part of the Boule. Matter of fact, he's the only person I ever heard that admitted to being part of the Boule.
Well,
so what do you?
It's obvious he's part of it. I mean, come on, it's obvious.
Well, I'm just saying because what do you think his purpose is from where he's at? Because I mean, he fell from grace. He was big time on CNN, and then he went to TV One. He got fired or whatever from there. Now he's on YouTube. So he's been all over the place.
I mean, he's pretty much a misinformation agent, basically. So his job is to push whatever agenda is fed to him by whoever's in charge, whoever's his handlers, DNC, whatever, right? So he pushes a certain agenda to our community, and he pushes it off as fact. He pushes it off like propaganda. That's it. That's all he does. Other than that, he's not a real threat. Umar went on that show.
Okay. So do you think so why has he not been protected?
You mean protected as far as losing his effectiveness, or protected as far
because he can't keep employment? I mean, I would think as far as a group like the Boule that has a lot of network and people that are doing, because this is generations of the, like you said, the higher ups in our community that are in this group. I would have thought he could have been protected better.
I'll put it this way. He basically, you could fool people I mean, people caught on to him. About it. I'm sure like knowing your history with this, when you saw Umar go on there, I'm sure that kind of rubbed you the wrong way. It rubbed me the wrong way. I saw Umar go on the show.
I didn't like how he was set up.
He was set up.
Like that part of it.
and that tells you, like, all hands on deck against Umar, right? He went on that show and they immediately attacked him. I don't know why. I didn't know they had animosity, right? Yeah. But they attacked Umar from the gate. And from that point on, I looked at Roland Martin different, right?
Okay.
Even though I'm conservative as far as like my political views, I watch everybody in our community, right? So I used to watch Roland Martin's show. He's funny, right? He's entertaining. But the way he went at Umar kind of, because I like what Dr. Johnson stands for. So when he went on that show and they attacked him viciously like that, I kind of looked at him side eye like, damn, he's that control, right? So that's it. I mean, I think a lot of people feel the way I feel. He's done that to other people as well.
Yeah, he has.
King, for one. I would like to hear BMT's opinion on it.
BMT?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
It was about Roland Martin being part of the Boule in regards to how that situation with him and Umar Johnson when he was on the channel. Did you see that?
Yeah, I seen him when he went up there, and I think he started to try. They brought up like 3 other panelists, and pretty much they were just, every time he said something like, "You're not part of the Frederick family," this or X, Y, and Z, and all that stuff. I remember I seen that segment one time. I thought that was pretty tacky of Roland Martin, especially to do that, to try to tear him down, especially knowing that he was trying to do something for our people, and to start going about saying, well, these experts and these things, who are you? And I'm like, well, does he not have a degree in psychology? Does he not work with children and stuff? It's like you're trying to diminish him for some views and for your clout. And you're doing that on your channel, talking about how his stuff is delusional in front of the same people that kicked your ass off of the network. And it's shit like that. You got to catch the play. When Roland Martin did that shit, and now all of a sudden, he, a few months later down the road, same people he was trying to appease kick his ass off, and he was talking about white supremacy and all that shit. But then when doggone Umar was talking about that on the show, they were laughing and mocking him, and he was saying, "Listen, I'm giving y'all the dates, I'm giving y'all what I'm about and what I'm doing, but you're just tearing it down, or you're just talking shit about it. But I mean, why ain't none of y'all trying to help, support? You rather tear down the bricks that I'm trying to build rather than actually support what I'm trying to build." And so that's why it's hard to take Roland Martin serious now that he's trying to talk that kumbaya, black empowerment shit, when literally you have brothers who have come there, like Umar, who have come there and tried to talk with you, and you made it your prerogative to actually spit down on them. And he's done it multiple times. I don't know why people still fuck with him. He's full of shit. But hey, he does what he got to do to get his views. Like I said,
Do you all think of Roland Martin being a radical, a radical liberal?
Yeah. I mean, pretty much.
Look at him as an opportunist. I look at him as an opportunist.
I don't think he's a radical liberal. I think he's a liberal. He's more of a Democrat than he's a liberal. If that makes any sense. Like,
okay, my issue with Roland Martin, I ain't like that bullshit he said. What I went on him was the fact that he tried to. This is when I stopped liking Roland, and this was before the Umar thing. Well, this was after the thing. But when he started doing the digital show, he started talking about the fact that, you know, he tried to give this situation about why he went to a PWI institution. And he said that, you know, I had the grades and this and that, and they didn't want me, and TSU didn't give me a letter. Other black colleges didn't do, you know, being that I'm from and I went to an HBCU, he had this whole thing about trying to be, I guess, somewhat critical of HBCUs, even though he never went to one. And then he tried to go into this whole spiel about how the HBCUs didn't want the best black intellectuals out of high school. That, you know, I was right there, because he's from Houston.
okay,
And said he was only 5 miles from
Prairie View.
TSU and from TSU, and he didn't get a letter from TSU. He didn't get a letter from Prairie View. He didn't do this and that, and he assumed. And I'm like, you're being very disingenuous, knowing that they don't have the resources to recruit and look for the best talent, even black talent, as these PWIs do, especially at that period of time. I mean, they have the ability and they have the recruiting resources to go get the 1 to 5% of black people that they want to go to their university, you know, out of the country. They have the means to do that, and HBCUs don't, you know. So I just felt that he was a bit disingenuous about saying that, as if they just overlooked him and didn't even give him the time of the day. And I just feel like that wasn't really true. There's a lot that goes into that recruitment, as far as them offering him a full scholarship, which the PWI offered him a full scholarship.
Yeah, you're right.
That was my issue with Roland Martin. So
I just don't like how he has no deviation in his beliefs. Like, even if something's right, he's gonna stick to his ideological side, right? So he always takes the Democrat side. It's like he's on message, right? He's on message at all times. I don't think that serves our community by doing that. Dr. Umar, for instance, and you can attest to this, Dr. Umar calls it how he sees it, regardless. You know what I mean? Like, he will call out the Democrats, he will call out the Republicans, or whatever, right? He'll call out whatever. I think that's why they don't like him, you know, because he calls it down the middle. And Roland is the opposite of that.
Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, like when we talk about him being an opportunistic person, do you think he's doing this show, and once he gets a call back from the main media, he's going to change his rhetoric?
Yes, he'll go back. Well, he's an opportunist. If it was something as to Roland Martin would get the ear of the black populace, right? And the white media were to bank and cash in on that, like they did with Diamond and Silk and other coontail people. They will call him up, say, listen, we'll offer you a season if you can guarantee to get these people online. And he'll go. He's like, oh, we won. You know what I'm saying? And they'll tell him this. You can't go off script. They'll tell him exactly what to say and how to act, and he'll do it. And he'll start tweaking it piece by piece to their message. And then boom. Got that? Yeah, he'll be right back in line. He'll run it out right up there to the master's table.
Okay,
I agree with that.
You think I don't know, man. I to be honest with you, I don't think he's gonna ever get another chance.
He didn't lose his job. When did he lose his job? He didn't lose his job, did he?
Yeah, TV got rid of his ass.
Oh shit.
What's that?
Yo, YouTube,
TV one? whatever her name is, she got rid of his ass. I forgot what he. Matter of fact, the last major thing he did was the Umar.
The Umar incident.
Yeah, the Umar incident was the actual last thing he did that was of any consequence that people actually paid attention to him. And I think he actually got fired or let go probably maybe 2 or 3 months after that. It wasn't that
right not too far from that.
Yeah, it wasn't that far after. I don't know if he got in trouble for bringing Umar up there.
And Umar told his ass, he said, listen, you're going to do what they tell you to do. He said, y'all, and Umar said, they set me up. He said, you're going to fall. He said, watch, Roland. These same people that you listen to, they're gonna sell your ass out. And sure enough, boom, look what happened. Oh man,
you know what they did? They actually didn't they canceled his show a few months after that, man. They just canceled the show. They didn't renew his contract, which is basically you being fired. That's fire. When you don't get your contract, that's like you being fired.
Right.
So that's what happened.
He on YouTube.
He's been on YouTube since 2018.
Yeah, he's on.
Yeah,
his job ain't changed. Just say his location of his job, because now he's a YouTube social media guy. Like, he has a pretty big platform. So some people still listen to him, you know.
But I'm surprised though, because I actually would thought he would at least be like a contributor, even if he didn't have his own show. They don't even use him as a contributor.
I mean,
I'm just saying, man.
You don't see him. I seen him on CNN during election season though. I thought he came in.
I didn't. I don't know. I ain't remember.
MSNBC.
I didn't see him. I may have missed it. All I saw him doing was talking shit on that digital show.
They got a better chance listening to that dude on Comedy Central, that Noah, that light-skinned dude from Africa on Comedy Central. They'll listen to him before they listen to goddamn Roland Martin. They'll listen to that nigga like they see him as a joke. They don't want to talk to him. Yeah,
you right.
You got a better chance of getting Boyce Watkins on goddamn before you get Roland Martin.
Now he's similar. He's similar to Roland, but a little bit more independent. Boyce Watkins is a good example of what I'm talking about. Boyce Watkins he leans to democratic principles, but he can criticize both sides. He does like if the Republicans and I hate saying Republicans because that party sucks, bro. But
Boyce is fiscally conservative. He's a fiscal conservative.
Right, exactly. So he's more of an independent thinker. You know, if that makes sense. Like, he's not like Roland. We're rolling. Whatever the Democrats say, he's going with it. And he's going to push it. He's going to push the agenda. Boyce can be like, you know what? Democrats wrong with that. I don't like Biden. I don't like Trump either. Or I don't, he could go. He's more independent with his thinking. You know what I'm saying?
The reason why you would have an easier time to get Boyce on, because Boyce knows about economics and finance. And you know about that too, Peter Rowe. I think you even went to one of his workshops.
Yeah, I went to a workshop. He had a 2-day workshop. Yeah.
Right. His stuff is sound. Like, besides talking about celebrities and other stuff, if we take that away from Boyce and say, can you come up with an economic, financial plan? He can do it. He's good at that when it comes to economics. Which, to be honest, that's what we as a people we need proper strategists for us to be able. Yes, thank you, Mimi. Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah will say whatever. Trevor Noah will say whatever liberal motherfucking goddamn alternate agendas want him to say. Boyce, and we need people like Dr. Anderson. Boyce. We need people who are proper strategists in economics, real estate, funding, grants. We got to start thinking covert and independent lobbying on how to make proper moves. But that's scary towards different other ethnic counterparts, because that means we can go off on our own and do different subvert shit. You know what I'm saying? If me would say, hey, I know a few properties we can look at. So you could get boys to say, hey, let me go ask somebody to go write up a grant. We take them, fix them up, rent them out, take that money, flip it, go get some more property. You know what I'm saying? That's economic independent empowerment. If we're no longer depending on one system, we're making our own system that's aside from their system. That's dangerous because you're learning how to be independent on your own self-designed system. A lot of people don't like that type of stuff. That's why they'll try to take that type of black and separate him from the other blacks and say, hey, work with us or work under us. We'll pay you. Don't work with them. You won't make any money.
Right.
And so they do that a lot. It's an old trick. Separate the one Negro from the other Negroes because he can teach them how to think.
Right. You know what? BLT, I agree with you. I bet we agree on 90% of things. I bet we agree on 90% of things, and we disagree on some. I usually don't lose my cool like that, and I went way overboard. I'm man enough to apologize for that. I just had a death in the family, so I'm a little emotional. If you watch any of my shows, bro, I never lose my cool, and I get hate all over. But you're pretty good if you can push my buttons like that. So I'm gonna commend you for that. I apologize. I apologize to D Darrell because I don't.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I hope you're doing okay with that, man. I know it's
all right,
difficult to have grieving with a loved one, man. I understand because it's been a lot, man. It's been a hard 2020, man. There's a lot of people been a lot of deaths, man. It's been a lot of losses,
bro. I lost 2 parents, bro. I lost my wife's dad and my mom. So I'm a little emotional right now. I can admit that.
Okay.
That's why I went there, bro. I'm usually not like that. But I apologize for that. Because you didn't deserve that. And you're a veteran. I'm a veteran. You don't deserve that. And you crushed me in debate, I can admit it. I'm man enough to admit it, bro. But yeah, I'm emotional. I lost my mom. That's not something I like putting out on the internet, but I feel like being that I threatened him like that, you know what I mean? I gotta let him know where that come from. That didn't come from just being devious. I am a little emotional today because I got a funeral coming up. So
yeah, I understand, man. You don't have to expound on it. I understand where you're coming from, and this can serve as an escape a little bit, kind of take your mind off of things and so forth. So
yeah, that's why I come on here, bro. Like just to get away. I don't come on here to fight. I do mess with people. I do troll people, especially on the anti-Umar side. You know that I troll people, but I'm human and I can make mistakes and I can get out of character.
It's all right. And I mean, the thing about it is this: when it comes to the topic, and like I said, I bang hard with my brother D Darrell on talking points. Whenever, as Black people, especially in 2021, we should be able to, if somebody brings about an idea or brings up something, we should be able to give the information or the research. You know what I'm saying? So that way others can go seek it out for themselves. We can't just keep on blindly just going off of just the words of babes. I'm not even talking about you. I'm saying that's the thing. We Black people now, we want solutions. We do. We don't want to just keep. We're tired. I'm fair to say we now understand neither party is for us. So now we have to start coming up with our own independent solution. And those who are laughed at, like Umar, that would say, "Hey, we need to go off and do our own system." They laughed at him, but now he's like, "What's good now, niggas? Like I told y'all, and now look what's happening." And so, for those of us who are coming up with solutions, I understand why, especially with the topic anti-fraud warriors, like a lot of people are leading Black people astray with their finances, talking about stuff that's medical. They're not even in the medical profession, talking about finances. These people have no legal or financial experience. And we can't keep on wasting our resources. So whenever I'm like, I would challenge anybody, just like if I say something, it's fair for you to say, BMT, where'd you hear that from? Or where'd you get it from? So I would have to go find it and say, here you go, brother. This is where I got this from. And if you find out that, hey, man, okay, I see you got it from, or this is not real, then hey, it's a learning, talking experience. But we have it that where I've watched my brother B. Darrell deal with a lot of people who were frauds. And he was like, how are you going to tell me, a professional, and you have no prior experience? And right now, we're losing a lot of our people to fraudulent information. And I agree with you saying on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm so sorry about your loss. I pray that you and your family recover. You know, but now we need all hands on deck and being able to find a solution toward our own independence. You know,
Right.
So let me ask you this. What do you all think about that group in I think it's Georgia or Alabama where they bought like 88 acres of land? I haven't heard anything. I need to check on the developments of that as far as where they are with trying to create a new little like enclave for Black community.
That's dope. I've seen that story. That's dope. And you know a state that people sleep on? Mississippi.
Land. Yeah, I heard about Jackson. I heard Jackson is booming.
Mm-hmm. They building it up like crazy. Deion Sanders is down there now.
Yeah.
Coaching Jackson State, Black college, historical Black college.
Yeah, man. I didn't even realize, man. I know there's a reality show with these Black women who are businessmen and so forth, business women and so forth. But they were talking about business in Jackson. Then I went online to do some research. Man, they a lot of Black people are doing. It's a majority Black city, and a lot of people from out of state are moved. For some reason, there are a lot of professionals that are moving from out of state that are moving to Jackson, Mississippi. That's been a substantial increase in the last 5 years, and they seem to be doing well. A lot of them are owning businesses and so forth. And I think the biggest problem that Jackson has is that a lot of Black people, they have this connotation, this negative connotation of Mississippi because of the, being extreme racism and so forth. That's actually what's really, really getting in the way of as far as the more high level Black person, skill level person moving there. Because the thing about it is this: it's cheap to start a business, and the land and property is very cheap. And so forth. So it's easy to start a business and get something going from the ground up, because you don't have to spend a lot of money to get it developed. And so that's the attractiveness of states like that. If you can get the land for cheap, and so forth, and if you can galvanize people to invest, I mean, you can really develop something really good. If enough people come together to do some things. So it's on the up and up. I'm going to be watching to see how things develop with Jackson, Mississippi. But I didn't realize that they had a nice little population increase, and it's a majority Black city. I didn't even know that.
I got a lot of family. My family's from Louisiana and Mississippi. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's how I know about that area, man. Like.
Okay, yeah, I'm from. Where are you from in Louisiana?
Well, my grandma was originally from Shreveport.
Oh, from North Louisiana. Okay, yeah, I'm from Louisiana too.
But I got family. My aunt, my mom's, rest in peace, her oldest sister. Not her oldest sister, her second oldest sister. She lived in New Orleans. She raised her family in New Orleans, and then after Katrina, they moved to Baton Rouge. So, okay. Yeah, so I got family in Mississippi. I got aunts in Mississippi and Louisiana and cousins and all. Family deep down there.
Yeah, family is deep. They, man, more close knit. Like, man, family reunions got 300-400 people there. A lot of family live like where I grew up in Louisiana. Man, we family lived together like in the same neighborhood.
Hell yeah.
They all live close to each other. You know what I'm saying?
They name the streets after them and shit. Like, they'll name the street after the family, and it's like all the cousins, and especially in the country, yeah, it's cool. I love it. I love visiting, and everybody from Detroit, Chicago, got family in Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana.
Yeah, yeah. I see what's going on. I see classic Ruby in the house. What's going on, Classic? We got to get together. I got to get with Classic Ruby to do our one-on-one soon. So, let's look at this. So, I look at it from this perspective, man. I think that in the black community, and particularly on YouTube, man, it's just hard to. They just got so many people who claim to be for the community that's not for the community. And I just don't like when you see so many black people following people that don't mean the community any good. And then the minute somebody trying to do something, everybody looking at you suspicious as if you're trying to scam, but your heart is in the right place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the thing that frustrates me the most about the anti-fraud team and all the different people. I mean, you got these people coming in here that are not meaning us any well, but they're in here getting super chats. You got Lennon Honor getting $2,000-$3,000 a week. 2,000-3,000 people in the chat donating money like crazy. They got this. What's that guy? What's his name? Big Man or something? Donate all that goddamn money to Lennon.
Oh yeah, BMT. Does BMT know about Lennon?
I think, but BMT knows of Lennon, but he doesn't necessarily follow him like that.
That's the perfect example.
Lennon, what you know about Lennon Honor?
Okay. All right. So you asked for the update of that, and if people would like to buy in, because technically I know of these people a little bit, and this is like if you're not keen on buying property or land, it's okay. They can help you. They can help you. That it's not unusual for blacks to for families to we call it blood packs. But what you're looking at more so is a traditional. Is through Ashley, and I forgot the other sister. I gotta pull up the name. But these are the two women. They're two investors, and pretty much you can buy in and help clear out the land. Now, see, the work comes in because you're building from scratch, and they're going to turn it into where it's investment land. Whereas you build it up, the Freedom Georgia Initiative was established out on an extreme sense of urgency to create thriving, safe haven for Black families amidst the racial trauma, global pandemic, economic established instabilities across the United States of America during COVID. So you can get in touch with them pretty much if you would like to feel like, hey, we would like to build. They have also other stuff who is helping them. These are Black majority. These are Black established networks. The Black Achievement Fund, Freedom, and they got a lot of different Black owned stuff that is actually sponsoring and helping them. So Blacks are coming together to actually help them. This is the property right here. What they've been doing when you do this, they've been clearing out the land, and they've actually been selling the trees, and actually they're going to be making modular homes in a community. So that's pretty dope. You can donate to Freedom Georgia Initiative if you would like to donate to it. You can join in, or you can form a partnership into it. So there's 3 ways you can go about into that to get in touch with them. That's up to you. I mean, that's up to you if you're about building and reconstruction. So it's kind of a put up or shut up type of thing. And I encourage anybody that if you're willing to, hey, if you're not about doing the hard work, then just do what you can. But I do see that they do have something promising that they are doing. There are people that are putting in their dollars to support them. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? You're watching it build up slowly, and these are 19 families. I think they went from 90 acres to 100 acres, so they actually got a few more acres.
Oh,
and
wow.
they're still buying more acres, so they're expanding. Oh,
That's cool, man.
Hey,
I'm actually going to see how I can get involved financially, if I can invest or
that's amazing.
Yeah, man, that is amazing.
But I'm
So
telling you,
anybody
Mississippi, bro. Mississippi, you get that land like that too, real cheap.
Yeah, very cheap land in Mississippi.
Now, the thing about Mississippi, what a lot of people don't know was the farmers, like my father and different other people, they received federal reparations from the government. I believe during
In 18?
it was around with Obama was still in office. The USDA gave them, I think, $1 billion funding, and then they're still paying them more money.
Yeah,
So they're getting their reparational funds. I know a lot of people say, well, how come other blacks didn't get it? Well, you're not a black farmer. That's first off, and you're also not in that area where they have been fighting in court for a long time for that. Like, I mean, unless you want to go down there to the Black Farmers Association and go help them until the land, which there is funding. See, a lot of that's the thing about it. For you to get these type of things, you got to go put in the work, man. You got to go put in the work with these people. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I said, like, I have nothing against Umar, but I've also contributed, so I can talk my shit about Umar. Feel me?
I don't have a perceive. I'm glad you stated that, because see, that's the big problem. The people who talking the most shit is the people that never gave a dime.
Never contributed,
Yeah.
Right. So that's a big issue. You have people who are watching from the side and talking their ish. See, black farmers receive payouts of $1.2 billion from federal lawsuits. Trust me, this happened in 2013. They still been getting paid. They're still getting payments and stuff. And literally, you got to know what part of the government you're going to sue, and you got to know what part of the government you're going to go after to actually that had wronged you. But when we start talking about this, you got to have the proper people who know how to navigate with the economy, do certain kind of grants, and certain specialists. You can't have no fraudulent people who just know how to get on YouTube, say stupid shit. You got to tell them, hey, shut the fuck up, be quiet, because you're going to make us look bad. And they'll use that one person against everybody. So you got to be careful of these type of people, man.
Yep. I mean, you said something I wanted to expound on. My brain just went like blank. You said something I wanted to expound on. I'll think about it. There was something about Umar.
Oh, go ahead.
Damn, I can't. My mind went blank. I got a text and it distracted me.
Oh, okay.
Shout out to TC.
See, my thing is that with Umar, man, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. If that school actually works out, man, because it has a lot of potential, man, and I just think that once it is in operational form, there's a lot of things that can that school alone can be a hub for a lot of black businesses, a lot of black retreats. There's a lot of things with that the size of that campus where a lot of black businesses can actually invest in to do things. It doesn't have to be just a standalone school. It can also be used for all kinds of other things, you know. And I'm just hoping that it can, you know, things can actually surface where we can actually see things work out with that. You know, I'm just hoping but there's so many things that has to happen. What's up, TCTV? You can come. You like?
I remember my point now. I wanted to ask BMT this. I have a theory of the reason why some of these individuals are trying to slow up the development of Umar School is because if Umar accomplishes this, it opens a can of worms.
Yeah, it does. Exactly. It could be replicated anywhere.
Exactly.
If that school opens up and it's successful, every state that got any inkling of black people they're gonna open up a school like that, and you're gonna see a huge. You could potentially see a lot of black boys being sucked out of the public school system,
Exactly,
into schools like that, and that's gonna hurt a lot of people.
that's
see,
my point. Yep.
no, that's true. And see, the thing about it is, and yes, non-swirl zone. If you and your brother both do have property, and they're two lots on each other, I would combine both the lots and just pay the property tax and just build on that, and you can actually do whatever you want to do with the land, rent it, or you can do all kinds of stuff with the land. I mean, the property tax, y'all can just pay it together. Not gonna stop y'all. It's in the family. It's in the land. Y'all can write it up.
Red pill. They saying the word around the street, the YouTube streets. They think me and you the same person.
Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot. I don't hear. You know, you probably don't hear it either. Like I don't hear it. But
Our voice ain't the same. But I mean, I guess maybe the talking points or something. I guess because I do agree with you on a lot of stuff, but I don't know.
AFW, they really believe on you. They believe on you.
Now, when it comes to the school, and I've sat down and I've listened to what Umar said about the school, and what he's talking about is something on a mass production scale, because it's not something where naturally when you go to school, you finish school, and then you go out into society. No, he's talking about making productive men that can literally compete in contracting society, where they're learning carpentry, trades, woodwork. They're getting healthy diets. He's trying to wean them off of certain drugs and prescriptions and stuff like that, and actually where they can be productive men in the community, as well as have already hands-on experience in crafts and trade. So literally, you're making an assembly line of workers that can actually rebuild your community without that of a system, but they're actually more so because, I mean, back then they wanted to hire young men that would come out of high school from trade and straight into the trades because they already were hands-on. Black people are the most hands-on people, bar none, in the States. So when it comes to that, him understanding that, listen, if I can get these brothers to do this, we can just rebuild our own shit. We don't need that. And then we can take the money that we're getting, that we're doing with the funding, and circulate it to do more. I mean, build the campuses bigger and bigger. That's a dangerous thing, because now they don't need the public school system or these other kind of systems. They're on their own system. Now they can start making the contracts. That's dangerous to other groups.
Yeah.
Let me follow up with him on that. That's kind of what I was talking about a long time ago, D. Darrell, when I was saying segregation, right?
Yeah.
And young Pharaoh, which he says a lot of wild stuff, but one thing I kind of agree with him on is that we need some segregation, especially educational. And what Umar represents is educational and I'm trying to think ideological separation from the supremacist system. And that's why it's dangerous. That's why they got to stop him. Because if he does that, next thing you know, we'll have the BMT Academy and the D. Darrell Academy. You know what I mean? Like, you may teach something different. But it's a curriculum that you set. It's not that Umar's starting a black school, because there's black schools, but he's starting a black school outside of the Department of Education control. That's what they don't like.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
And Big Pharma. You taking kids off drugs? Imagine if all the black people took their kids and took them off those ADHD drugs and stuff. That's a dent in problems.
Yeah, big dip, man. It's funny you brought up about New York and about the Jewish, because there are a lot. I was doing some research, and I seen some of this stuff was very. I'm not a big fan of Q Butter, but Q Butter actually was on a certain platform. He was talking about stuff with the school systems and mental health agencies in New York. Man, there are a lot of mental health owned companies by this very rich minority group of people that in which they are basically See, we focus a lot on the actual medication, but they getting tons of money billing Medicaid off of these kids. Medicaid, the assessments, they getting filthy rich off of these mental health agencies that basically provide the services for these black kids that are diagnosed with these behavioral disorders, PhD. And to be honest, there's hardly any black-owned agencies in New York. To say that New York has over 3 million black people,
Yeah, largest black population. Largest.
Most of those agencies that those black, let's just say you take all the kids that are in New York, 90% of those kids are getting services from white-owned companies. That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem, So, and even myself in my own training as a therapist and so forth, and I was trained by psychologists and so forth, and they even talked about how the over usage and misdiagnosis of ADHD to black boys and over drugging them and so forth, and it's for money purposes, and also the thing they don't talk about also that they have some trifling ass parents who pimp their kids out to get on this medication so they can get a Social Security check. It's a lot of money, man. People are making off of our people. A lot. What's up, Poetic Flacco? What's up, brother?
Flacco.
Listen, man, I love everything y'all are saying. I'm just gonna be honest, man. Them white folks ain't checking for no Umar Johnson, man. Listen, Umar Johnson hasn't done enough in terms of worldwide or in his life for no white folks to be checking for fucking Umar Johnson, man. Right? So, so I don't really think that like Umar Johnson opposition is the white power struggle. Right? Umar Johnson opposition is a hating ass Negroes who are pocket watching, right? You feel me? So I don't think that the white man, Trump, or any other person of power like is sitting down with Umar Johnson's name on his table, right? Nah, you feel me? Right now, man. Umar Johnson isn't that powerful yet.
I disagree, Poetic. It's not that he's so powerful; it's what he's trying to do. It's so powerful because if they let Umar Johnson build that school and it's a success, black people gonna want to replicate that. D. Darrell said the right word, replicate. So if you start replicating black academies, it's the same way with the remember when the people from overseas, the people from the Middle East, they wanted to start these Sharia law schools, and that was a big controversy. Remember that?
Yeah.
Because it's something outside of the current power structure. It's something outside of the current system of educating kids. We got other people educating our kids, bro. They educating our kids and teaching them, hey, it's okay to be this way and that way. Stuff we may not necessarily agree with. Especially with men, right? Especially with boys, right? Because you read that. So I disagree because even like Lennon, somebody's pulling his strings, bro. He's not just doing that, man. He's not.
So let's tackle it like this.
Mm-hmm.
If what he said wasn't that big of a danger, why is it when he's talking about taking black boys who we know are, for a fact, and we can look this up medically, are put on more medicines than any other group of black boys, other group of boys? Why was that such an issue when he started bringing up that he wants to wean them off of certain prescriptions and pills? Why was that an issue?
Flacco?
It affects the form.
Wait, he said what? Say it again. Sorry about that, man. I'm trying to fix up this little
one of the biggest things I don't think a lot of people understood what Umar did or was doing. He was providing free consultation to dealing with black boys, so that way they wouldn't have to be on medication. Okay, why was that such a big issue or problem? That one of the main things that his school was about was getting black boys off of medication and off of big pharma pill medication.
Yeah. So when you said okay, so if you're referring to Umar Johnson's like the lawsuit, I think that was when he actually went on the Breakfast Club and was given advice as a psychologist, right? I don't think and they mentioned his home parent whatever like conference he had. So again, the only people who I really see that's out here like criticizing Umar Johnson and trying to really like make a change is hating ass Negroes, right? I don't think, right? So I don't again, I definitely feel like once Umar Johnson gets bigger, then that's when I'm like the white power structure, right? Will definitely come down, especially but the pharmaceutical company, right? Those are the ones who's gonna try to take out Umar Johnson, right? I mean, I don't, right? Like I don't think that the government will. I think, I think
they control the government. Though, they control the government, bro. That's
what
the pharmaceutical industry. Big pharma is very powerful, bro. And if you look at it, he's pissed off a lot of people, bro. That's big pharma again. That's big education. I mean, the educational system. I mean, you talking teachers unions. You talking the Department of Education. You talking. That's big money, bro.
Yeah.
That's big money.
Let's try this.
Huh?
Let me ask you this question. Is Red Summer taught?
Are you there, BMT?
Yeah. I'm here. I asked the question. Is Red Summer taught in public school?
Nope.
No.
Why not? It's human. It's American history. Why would they teach that to black boys, or black girls about the Red Summer?
Yeah. Again, right? Good question, right? So, here, so here's my point, right? Is I definitely agree with what y'all are saying. I'm just saying that Umar Johnson hasn't reached a particular stature yet, but for white people to be, looking at him, right? For me, right? Like Umar Johnson isn't on any white people radar yet,
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Now, in the school that he's talking about, that kind of thing is not overlooked. He talks about the rest of them. He talked about the Democratic. He's talked about a lot of stuff, as well as economic, as well as trade. Why? Now, it's interesting. The school system is for pushing certain type of alternate lifestyle agendas in lower income schools, but you wouldn't want to see black boys learn from older, accomplished men how to be more affirmative in their community. Why wouldn't they push for that type of empowerment? You understand what I'm saying? Like, look at what they rather push in the school rather than, hey, let me try to get you brothers weaned off of these medicines. Let me teach y'all how to do these self-development techniques. Let me teach y'all how to properly get these certain type of jobs so you don't have to join the military or join certain type of systematic structures. Why would they not want a black man to build or do that? But they're more for the other type of establishments to put black children in that we see is eroding away the black society. That's a double economy.
It's almost like they want us to invest in doing things to our detriment instead of to help us to flourish.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing we got to get out of allowing people to monetize our dysfunction.
That's part of the beat. You remember that organization we was talking about? That's part of the power structure to keep, the middle management of, doing that is that organization. He said he brought up Red Summer, man. Do you know one of the prominent cities of that incident was Wilmington, Delaware, where our current president-elect is from? Wilmington, Delaware was terrible with that, man. When I learned about Red Summer, they talked about that specifically. But I know it's a lot of other cities, but
Yeah.
Wilmington was, I just find it interesting that Wilmington was a major town that had unrest.
Wow.
I'm just saying that it just amazes me.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff that we have to search around for in books and other stuff, or in HBCUs and different other urban things of us. You don't learn that in a public school, which is going to be public information.
You don't learn until you're an adult. Just like I didn't learn until I was. I ain't learned a lot. I didn't really learn real black history until I went to college.
I didn't learn it after college, bro, because I took Black history in college, and I feel like I learned more after college. Because even in college,
Right.
Did you went to a black university or white university?
I didn't.
Okay. Like when I went to the HBCU, and it's kind of like they made sure you took African American studies,
mm-hmm.
and then you also had to take something else with like a black with that was specifically black history that focused on a lot of stuff that you would not get in the public schools or in library and so forth. And man, I felt like damn, I didn't know none of this shit. Like you know that popular commercial they have, like you remember? I know it was going around on YouTube where they had a commercial called "How to Sell to Black People."
I haven't seen that. What
man, you need to check that out. It's called How to Sell.
Oh, How to Sell.
How to Sell to Black People. This was a commercial. It was a strategy that white people knew due to integration being inevitable. They already had marketing strategies to persuade the black family or particularly the black woman, to spend money in white businesses.
You know what's crazy about that? When you look that up, it comes up with like 100 different how to sell cars to black people, how to sell land to black people, how to sell this. You know what I mean? Like it's like a whole series, like it's like a million videos with that. That's interesting. They got a system, which doesn't surprise me, right? It's something that's common sense that they have a system to target us, with marketing, But that's part of the educational system too, Darrell. When we in school, they teach us how to be consumers.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. And that's a part of, you break that chain. That's what they worried about. You break that chain of education, educational dependence. Now they scared we might be like, okay, you know what? Let's teach in this school by black. They worried about that, So I mean,
but you know who can circumvent a lot of this miseducation that we have in the schools, but they ain't doing shit about it, and that's why I don't. The church.
Oh man, the black church. Come on, D. Darrell.
I'm just being honest, but let's be for real.
Man, the black church
is the black church is the only institution we have outside of education where there's where black people actually attend on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people go, and there's a lot of money that the black church gets. It's the biggest black business, but they're not. If the black, just like I noticed this, and I'm looking at other communities. Like I remember when I was working for this particular agency, the Vietnamese, even though they kids go to regular public schools and other Asian communities, they still have daycares and other little institutions, where they teach their children the Vietnamese way, the Vietnamese history, Vietnamese culture. All of these other little minority groups have, particularly the Asian community, they have these little hubs where they have their kids in pockets go to these daycares and these little schools, and they learn nothing. They learn everything about their culture and history. And so that's why these kids, they're so loyal and to their own culture and so forth, because they have that consistency in and going through that whole situation as far as that cultural education where they see the beauty and the value of their culture based on how they've been taught. We don't have that.
No.
But we have the institutions to do it, but we're not doing it. And to me, the black church should be an institution. Instead of having Sunday school or whatever, they need to be having, that needs to be replaced with teaching black history, black proper, effective black culture, black business, black love, investing with black, learning to work. Those things should be taught instead of having Sunday school or something like that.
I hear you, but the first thing, first pillar of white supremacy, or not first pillar, but first thing they did was infiltrate the black church. They did that back in slavery time, took control of that, and they never relinquished it. That's why, that's why they don't do what you're saying. That's the exact reason why they don't, man. Like, black church. Why do you think the pastors, man, some of the richest people in the black community are the big pastors?
Yeah, the Panthers, man, because see, when those Panthers went in with Bush on that faith-based initiative, that was the end of the black church.
Yeah.
That was the end.
Yeah.
But to me, these churches should be doing this, man. If we could actually circumvent, and I guarantee you, man, if we were to do that, it would change the mindsets of these kids. And when they become adults, everything that they learn will be put into work, and you will see a different type of black community.
You're right. That's probably one of the places, because I'm heavy into spirituality.
Yeah.
So that's part of the reason why I'm conservative, and I lost my way for a while, and then I came back to it. Right. So that's why I'm heavy. I lean that way because I believe in, I believe in God. Some people don't,
True.
That's how it is in the society right now. But the church I gave up on a long time ago, just my own personal beliefs on that, as far as the actual church and where they're going and how they're structured. And especially in the city I grew up in, in Detroit, you'll find a church big as a city block, man, and it'll be in the middle of a war zone. The church is nice as hell.
Yeah, and the community in shambles.
Oof. Vietnam, Baghdad, you know what I mean? And it's like, damn, the preacher got a Bentley,
True.
Let me tell you how bad it is in my city. There was a reality show a couple years back, called Preachers of Detroit or something like that.
Yeah. I saw that with your boy Haddon and all of them. Yeah.
Man, the one guy had a mansion, bro. Like, he had Bentleys, everything, bro.
Everything.
And you preaching in Detroit.
Yep. But
and it's a poor city, bro.
But see, Detroit to me is probably targeted for destruction more than any other city, because Detroit is the blackest city in the country.
Yeah.
80. When you got I didn't even know Detroit was like 80+% black. I didn't even know that.
I don't know if it's still 80 because they've been slowly gentrifying.
It's actually, according to the census in 2000, it's like 82.7%.
What's the new city? They just did the 2020, right? When did that come out? Like next year? The 2020?
Yeah, 2020 doesn't come out until later this year, I think.
I'm interested to know what is, because they've been gentrifying. Bro.
Yeah, but it's still, for the most part, let's say, it's
at least 70.
They said the municipalities of Detroit, it did. Well, you know what? You are right. It went down a little bit, but it's like 80%. It's close to 80%.
Okay, close to 80.
It just went down a couple of points.
Yeah, because they gentrifying, bro. I mean, that's the people getting counted. A lot of people. What you find in Detroit, a lot of people of other nationalities, they don't want to claim Detroit addresses because of insurance purposes. They would claim parents' addresses in the suburbs, things of that nature, so they won't have to pay those high rates. Because Detroit is getting, you get red line with insurance.
Okay,
man, you would pay $300-400 a month for car insurance on one bill. Oh, it's crazy, bro, and it's racial too. People don't know about that. That's something people don't know.
Oh,
They just came with a law to lower that. However, you lose so much coverage, bro. Like, before insurance paid for you, like if you had an accident, it would pay for you if you had to get disability or something or any type of lawsuit. Like they had a fund that the insurance funded you being taken care of, financially. If something happened, like a terrible accident, it wasn't your fault. But they came with a new law where they can lower the coverages and save you a little bit of money, but it's still higher than other states. It's still higher than Louisiana, for instance, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's you talk, and I believe the redlining is to force us out to because that land is valuable, bro. Detroit is valuable. At one point, it was, the #1 city in America as far as value, employment, etc. Right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So that land is valuable. They want it back.
Yeah, they want. Yeah, that's just like in Houston. In Houston, they trying to gentrify 3rd Ward and 5th Ward because that's the most valuable land in the city, and it's owned by mostly black people. Also, I want to just keep in mind Jackson, Mississippi, that I was talking about is actually 78%, 79% black.
Yep.
There's a lot of black people live. I didn't even know that was that high in Mississippi. That's a lot of black people living in.
Oh yeah, I got family there. My mom, I got family. My grandma, Mississippi is where my family comes. The roots. So in Louisiana, of course, from Louisiana to Mississippi from Louisiana, northern Louisiana.
Yeah,
Shreveport, bro. I've never been there. That's what that's what my grandma's family on my mom's side. They from that area. And then my dad was from Chicago. So, like, it's crazy. But yeah, Mississippi, bro, like, so it's almost like Detroit now, 80%, because they started building the suburbs up. So they had like white flight like Detroit had back in the day. They just now going through that in Mississippi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now that's why they're 79%, because everybody's they building these nice suburbs, man, these 5-bedroom houses. You know what I mean? Like they're building it up, bro, and you can get them cheap. You can get them cheap. Like what you pay for a house up north, I mean, you can get for half the price. You can double the house down there.
True. The South, man, it's to me, is not as populous because of the land and the land per person as far as the square. Let's say per square 1,000 miles. It's not as popular as some of these other states in the Northeast, and also I see Flint, Michigan is also very black, 56% black.
Yep.
Isn't Flint where that poison the water and the poison was in the water or something like that? Or?
And yeah, I hate to go back to a topic that we kind of like got heated on, but that's kind of the reason why I was going where I was going with as far as the government. You can't, we could say, look, we wouldn't believe the government to do that. Look at Flint.
Yeah.
I live here. I witnessed that. I live in this area. I witnessed that. So if they can poison your water, you think they can't do other things just as bad?
That is true.
You see what I'm saying? Like what
tripped me out, man? Let me tell you what tripped me out. When you saw the television show, they did like little shows about it on Flint, Michigan. All they showed was white people.
Right. We don't count.
Like, wait a minute, man. They ain't show no black people in Flint, Michigan, man.
We don't count. Like, we ain't even there. You know what I mean? And we the majority. But, D-Darrell, we can't talk about Red Summer. We can't talk about Black Wall Street. We can't talk about Flint, Michigan. We can't talk about Detroit. And think they won't do what I was saying about China. I know it was controversial. And it's hard to fathom. But we can't fathom Flint. Can you fathom them, like, poisoning your water? Like an experiment or something? Like,
yeah, that shit was crazy, man. That was some crazy shit.
So,
man, I couldn't even understand that happening.
Yeah.
And the thing about it, how lethargic they were towards trying to improve the situation. Like, that should have been like a national state of emergency type thing, man. They were very casual about that.
Let me ask you a question. Who was the president?
Was it Barack?
Mm-hmm. People in Michigan lost respect for him.
Yeah, that was Barack. That was. You sure was. That was Barack. Sure was.
People in Michigan lost respect for him the way he did people in Flint.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. I don't blame him because that was messed up. That's probably why when Hillary ran, they lost Michigan in 2016.
And guess what Trump did? Gave how much? Let me see. Let me look it up.
Gave a bunch of aid to him.
Yeah, he gave a bunch of money to Flint.
I imagine.
Flint, Michigan. Hold on, Flint. Financial aid. How much did he give? I think it was $100 million
Oh wow!
to help replace water infrastructure.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Now you know the media tell you they'll try to spin it. Oh, Obama had a hand in that too. Like what? See, they see the media, and that's the thing. That's what I was saying about the media. Media is going to push a narrative. You see what I'm saying? They'll push a narrative, and people will just take, oh, the media's telling the truth. They've been lying the whole time. People on the ground, go to Flint and ask them about, what they think about that whole situation. They were upset, bro.
I bet they were. You can't bathe, you can't drink. I don't even see how people survive, man.
That's not the worst part, D-Rail. They was under that system unknowingly for a while before they found out.
Damn.
So there's kids that are growing up, they're going to be. Now we were talking about Umar with the ADHD and stuff, with the children being medicated and stuff.
Oh, it's going to be an increase in that kind of stuff because it could have had lead. I mean, I don't know.
Well, it was lead. It was lead
poisoning can influence that type of behavior.
There you go. Now see how it all ties in. Now they've created a new group. What if that was an experiment to see how it weighs? Let's do it in Chicago. Let's do it here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You would think like, man, they wouldn't do that. Okay. Tuskegee experiment. Did that not happen?
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So that's all I was saying. When you look at my name, Red Pill, I'm on that conspiracy stuff. Even TC. See I'll tell you something you might not know about TC. TC a conspiracy guy. That's what his name's True Conspiracies is like his channel name, right?
Oh, okay.
So we own that type of stuff. So the reason me and BMT probably hit it off wrong, he don't know I'm a conspiracy guy, right? I tried to calm it down because I know you probably not on that, but that's just how I think, right? I'm wired that way.
Yeah. Cool. I mean, I'm not totally against conspiracy theories if I think they make sense.
Right. Flint don't make sense, bro. Huh? Flint don't make sense. Flint don't make sense.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, if I think it's something, but maybe making sense is the wrong word, but I just think that if it's something kind of far out there where I'm just like, come on, man, you kind of like now you like creating like a science fiction type situation, you know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of people out here that have all kind of crazy ideas for stuff, YouTube is, matter of fact, that's one of the topics that made YouTube popular. That a lot of those conspiracy theory type channels, those were like some of the most popular type channels when YouTube first, started.
But you know what, D-Rail? If I told you the government was going to poison a whole city of mostly black folks and nobody was really going to go to jail, what would you say? Before it happened,
I can't put nothing past this country,
okay,
the government, but it would be hard for me to believe. But a little piece of me would be like, damn, I know that's possible. That's something they would do.
Shout out to Steven. Steven said Obama also made a joke. That's why people's pissed. Obama also made a joke on drinking water when speaking in Michigan.
What he said?
Oh, he made a little joke. I can't remember. It's been so long ago because I've been thinking about. I've crammed my head with so much other stuff.
What?
Yeah, been pissed the black community off in Flint and Detroit.
I know he say something about like, are you thirsty or some shit?
Yeah, he said something silly and he acted like he drank the water, but he didn't really drink it. He's like, "Oh, give me a glass of water." He act like he ain't drink it. Just what do they call it? What's the word for it? Not chastise. patronize the people. I can't think of the word right now.
Oh, here you go. I see what they said. Obama mocked the Flint water crisis.
Yeah, he pissed people. People were pissed, bro. They were pissed. A lot of people.
Yeah, he made fun of Flint water, mocked the people who suffered and died, asking for a glass of water at a rally during his presidency.
Mm-hmm. People took that wrong because they were like, "Where the money at to fix it?" You just get like, look, D the rail. Now check it. Now you'll say this is what I'm saying about when you say conspiracy theories. It's just because you can't grasp it yet mentally. But this is what pissed people off. You give a plane full of cash. You get a plane full of cash to Iran, and then in Flint you can't give money to fix the pipes. You can't give a tent for that to fix the pipes. You feel me?
Yeah. I want to play this right quick. I think this is when he did it.
Yeah, go ahead.
We invest. Can I get some water? Come on up there. I want a glass of water.
You get booed?
I want a glass of water. Everybody settle down. This is a feisty crowd. Thank you.
What the fuck?
Oh.
This is not a stunt.
What? He wet his lips. He did not drink it. He didn't sip it.
See?
Lips.
See?
What the hell?
Yeah, he didn't drink that shit. He told people to go ahead.
And the women say he licked his lips.
yeah, he didn't drink that. That was a prop.
Wow. That was horrible, man. What idea was that?
Bro, these people don't care about us, bro. Like, I voted for Obama twice, man. And I'm like I said, I've had conservative views probably for like 12 years or so. And I've always, and since I've started having conservative views, I always voted. Like, I voted for the governor at that time, Snyder. So I felt really bad because I voted for both of them. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, everybody voted for Obama, bro. You wanted to see a black man.
Who the hell was the mayor of Flint? Because he needed to be fired.
Damn.
That to me,
it was a woman. It was a woman.
Her ass needed to be gone. I'm sorry. She should have been gone immediately.
It wasn't her control, though. It wasn't her control.
Wasn't her control.
They had a city. That's why the governor was in trouble, because they had a financial manager take over the city and took the power from the mayor.
But what about maintaining the infrastructure of the goddamn pipes?
It was their fault because this is what they did, PERIL. They took Flint was part of Detroit water system.
Right.
Detroit was in the middle of a bankruptcy, and they wanted to get us. The governor wanted to get Detroit as far in bankruptcy as possible, so they can make it fast, so they can make sure it goes through. Right. So what he did was this is the theory. Allegedly, he wanted to reduce the revenue coming into Detroit. So Flint was buying water. Detroit's got one of the best. People don't know this. Detroit's got one of, if not, I think it's the best water system in the world, public water system, right? You know, we got the most fresh water, right? Michigan does. We surround it with water, right? So they disconnected Flint from the Detroit River and connected it to the Flint River, which is polluted. It's like GM's been dumping chemicals and metal and cars and all kind of stuff in that river for years. If you look at that water, bro, it's brown. It's straight brown as mud.
Wow.
They hooked that up for drinking water and took it off Detroit River, which is coming from the Great Lakes. Then the reason the pipes corroded was they wanted to save $3 million on Flint budget. So they didn't put the proper chemicals. They didn't put the proper chemicals in the water to, stop it from leaching the lead out of the pipes. They made it
cheap and caused a bigger problem at the end of the day.
Exactly. It costs a multi-billion-dollar problem, over time, because the lawsuits. I mean, it's gonna be crazy, bro.
Yeah, of course it is. Shit. What's up, TC?
You cause
What's going on, bro?
What's going on, man?
Ain't nothing. I'm just hopping in my car right now. Like, I had to rewind the video a little bit because my brother Red said he was arguing with somebody on the panel.
Yeah, him and BT had a little.
I was out of character, man. I snapped.
We get heated. It happens. It happens.
You know what's sad though? When I was listening to it, man, like, yo, we could sit on here. We could talk about all the ratchet, all the gossip, everything, but not knowing basic information like that. The public, like a built like the Capitol building, like our tax dollars pay for that. That belong to us.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do simple. We don't have basic knowledge on our rights. Period. We just don't. We don't. I mean, just
that's what I was trying to say. That's all I was trying to say, TC. When that's all I was saying is like we own that building. If these people, take over.
Not just that building. Look at the buildings in most cities. The municipal buildings in most cities.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bro, it's like you gotta pay for everything. You gotta pay for everything.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta pay to file paper. You gotta do it. Like, bro, where do my tax dollars go?
Mm-hmm.
Where's my tax dollars going? Why should I have to pay to file for custody? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, what the fuck are we doing here?
True.
Going right out the back door.
Right out the back door.
Money come in, go right out the back door to somebody's pocket, but it's not the government.
Don has to pay. I was talking to Don. He was like, "Yeah, I'm trying to raise some money so I could file this lawsuit." And I'm just thinking to myself, like, why the fuck should you have to pay to file a lawsuit? Like, we taxpaying citizens. Like, what are we paying for? What are we really paying federal taxes for? If we don't have basic access to these monuments and these buildings, these offices that we comes out of our paychecks every week or bi-weekly. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Mm-hmm.
And it's sad that you can get into an argument with somebody and they arguing with you, but they don't even know shit like that. Like, what the fuck is this?
I mean, still you can disagree on stuff. I overreacted because I got things. What's going on with me, TC.
Yeah, I know.
I was a little emotional because we argue just like that, but we brothers. We do that. We argue all the time, right? But I was out of character because I usually don't let it get to me. But some people just don't, or they look at it differently. All I was saying was that we got to a point in this country where we, the people, feel like we the guests and the politicians own the stuff. They work for us.
They work for us. The politicians work for us. They're supposed to work for us.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying.
They're supposed to work for us. They're supposed to serve the public. It's the other way around. We're their servants.
Yeah.
Has anybody in that building missed one paycheck this year due to COVID? No. They all got paid. And you got everybody out here waiting for a little $600 stimulus pack.
I ain't even get that shit, man. I'm pissed.
like, hold on. You mean to tell me all this time that, y'all been collecting tax dollars, this, that, and third, the one year that the public really needed y'all help, we got to jump through hoops just to collect pennies, dimes, and nickels. But we got to argue amongst each other. It's crazy. Crazy.
And that's why those people are frustrated, D. Darrell. That's why I was trying to say.
Yeah.
White people look at it different. They feel like, look, they know these things, and they feel like, look, this is our house. And they said as much in the rally, right? But there were some provocateurs that were let in the building, and that was kind of sparking off the incidents. Like that's what they were in there acting crazy. So the people who went in there just taking pictures and stuff, you get lumped in with the people who infiltrated. And that's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, man, because I saw the thing where they was letting people in. So I was trying to figure out, how the hell that happened, that so many goddamn people got in there that quick. You know what I'm saying? That was my biggest question when I first saw it. I'm like, wait a minute, how all these people got in here that quick? Like, they didn't have that didn't make sense for that many people to get into that building that quickly It's almost like y'all didn't expect, you didn't see with all that technology you got that there was a ton of people getting ready to walk up unprecedented to the building. They should have been stopped at the gate.
Hey,
So
D-Darrell. Like, I know this is your channel. I would never do anything to, like, get you in any trouble, but let's just be real. The minute that they objected Arizona and they took the major people outside of that room and back in the chambers, all of a sudden that whole building got raided. Come on.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I understand all of that. But what I'm saying is that it's like, what I'm saying is that
They did what they were supposed to do. What I'm saying is that was all a show.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
If they wanted to prevent that from happening, they would have stopped it.
But the point,
Nothing about it.
yeah, but the point I'm looking at it from is that if that was black people, it would have been a bit. People were saying, because that was the topic that you saw in YouTube. Since that happened, what would have happened if that was black people doing it? You understand what I'm saying? It's the perception of other people can go and do this or have this plan for them. But if that would have been us, you would have seen a different outcome. That's all I was trying to, that was the perspective I was looking at it from. If we would have done that, all hell would have broke loose.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at it.
Two things could be true though, and that's what I was trying to say, and that's probably where everything went left. But because we can't fathom us being able to do it, don't mean that it's wrong to do it. See, it's not illegal to go into the Capitol building.
No, it's not.
We own that building. We own the White House. We own these buildings. That's why they have public tours through these buildings, right? Because we own these buildings. But see, the government will make you think they run you and they own everything. No, you are there because I put you there. We own that building. So these people have the right to go in that building. Something like this happened in Michigan. I don't know if you remember. And they showed on the news, oh, look at these guys yelling at cops and carrying weapons inside the state capitol. Remember that? They were able to go in there because the people own the building. You see what I'm saying? And that's all they were yelling. We own this building. You work for us. That's it. And that's true. But the reason we have the Constitution, right, as a society, supposedly, right, is if let's say if a tyrannical government did take control of this country, we have the right to defend ourselves. That's why we have Second Amendment. What good is a Second Amendment, D-Darrell, if you never use it?
True.
So we're gonna sit, and that's why I was talking with the China thing. I'm like, we're gonna sit here and let China take over. I wasn't saying, I was saying hypothetically, right? That's their goal, and they don't have to bust a shot, bro. If you got people if you got people in government who are sympathetic to your goals, you don't have to go to war to take over. You see what I'm saying? Versus if you have somebody that's against you, maybe you would go to war to try to, take over certain things. My friend KG, our buddy KG, he's from Canada. China owns so much of Canada. Bro, you would be surprised how much they own in Canada. They own the oil, the biggest oil company. They own all that. They own land. They own, man. So if all you got to do is look at Canada and the control they have over that country, you think they can't control the United States like that, man? Hey, look, these people sold us out for years, like as far as our community, bro. Look at Black Wall Street, right? Rosewood. I love that movie, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Anytime we had a thriving, that's a true story, by the way, but anytime we had a thriving community where we had wealth and excellence, they burnt that bitch to the ground. They bombed it. They bombed Black Wall Street, bro. You know what I'm saying? So nothing's out of the realm of possibility in this country. We just forget. We so traumatized, D-Darrell, that we like, oh, that ain't gonna happen. But we so shell shocked, we don't look back and take a second and say, damn, they did that. It's so many incidents. Think about this. It's only 100 years, right? How many things have they done to our community in 100 years, bro?
Did a lot.
You see what I'm saying? So it's really not us, I was just looking at when I was saying the things I was saying it from our perspective because I don't give a damn about the other perspective. You see what I'm saying? Like I was just talking from our perspective what our threat would be. Because we don't control if they take it or not. Regardless if we disagree if they can do it, we don't control that. That's that's the powers that be problem. They got to deal with that. We would just be collateral victims of the situation. But man,
damage.
I didn't want to use damage because we don't, you know what I'm saying? But
that's the reality. Shit.
You're right. And trust me, bro. You don't spend $30 trillion on something unless you want some return, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, look at the basic things here in America, right? You could say I own a home, I own land, when you really don't own shit. You're paying taxes on that. You're paying taxes on land. Now, that's not everywhere. If you own land in Africa, certain parts of Africa, you own that land. You don't pay no taxes, no shit like that. But here in America, if you get delinquent, they come snatch that shit right up.
You ain't even gotta be delinquent, TC. They got something called
what you say?
You don't even have to be delinquent. They have a government protocol in particular.
Right. Listen, they showed there was a story here in Philly where the son, the son of this couple, he had sold a nickel bag of weed outside of his home. Right. It wasn't like he was selling drugs outside of his house or nothing like that. He just so happened to have a nickel bag of weed and sold. It was like right outside of Philly. They came and took their property and said that and deemed that house a drug house.
Wow.
Like what?
Now that's crazy.
Hello? Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm here.
Yeah, that's one way, but they have what's called and guess what? There's only certain countries that do this, but the United States has something called eminent domain.
Yes.
The government, yes. Yeah. And I know that law personally because Detroit, we had something. Let's go back to the black communities that were thriving.
That's how a lot of the properties got taken away.
Exactly. In Detroit specifically.
Yeah.
In Detroit, they took the largest, most wealthy black ran community called the Black Bottom. It was confiscated using eminent domain by the government, and they built a wide 6-lane freeway right through it.
Wow.
All those black businesses, black homes, mansions were taken. So we underestimate. See, this is the reason why we keep getting screwed over, bro. Because we underestimate the viciousness of our government all the time. Oh, they won't do that. They won't sell us to China. Why would they sell us to China? Shit, why do they do that? I have the things they do. Because they want to. You know what I mean? Like, they don't care. They don't care. They rich already, right? It's like LeBron James, right? LeBron James said, oh, man, why we ain't go out there and do something? LeBron, you live in a mansion. You're a billionaire damn near. You see what I'm saying? It's easy to say when you're on top, right?
Yeah.
So that's all I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to be far out there. And, like I said, I didn't have my faculties in order as far as my emotions, but I was just saying we got to expand our mind and we have to start seeing what's coming instead of reacting to what happened. Right now, we keep reacting to what happened. We reacting to Flint. We should have saw that coming. We reacting to Black Bottom. We should have saw that coming. We reacting to Black Wall Street. We should have saw it coming. Okay,
what
can
we really do though? What can we really do?
Dr. Umar, that's why I kind of respect Dr. Umar. Right? Well, we got to start educating ourselves. We miseducated, bro. The fact that, and I'm not saying you do the rail, but a lot of other people in our community, I'm on Facebook and I see people, oh, they went in the Capitol. The fact that we don't know. Now, we can debate if we're, like I said about the 3/5 rule and all that. We could debate whether we have the same rights and liberties. That's a debate. That's up for debate. But the fact that we don't know that American citizens are supposed to be able to go in that building.
Yes, it's a building.
The Capitol, any of those Washington buildings. Okay. except certain parts of the White House. You know, they're off limits, right? Deservedly so. But as far as the Capitol, that's the people's house, right? The fact that we don't know that in our community is a lack of, we don't have civics no more in our schools. What are they teaching us? They don't teach us civics. They don't teach us
That's a good question.
right? How can we be politically aware when they don't teach it? But if we had our own schools like Dr. Umar wants to do, we can teach it ourselves. We can know how the Constitution works. Wouldn't it make sense? Who should know the Constitution more than anybody, D. Rail? A black man. You know why? Because a black man is 8 times more likely to have an incident with the police or the legal system. So if you knew the Constitution and the law, you can avoid certain legal pitfalls that we keep getting hit with.
Facts.
That's why they don't teach it, bro. That's what I was saying. What's up, Steven?
What's up, Steve?
The fact that we don't know that.
Hey, what's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
Hey, I was just following along the conversation. I was gonna say, in regards to, you were saying, Red Pill, that the Capitol building is, that's the people, the citizens building. Mm-hmm. That's true. It's a federal building, and our tax dollars goes towards that. But in terms of the room that they were trying to gain access to, they were particularly, they were clear that they were not supposed to be trying to breach that particular room. Mm-hmm. That's where I think that they were able to go throughout all those other areas perfectly fine. But, the girl ended up coming up dead because they ended up trying to come into that room. Mm-hmm. So, you have to be respectful of the rules that they have set at least,
Absolutely.
But,
and I never disagree with that. I was agreeing with the fact that they're saying, why do people go in there? Because there's people.
Oh, yeah.
You can go in there. Right. Now, nobody said you can hurt somebody when in there. Now,
what about Antifa being armed?
I don't think they were armed in that.
They weren't even armed. They checked people before they even got up to the rally, because the media, the reporter actually said that they had and she was on air, said that they weren't they were letting off what's that gas called, tear gas, or what is it called,
pepper spray or whatever,
whatever gas it was. And she was complaining about that on air, and she was saying that they weren't allowed to have gas masks at the rally in that area. So if they weren't able to have anything even such as a gas mask, why would they be able to have any type of ammunition or a gun or whatnot? So that doesn't make sense at all. A lot of this stuff is like it's coming out after the fact, I think, to add to, the hysteria of it all. Mm-hmm. In my opinion, it seems like that's the case, because what I was seeing from people's social medias and whatnot, I saw something completely different. Mm-hmm. So I didn't even see or hear anything about a news. I just heard about that today. So I saw on mainstream news, they were reporting about a noose. So I was like, the hell? Yeah, they were reporting. What was it? It's like on MSNBC, they were saying, there was a noose that was outside of the rally, on public display. And I was like, there were black people in that crowd. So I didn't hear anything about that whole day. But now today, that's like a part of the things that they're adding on to it. So it sounds like they're just piling on things.
I believe it's a distraction. Yeah. And that's the conspiracy theorist in me, believing that this stuff was kind of assisted to distract us from something. Now,
well, I don't think it's conspiracy theory. It's not conspiracy theory to know what our government already does.
True, and that's the way I feel. But a lot of people don't look deep into things, and that's why we do have heated debate, because a lot of things that we think are conspiracy or we're taught that are conspiracy are really facts. It's just the stuff that maybe we don't know or we don't care to look into, because our government has been staging different incidents for a long time. You know, they just
Right.
way to keep control.
You know the thing with the riots that were happening as a result of George Floyd and whatnot, and that reaction that they were happening in like almost every American city.
Yep.
There were actors, fake actors that were involved, that were federal agents that were there to to try to escalate to provoke and escalate the situation. And that's proven that they were like I think it was a white guy that was a federal agent that set fire to that to one of the buildings
in Minnesota. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. There's that, and then so it's not fair for us to say that that they can do that to us, the Black community, that they can be fake agents, come in and make us look bad in our community, but they can't do that on the other side to another community.
Exactly. Yep.
You know, we're not the only ones that they do that to. They do that they do that because they want certain agendas that are favorable to them. And if it's outside of that, they will, they'll try to damage you. So there are fake, there are actors that were involved with that rally, I believe.
Yep.
So,
He's 100% correct. I mean, it's divide and conquer, Stephen.
Yeah.
They got the Black people mad because they infiltrated our community and did that. Then they infiltrate the other community, got them mad.
Right. And that's why I'm thinking is like, that's what they decided to turn this. See, they're stopping people to come as a united front, because that's where your power is. That's where you get your strength, is unification and coming together as patriots. We should not be divided based on our skin color in terms of fighting for what's right, in terms of doing what's right, and things that in terms of the government and making sure our government is doing what they should be, making sure that they are being held accountable, but what they do is that there's distractions, and people fall for it. They fall for these race baiting distractions. That's one of the biggest hindrance in our country, and why we can't get people in there and the government to represent us, is because we have all this fighting about stupid stuff that's made up.
And that's kind of the point I was making, D-Rail, with the Reagan thing.
Yeah.
The narrative, it's called narrative. They make the narrative so it's a controversial black or white issue, instead of just looking at it as face, right? You can assume he means certain things, but the media spins narrative because they want to keep us divided. And Malcolm X, I always go back to Malcolm. He's one of my favorite leaders all the time, right? Everybody, I'm assuming you love Malcolm, D-Bro. I know you do.
Yeah.
You love Malcolm. Malcolm, one of his things were, he went to Mecca and he saw that people of all races and creeds were worshiping the same thing. And that changed his philosophy, where, man, we all people. And when he came back with that philosophy is when his community ostracized him. When I say his community, I mean the Muslim community in America ostracized him. And he later on ended up, untimely demise. But that's when he became a threat, when he started preaching that, hey, we need to work together. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what they don't want. They want us separate. They want us saying, now, you can say, hey, we don't need to be separate when it comes to holding our government and our country and our world accountable, and still be like, look, that's all good, but bro, we need to educate our own children. Now, that's a right. That's a human right. We can educate our own children and build our own communities and still be able to come together and work together to, make this world a better place. And that's all I was trying to say, and it might have got misconstrued. Like, man,
we was going all over the place. I mean,
all over the place, right here.
We was kind of navigating through a lot of areas. We was kind of, getting the show started, but I definitely hear where it's coming from. It just,
No. It seemed like I was just listening to it, but it sounded like it was just like more like anecdotal things that were where the disagreement was, because be honest, I don't agree with the Reagan thing. Red. I think that that Reagan was intentional in terms of how he meant that.
Right.
You know, all due respect, but that's in my head, that's how I think. But those are things that are anecdotal. You know what I mean? Like we can, you know, we don't all have to have agreements in terms of everything, but on a high level, we know what's going on. We can be in agreement, and we can work together, and we can realize and acknowledge what's really going on.
True.
The bigger picture.
Different perspective.
Because all this little stuff. All this little, you know, this little shit that doesn't matter at the end of the day. Who cares?
Yep.
It's the bigger picture. It's like the high level that matters, you know?
Hey,
that's how we get to change.
Right. Have y'all seen that documentary? Is it the Common War with China?
No, I never heard that.
Y'all need to watch that. D. Darrell. Watch that documentary.
The Common War with
the Coming
War.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny you said that, but I just watched a documentary on China about a month and a half ago. It was about how China became a world power.
Yeah.
And it highlighted back in the 70s how China slowly and progressively changed the way it did things, and how it, you know, became more industrial. It got away from a lot of different things, and it wanted to be more competitive on the global market.
Mm-hmm.
And it showed how China slowly, you know, became it wasn't something that was done overnight. This was something that was done, took like 25 years to get to that point. Like they started revolutionizing things in the 70s. They started seeing things coming to fruition around the mid 90s. Mm-hmm. And that's when things started really getting into play, but they changed up as a lot of the things that they were doing culturally, economically. You know, they kind of gotten away from some of the even though it, you know, it's communist, but they kind of loosened the reins on a lot of different things. And so forth, you know, and they predict by 2050 they'll be the world's largest economy.
Well, they started becoming more open to interacting with
the world,
with people on other countries on the international stage.
Exactly.
Instead of just because the way China, I think it was just 30 years ago, China was the way Africa was, you know, 15, 20 years. That there was a very poor, you know, a poor suffering, you know, country that had a lot of issues economic wise. People were dying of hunger and whatnot. But what they did, they started to industrialize themselves, and they started doing a strategy, which is essentially is a copycat, and started coming up with a lot of these corporate, like Samsung copied off of Apple. So they have a lot of copycat things that they've done. That's why what has become, you know, successful for them. They are you know, replicating others' success, and they're seeing it happen themselves there in their country.
Yeah, but they're doing it illegally.
That's true. They're stealing intellectual property.
Yeah,
allegedly. Let me say allegedly.
Well, shit.
Allegedly for everything.
America been doing that to black people since before.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
If black people, if we were able to just keep all the intellectual property we own, we'd be some of the richest people on earth.
Are you talking Americans or black people?
You still are.
We
just had a lot of our resources.
Black people, but I'm just saying,
we're
higher than what we are now.
Yeah,
Black Americans are in a bad position. There's Black Africans that are rich as all what. But that's something, you know, they keep us separate. Like Pan-Africanism is right connecting with our brothers, right, all over the world. But they keep us separate from our other, you know, ancestors.
Well, you know, right. With that though, I don't know if about, you know, they, like when we say they, who are we talking about when we say they keep us separate?
It's more of a system than anything. They have a system keeping us divided, because, you know what I'm saying?
Now the thing is that I notice with a lot of people that are successful, that are, you know, that are from the continent. They tend to separate themselves and completely completely consider themselves to be a completely separate thing from, Black Americans that have been here for, since slavery.
True, that is true.
So I noticed that they don't want to even interact with us, because I would have thought by now that there would have been at least one African country that would have came along to and try to appeal to Black Americans and offer dual citizenship to us or something.
Right.
And see what's going on.
And you know what? That's the argument that I make to a lot of Pan-Africans who are stern, and is that the fact that now what I can say, there are some African countries that do want us to come and invest our money there and do business and make some concessions for us, but that's not enough. I need if you want me to invest, like there are a lot of channels on YouTube, particularly Ghana. And
Ghana's huge. I've noticed that.
Particularly Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, and Uganda. But I'm like, unless you're gonna offer us some citizenship, I'm not gonna take you serious. Because it's like, because there are a lot of people that we need to repatriate, leave them. I'm like, no, I'm not leaving here. Why would I leave to go somewhere where I can't be an initial citizen?
Exactly. And another thing is, it's like, there's a lot of horror stories that people don't include in those videos that where they are getting scammed out of their Black Americans, from the other parts of the diaspora going over there, and they're getting swindled out of their money. They think they're buying a certain amount of land, and 2 weeks later, someone else comes along and like, oh, this is how you do it. You got to do this, So, there's bad situations that can come along with that too, because everything's not organized. Not to deter anyone from going over there, but like D. Durrell, what you're saying, like I agree. What sense does it make if you're not offering anything tangible for us, like, and even giving us citizenship to appeal to us? Why would we go over there and try to build up your country? We got building to do here, and we've been here already for a couple centuries, so we're still there's still work to do here. So my great-grandparents had been here. They died here. We have history that's here, and we have work that needs to be done here. But you got to put you gotta speak a little bit more to us and try to appeal to us a little bit more than what they're doing. It doesn't seem like they're interested in doing that.
So I'm interested to hear what Poetic Flocka got to say. He's a first generation American, so.
Yo, real quick. Listen, man, I just want to say that Ghana has offered dual citizenship. You feel me, right? So when y'all say, yo, you feel me, like no African country has offered it, that's not true. Ghana has offered it, right? Ghana even said, yo, come back during the month of return or during the year.
But who funded the year of return, right?
Who?
The United States put $24 million into the year of return.
Yeah.
Funded it.
And then come back and get citizenship then. You feel me? Like, right? Like,
but
fine,
the thing with the Flocko, I understand with the citizenship. I seen where Ghana was putting that out there, but they are not making any. There's no other. There's certain rules that you have to you have to do to be able to to apply and to be accepted to get that citizenship. You have to have a certain dollar amount in whatever business account if you there's just certain things that you have to have before you can meet those qualifications. Those qualifications are no different than if a European from Sweden comes over there and wants to get dual citizenship, is what I'm saying. So they can say that to a Swedish person as well. There's nothing different that they've done.
Well, no. Here's what's different, right? So Ghana will pay your rent for 1 year, right? Feel me? Because you come back, get adjusted, feel me, trying to find a job. So again, right, citizenship is there for you, feel me, right? But niggas just don't identify with Africa, So there's very little we can do.
Poetic, the most egregious thing about Africa in this country is the imagery that we're shown of Africa going through the American school system. And that's another reason we need, African schools. Africa is beautiful. right? But we're shown images of just wilderness, or lions and tigers, and poverty. They don't show us the real Africa, right? And that's while there are some colonization, there are some instances of poverty and things of that nature. Africa's got beautiful cities, bro, and things of that nature that they don't even show us over here, Flacco.
I blame niggas for that though, right? Listen, bro. Listen, right?
Mm-hmm.
If niggas, right, have Google, have Facebook, have everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck aren't they taking it upon themselves? So you feel me? Let me go,
No, but you don't.
that.
Understanding is that's been inundated in our culture as kids. Before this is generations of this. This is just now. If you want to say for the Gen Xers and people young as you and younger, that would be true. But when you're talking about people that are 30, 40, 50 years old on up, we didn't have access to all of that to go on the internet and go look up African as far as the geography and all that different stuff like that. All they had was what they put on TV and then what they put in the books.
Just true, right? But
Yeah.
Pete, right? Listen, right? Pete, right? So look, right? So before we came here, right?
Right.
My aunts, my uncles, grandparents, they all brought us and all together for one reason and reason only. And they said, do not go to America and turn to those, and turn into
African American.
Yeah, right. Stay away from them, right? So we got that in. We
That's
came here, right? And totally changed up our perspective and said, well, hold up, these folks aren't as bad, right? So right, if we can do that, y'all can do it too.
But who's saying that we're not doing that? I mean, that's kind of underestimating what's going on with Black Americans. There's a lot of Black Americans that are more well-read now than they were 20 and 30 years ago. So I don't really agree that everybody believes that whole thing about Africa being like sorry about the way you're saying. I don't really agree that a lot of people
nowadays, yes. I'm just talking from my life experience growing up.
Right. Yeah, I know. But we know that there's stuff and there's tons of videos that are out there on social media that shows a different Africa. So not everyone believes that is what Africa's like. And what I'm saying is that from the start, I don't hear like African Americans talk, Black Americans that have been here, since foundational Black America. I don't see them talking about don't talk to those Black people from Africa as you do from people that immigrate here.
What? No.
I don't hear that much.
Tariq Nasheed definitely says that shit. Listen, bro, those FBA has definitely been spreading a division message, right? Saying, yo, hold up, we are different from them. Those motherfuckers, we don't. Even Dr. Claude Anderson said, yo, Africans.
But Flocka, you just said that your parents told you not to, before you guys got here, not to talk to them type of Black people, don't get involved with them. So you just said that's what, and then there's plenty of accounts where a lot of just about every African person I know that moves here, they get told the same thing. So on the scale, what you're talking to in terms of Tariq, that might be something that is newer, but that we're talking about generations that tell people that on a large scale. So,
I can say, right?
You have to be open to the fact that does exist. That they do say to stay separate from us, and and they abide by the white supremacist image that they give people in their head about who we are here. Mm-hmm. So the same way we have to be open about Africa, y'all have to be open to us and not fall for the lie that they created.
Yeah, right. But listen, right. People. I've never met one African that's like came here, assimilated, and been here, like who still thinks Black Americans are bad people, right? It's older Africans in freaking Africa, right? Who has never been here? Who's being told you guys are just horrible people by, by again white supremacy, right? But once we come here, we now treat you guys like our brothers, and it seems like we are not getting that same love back,
Well, okay. Well, I'm gonna say this. Well, I'm gonna just say this quickly, Flacco. I mean, but let's look at it from this standpoint, Flacco. I'm gonna say this: what we've done for you to come here, because if it wasn't for us fighting in the civil rights
exactly,
bill, that would made it. We made it a point that part of because there was immigration and integration added in.
It was for everyone.
And it was for every black person in the diaspora, particularly Africa, to have an opportunity to come here. And if we didn't,
because y'all weren't even allowed to come here.
Before that happened, Africans were not allowed to come.
Well, we're banned, yeah.
Yeah, and so, but when that happened, Africans were allowed to come in the 70s and so on in the 80s. So what we're thinking is that being that we sacrificed lives and so forth and added that, had the state of mind to add that to being lost so you can have the opportunity to be here in brotherhood with us, we need something similar for us to go to Africa. We need something that say, at least you can offer citizenship within 2 years or something.
But Ghana offering that,
Yeah, but what about Senegal? What about the Gambia? What about Nigeria?
They offer the same thing, the same citizenship as they would a white Frenchman.
No, not Ghana. No. Not listen, right?
The guidelines are the same.
Right? So listen, I can, for example, right?
Because that's the region.
For example, Liberia, right?
So I'm talking about the regions we come from, the region that African Americans come from, all those countries on the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Should be offering us that.
So listen, right? So listen, right? So look, I can say,
especially Nigeria. Right? A lot of us have connections with that country.
Listen, right? So look, y'all are right when it comes to, for example, Liberia says like we don't give a fuck. Ain't no motherfucker coming from the States, right? So Dave they have fucking banned like all forms of dual citizenship, all forms, right? So I can understand that, right? But if Ghana is offering you guys different packages and trying to make you guys more comfortable coming back, why don't you say, okay, cool, Liberia ain't doing this, Senegal ain't doing it. Let's start with Ghana, which is, bro, listen, Ghana is probably like the 4th most developed country in Africa, right? So listen, man, you don't want to go to no fucking Senegal, right? Like, nah, but listen, bro, Ghana right now is developed.
So hold on. So let's tackle this. Anybody from Africa, there is no state in the U.S. that you can't go to, that you can't tap into the government, get food, that you can't tap into to get financial assistance. At one point, blacks couldn't even utter or even dare even have that type of access. A lot of blacks here died for that. A lot of schools and stuff, a lot of us had to get either burned alive on the buses, shot, robbed, beat, raped, all that. It's crazy that we're hearing that you should be thankful that you can go to this place, that place, or that place. When coming to the U.S., you can go to any place. You can go join the military and go jump up in citizenship and different. We can't do that.
Right.
We can't say, you know what?
And the thing with that is that that's like saying that
we're a continent, though, bro. Something right? Like, listen, right? Like, we're a continent, right? So again, you can compare like one country to a continent, right? But again, one country has said, you know what, bro? We understand the plight. We understand the struggle, fam. Y'all come back and join us. One country has said that. Why not just go ahead and embrace that country?
Hold on.
And work on, work on other countries later.
Flocka, the United States is a continent. Do you think every state in the United States gets along with each other? Have you not been watching 2019?
It's a country, bro.
We haven't. Our states haven't been getting along with each other. The states are right now more divided on since COVID.
You could if I wanted to go see D or Stefan or maybe Red Pill, I couldn't because if I was from the Carolinas and I said, I want to go to Detroit. Oh no, you're from Carolinas. You can't because of COVID. Mind you, same continent. I can't go see him. Or if D Darrell has property in doggone where Stefan is at, he can't go there because of the state lines. Like we have boundary lines that we can't even cross even today because of these doggone stuff. Y'all don't have that. Y'all don't have those kind of things. I don't know. But the thing about it
These are
is,
continents, bro.
hold on now. We have been seeing foreigners outside of the U.S. come here, raise their children, and their children be in political positions in the U.S. Show me the African American child that went to Africa and is in a political position of power, making laws and rules. I will wait.
Sure. So cool. So here again, right? Liberia is a country where African Americans has dominated our political system for years. Right? Why? Because y'all were sent back to join the natives, right? And you guys have power for a minute, right? For me, right?
No. So tell me the person that's in power.
No, pause. Right?
Flocka.
Wait.
Let him get it out, BMT.
Right? Wait. Listen, right? So like, pause. Right? So listen, right? So African Americans, went back and applied Jim Crow and segregation laws. In Liberia, we have to fight to be equal to you guys in our land. So like, we understand that aspect, you call it of our dynamic, right? And that's why Liberia ban that shit, right? But Ghana is saying, yo, we are a country that's embracing you guys, right? Bro, I agree. Americans should be able to go to any African country and get citizenship. But right now, that's not the case. So why not just say, you know what? Let's focus on Ghana, which is a country, and let's work on those other countries later. Why not? Right? Like, why not plan? A mass migration back to Ghana.
So
why focus on other shit?
Explain to me why since you're Nigerian, so explain to me the reasons Nigeria wouldn't offer us that deal, even the same deal that Ghana's offering. Is there a particular reason behind that?
Nah. They're wrong for that.
Okay.
Right? But again, Ghana has offered it, but again, I haven't seen no mass migration back to Ghana, right? So again, right, if it's being offered and not being taken up, then like, what's the point?
I know. I wanted to say something about that. Ghana.
Would you agree that we should have an easier pathway than any other immigrant?
And Ghana has making that possible. Yes.
Like I know some people that moved to Ghana. By the way, it was a heavy movement in Detroit back in the day. I know a couple in particular that moved to Ghana when they retired. So people have taken advantage of that.
Yeah.
It maybe not in the numbers they foreseen or they want.
There's YouTube communities that have that's what their channels
are
about.
Big. That's big on YouTube.
So that's a lot. Yeah. That are in Ghana right now.
Okay. Nah, bro. Listen, bro. Like again, right? So I definitely see that, right? But again, like there's not like a mass migration happening. So my thing is this, right? If Black Americans or I'm not going back, we call it in like droves and masses, then like then like what would change if those if those other African countries open up their policies too, right? Like here, so do you think right that Black Americans will start going back in droves and masses? Freaking Senegal open up their policies. If I don't know, Kenya open up. No, listen, nah, bro. Africa right now, listen, bro. I'll be honest. Africa right now, bro. I wouldn't go back and live there. Feel me, bro? Right. So right now, Africa is just not developed, enough to sustain a certain lifestyle that you guys are used to here. So I just don't see the importance of it right now. Possibly in the future, you feel me? Once we get our stuff together, right? But right now, bro, like, I think you guys like, are crying over something that's just not important, bro. Bro, like, there's nothing in Africa right now that you guys can say, you know what, bro, I'm missing out on, right? So I definitely feel like possibly like once we, work on certain, like once we work on certain issues, maybe y'all can come back and enjoy a certain lifestyle, man. But right now, bro, like it's probably good for it's probably good for pictures, vacations, but 2-3 years in, you call it back home, it's gonna be
Do you hear,
a
Prophet,
very
do you
rude
hear yourself?
awakening.
Do you hear yourself right now? Like you just said, we're not missing anything. You have a flag. A lot of us would die to say we have a flag to fall back on. If they were to say, or like how Red made the comment, they say, when they say go back to your fucking country, where can us as African American descendants of slaves say, oh, well, sure, I'll gladly go back. Come on, D. Come on, Steph. Come on, Red. Let's go. All right.
Go,
We don't got nowhere because
go back to
our
Ghana.
slave probably is gone and get now. When y'all see, it's not that you said that. It was just it kind of put its taste in my mouth because I'm like, damn, like, it's like y'all telling us we should just be thankful. Like, I'm surprised, like, Africa always be trying to tell us what we should be doing. I'm like, well, when do y'all start coming up with with all them little riches and billionaires that y'all have over there? When do y'all come up with a reparational fund for African Americans in the U.S.? But y'all jogging on the system that we made. I want to know, when do y'all make reparational funds to fund us to get reparations?
I've never heard no African trying to tell back. Listen, bro. African as a collective, then, bro. Like we stay our asses and mind our business in Africa, right? Listen, like, right. So again, right. No, pause. Listen, right. When Claude Anderson, right, invited Africans into the conversation by saying, "Yo, Africans should pay us reparations." That's when he invited us into the conversation, right? But we were minding our goddamn business, right?
What?
Claude Anderson, and he was the one he called it, but it started, with that bullshit, right? Talking about Africans should pay reparations. For what? For what reason should Africans pay reparations?
Why not?
It's freaking ignorant.
Why not?
Why should we tell us?
Why not? I mean, Americans.
There is no reason.
Hold on. To be fair, as African Americans, my tax dollars are going to Jews. I ain't had shit to do with the goddamn Holocaust, but I'm paying the Jews. Why shouldn't Africans who sold, and it's documented in history that you sold African Americans to slavery to the Caribbean? Why should y'all not pay us some type of money or stuff toward African American suffrage? Why should y'all not pay us?
That's not true. Africans didn't know.
Can I speak? Can I speak? Peace, everybody on the panel here. I just wanted to chime in on a few things, kind of give a little bit of understanding to the topic we're talking about here. The reason why a lot of African countries have no connection or feel the need to do reparations or anything for Black Americans is because a lot of the biggest ongoing fact that's been out there is that a lot of Black Americans came from Africa. They never came from Africa. So when they start these movements to get everybody to return back to Africa, and there's kind of dissonance from the other side where it's like, well, we don't want them over here because a lot of many African countries, they know the history that many of the Black Americans that are in America did not come from Africa. So there's like, that's why they look at it as almost like it's different. It's a whole different thing. If you look at the official numbers that they tell you at the slave trade, they said something 50 million, so much people were trafficked. Now, out of that 50 million, less than 8% made it to American shores. The rest of them all went to Portugal, Brazil, and things like that, down South America. So if you're telling me what they want to do is most Black Americans are actually natives. They're native Blacks. But they want everybody to reclassify themselves as being slave property. When you reclassify yourself as being slave property, then they don't have to give you anything. You were just forever written down as a slave or property. So they don't have to give you reparations. So that's the biggest trick. What they want all Black Americans to do is all of you say that you were all Black Americans, but if you can go and find do your own history, your familial ancestry, most people will be able to find that they are not coming from Africa. There are some, a small amount that did come over from Africa, but it's very, very, very small amount. Nothing to the amount that they've let people believe.
KG.
You know, I wonder, do the Jews have to do
I
this?
disagree with that.
I got to find out where I'm from.
Yeah, the Jews did have to do with that. The Jews did have to do with
So
that.
why do we have to do that? Why we got to do that?
What do you mean? Why do we? I mean, each individual person should have to do that. That's how you find out your case. What they try to do is they want everybody as a collective of black people to say, "Oh, we're all
We
slaves." So
all
then,
ain't the same. We all ain't the same.
The majority of
exactly,
us
We
are.
are
exactly,
not the same. Yep.
exactly. So
We all,
a majority of Black Americans that were actually descendants of slavery, they
ain't
went
all
back
of
to
it.
they went back already.
But
That's when they created the country
That's not true.
Liberia.
That's
that's
That is
a
historically
true.
incorrect.
That is
that's a
true. When they
That's a
created
fact.
Liberia, and
They treated
Sierra
us like
Leone, they
slaves.
gave you three options of
That
places
was
that
a
you could
small
go.
portion.
Bro,
That
Freed
was a
slaves. You
small
could go
Americans
to
portion of
treated
Nova
the
us like
tribes
Scotia.
slaves
that
when
did
they came
that.
to Liberia, bro.
Well,
Americans
before,
treated us like slaves, bro. Bro.
I
We
know,
couldn't
I
run
know
for,
that.
listen,
I
bro.
know that
We couldn't
Americans
run for office in
treated
our
them as
own
slaves in
land, bro. We
Liberia.
couldn't run for office, bro. Listen, right? We couldn't own freaking property in our own fucking country, bro. We couldn't
I
run for
know
office in
that.
our own fucking
wow.
country, bro.
I
And
know
y'all
That's
guys
that.
think
I
that
know
we
that.
making fucking
Why are you getting mad? I'm saying that. I'm saying that.
reparations. Come on, no.
You're
Not you, KG. Right, listen, yo, right. So Claude, right, listen, right. So when nut ass Claude fucking Anderson talking about reparations, bitch, are you fucking stupid, nigga? Y'all men are slaves in our own fucking country. Please talk reparations, nigga. Fuck that nut ass shit, bro. Listen, yo, we're all fucking equal, right? Yo, come on, man, yo. Anyway,
that part's
That's
definitely. But I'm just saying how they split people up.
That did not come from
I'm just
me.
saying how they split people
That
up.
didn't come from me. That came from that dude. That wasn't me, Flocka. We were talking on something different. I don't know what you We were talking something different. So the thing about it is, first off, we had kind of discussing me and D. Darrell and different other brothers. Majority of descendants of slaves did not go back. The ones who did go back got treated like shit. The ones who did stay,
No, but the majority of the descendants of slaves didn't. Okay, majority of the descendants of slaves did not come from Africa. That's the first part that they get you.
Wait.
Yes, majority of black slaves in the South and all that were not Africans. There were not people that came from Africa. You can look it up. There is not one. There is not one. There is not one remaining slave ship in existence
Let me ask you
today.
this question. Hold
The
on,
first
brother.
slave ship that came to America that they tell you only had 20 people on it. So if you're going to tell me that millions and millions and millions of people came over, it's a complete lie. Exactly. There never was millions of people.
That is historically incorrect. You're lying. No, brother. No.
How am I lying? There's
First of all,
okay. Tell me. Okay, I'm using the official numbers. So show me a record. Show me a record where 50 million people came to America. Show me a record.
Darrell, there's too many people in here.
This is my platform. Let me get my thought.
All right. Yeah, sure.
Since you want to talk about indigenous, name me the tribes. Name me the language. Name me the culture.
There's many tribes. There's many tribes.
Since you hold on, wait a minute, listen. Since I've never everybody that uses this indigenous argument can never give me a language, can never give me a culture.
Okay, Cree, the Cree people. The Cree people are the Seminole peoples of Florida, Southern Florida, Mississippi has the Nacetasian. No, if you look at pictures, yes, they're Indians. They are Indians. If you look at a picture, pictures.
Integrated into those.
If you look at pictures,
we integrated into those.
All right. Well, if you can find slave records, if you can find slave ship records, my friend.
Those people are not historically African. Those people are not historically African. That's
But this is okay.
Okay.
Those are native peoples of the land.
Darrell.
Wait, so you saying you don't believe that we came on a boat?
I've been waiting for a minute. We were having a conversation about something that wasn't even that deep into it, and I don't know where it went left in terms of where the yelling went from. But we were simply, it was only a couple of us in here. I don't know, but there we were talking about why aren't certain African countries appealing to us and offering us something
reparations
something to us. Yes,
right.
Offering something to us in the Black diaspora. That's what.
And the reason why they are not is because they don't actually owe anything to a lot of Black Americans.
That is a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie. And you have no historical. You have no historical back.
Yes, I'm about to give you. I'm about to give you the historical evidence if you would like. If you would like, I can give you the historical.
Indians. Those are not Black people. Those are Indians.
Okay. So how do you define a Black person, sir?
if they benefit
How do
from
you
something, that's
define a
where they
black
are.
person?
A person
Lord
that
have mercy.
is a descendant of the continent of Africa. A
Okay,
Negro
then
is
that's a
a person
lie.
that is a
That is a
descendant of
lie. Because
Africa.
do you know who
That is
created the out of
That
Africa
is not a
theory?
lie.
Do you
That is
understand,
not a
sir?
lie. That is
Sir,
not a lie. You don't know
okay, sir.
science.
I do know science. I'm about to give you. I'm about
You
to
don't
give
know
you the
science.
people. You can look it up. You can read it right
No, you
now.
don't. No, you
I'm
don't.
not into arguing,
Because
matching, saying
again,
my opinion.
you're
I can
using
tell you the exact people that created it.
you're trying to use that argument, and you don't have the historical background.
I'm trying to give you the
Just to say
historical background, and then you're just saying I'm
claim,
lying.
I'm
No, I'm not
indigenous.
telling you
Yo,
anybody
please,
can claim.
one at a time.
Hold on, D.
What
It's
does
not
that mean to
productive.
say I'm indigenous? What
Okay.
does that mean?
Calm
Being
down, brother.
indigenous, what does indigenous mean? What does that
Indigenous means native to the land that you were on.
mean?
That's
So
what indigenous
that
means.
means you're native.
Indigenous does not
Hold on.
denote a race.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me finish. Again, I ask you, and I ask you simply, can you give me these black tribes? So these were black people. Give me the names, the language, the culture. Can you show me some
Okay,
paintings?
Choctaw Indians of Louisiana. Of Louisiana.
Indian people. That is not
You
African people.
black people to Native
Wrong.
Okay, but this is what I'm.
I
This is
know
okay, but this
Choctaw
is.
Indians. I'm from Choctaw Indians in Louisiana. That's wrong.
Yes, that's what
a
I'm talking
lie.
about. They were black tribes. Okay.
You're trying to add they
No, I'm not.
integrated. The Choctaw
No.
Indians integrated.
Yes.
Yes,
Right.
you are. You're lying and you're wrong.
Okay, I'm not lying. I'm trying to give you historical fact, but you're just yelling over me. I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling. I have no reason to be yelling. I'm not lying.
And you're not.
Okay.
I don't give a
Okay,
damn
sir.
if you like yelling. No, you came up here.
Hold on,
listen, brother.
Okay.
You came up here
Let
to
him
give
cook.
a
Let cook though. Let
narrative.
KG cook. Let KG cook, man.
Narrative, and it's unsubstantiated.
I'm not giving a false narrative. I'm trying to show you the facts of my narrative, and you're just yelling back at me. It's okay.
Every indigenous tribe that you just mentioned are all
Yep.
Indian people. Those are all Indians in which we integrated into. Those are not black tribes.
Can I get in here?
Let KG speak though. Let KG speak though.
No, hold on. Wait, let me finish.
Okay.
I'll destroy everything you have to say with one simple fact that everybody can go look up and see. I'm not into the argument and your opinion, my opinion. If you look in Columbus's logs, Christopher Columbus. Okay, I mentioned one tribe. There's many more. There's many more. But you said that they're not black. You're deciding that they're not black based on your opinion.
They're not black. They're not.
That's in your opinion.
Not black.
That's in your opinion. That's your opinion.
No, that's not my opinion. That's
okay.
That's the historical.
Okay, sir. We can use. I'll just keep the straight historical facts that it doesn't involve with me, you, or your opinion. I'm about to give you one historical fact that it's irrefutable. You can go look it up.
You don't
It's
believe
easy.
that any black people that were black Americans here were misclassified? Dero, you don't believe any black Americans that were here could have been misclassified at all?
Yes, we were.
Misclassified? What do you mean by misclassified?
Misclassified as that we were once indigenous to this country, and they were misclassified us.
How can you wait, brother? Hey, listen. How can you misclassify somebody that basically, when you look at as far as their phenotype, is drastically different? How the hell are you gonna mistake that? Let's use some common sense. What you came up here to do was to try to say that black people in America have no tie to Africa, therefore we don't deserve reparations. That's what you came here to do.
No. I disagree with that.
From a genetic standpoint, you cannot prove that. And you name 3 Indian tribes that are not black tribes. Okay? Every time I have this argument with somebody that talks about this whole thing about being indigenous, you can't name me anything that points to the fact of them being uniquely a culture or a group of people that practice a certain way of life. All you do is say you just naming stuff that don't make any sense. But go ahead. Let's talk. Go ahead.
D-Durrell, that's the point. That's the point of all this, is that it's to create dissension between people about our reparations argument. That's the purpose of all this, is so that we don't get the reparations that we're owed.
Let me talk. I'm native. I'm on this panel and I'm native. That's why my name Red. Can I get in here? I've been trying to get here for an hour, y'all yelling and arguing. You know, I've been through that before, so I apologize.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
And my partner Nay, and that's one of the reasons why we do a podcast. Me, TC, and Nay do a podcast called Super Woke. Nay she's from Louisiana, by the way, D-Darrell, and she is from the Atacapa tribe in Louisiana. She just put it in the chat. There she go. Right. And my family, I got Seminole in, like, as far as Seminole, right? Oh my God.
I am qualified to talk about this, whoever said that, because I'm a historian. Literally, that's my job. So I can talk about this stuff. All day with this stuff. But I'll let you speak, Red.
But yeah, so that's why I was trying to get in there. And a lot of black tribes are scattered. See, our history, bro, has been flipped. This goes back to us going through this white man school system, bro. Like, they could basically strip our history and re-tag it to somebody else, bro. We were native to every land. Okay.
Exactly.
Period.
But we were not in great mass. We were not in great mass
We
to the North American continent.
We still not.
Yes, we had millions of black people in America. Millions of black people in North America.
No, we did not. No, no, that's not true. Give me the evidence.
Who told you that it's true?
To show that they were Negroid living.
Look up the mound. Look up the pyramid mounds in Louisiana. Look up the pyramid mounds in Louisiana.
Give me the evidence, brother.
Look up the pyramid mounds. If you stop yelling for a second and listen to what I said, look up the pyramid mounds in Louisiana.
No. Give me the evidence.
I am giving you evidence. You're just yelling.
No, that is not evidence. That's not evidence. You just stating something out of your ass. That's not evidence.
How is that not evidence? You said show you evidence about people that were here. Look up the history of the mounds in Louisiana. The mounds and the people that made these towns. The people that were native to. Okay, and those are black people. Those are black people.
Are you calling them black?
Those were not black people. No, they were not. They were not.
Yes, they're melanated peoples. When Columbus described the people that he first encountered when he came here, he described them as melanated peoples.
Wait, hold on. So let me get this straight. You got to ask the right questions, D.
Okay.
So because they are melanated people, they are automatically that the African people that we're talking
about. If you're speaking on just African people, that's a different concept. If you're just speaking about African slaves, melanated people were all over the world. Every continent, every country you can think of, the first people were melanated people, right? So technically, yes, everybody comes from Africa at some point, right?
Okay. Now what we're talking. So what we're talking about, the ADOS people here, right?
Right.
What we're talking about is our group of people that were brought here. We didn't immigrate here on our free will. We were brought here as cargo to work without our permission.
there were some that were brought here. Yes, I agree with that. But my main point and what I was trying to discern is that a vast majority. May I finish? May I finish my point or not?
African people were stolen.
Nope. Incorrect. There are no numbers to prove that. Incorrect.
14 million. That's historically documented.
It's historically documented. 50 million people came across the transatlantic slave trade. Only less than 8% came to America. How does 8% of 50 million equal 14 million? Please do the math. And if you really want to go to a thing, there is not one ship. There is not one single slave ship in existence today.
What you want to do is come in here and try to discredit the history of
No, I'm not discrediting it. I'm showing you how partially you've been deceived. No, I'm showing you how partially you've been deceived. I've done the research myself. I spent 10 years.
I'm not letting you get away with that. No, you're not.
You do know there's a slave. He does a slave ship called Jesus, right? There's a slave ship called Jesus, right? And also there was a letter signed by.
I'm not putting up with that, man.
I know.
I had a dude do this before. Every time we talk about something about reparations, we got somebody pretending to be black that's white that'll get up here trying to use some white supremacist.
No. D-Darrell, hold on. Let me get in here because I got into an argument earlier. We probably would have argued if I told my views on this, but that's my partner. He do a show with me. He's not white. He's black, bro. That's TC's boy too.
That guy. You sure he's for black people? But I didn't feel.
That's my. I know him personally.
You sure he's for black people? I mean, I'm sorry, man. He's very suspect. He's very suspect. I'm sorry.
That's our boy. We know him. He does a show with me, Red Pill Show. He's on the Red Pill Show.
He sounds suspect, man.
He's Jamaican. He's Jamaican.
So question. He's Jamaican. So he's Jamaican. 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 He Okay, so hold on. Let's hit at that. So let's hit at that. You
Mhm.
have this guy who is black, who is speaking anti against African Americans who live in this continent about us getting reparations.
No.
So we
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. Look.
no. He was against reparations. He was saying why he said we can't get reparations.
Yeah,
No.
he did.
Anybody,
He did say that we weren't owed
From Africa.
reparations.
no, he said we weren't owed reparations. Now he's Jamaican, but
I
he's
know.
saying that we can't get it.
I know.
I'm trying to figure out why he's saying it.
Hold on, but hold on, chill out. This is how we got into the argument.
I do apologize.
Let each other talk, brother. Look,
my bad. Go ahead.
I know his stance on this because it's my show partner. Because I got a similar stance. Reason my name is Red is because I have Native ancestry, right? Mississippi. A lot of people. He from Louisiana. So he knows. A lot of people. I know you do. You probably too. You from Louisiana. You gotta have it. So that's very prevalent. My other partner, Nay, we do a podcast together, me here at TC. She said, wow. But Nay the Great she's from, Nay, what's your tribe again? She's from Louisiana, by the way, Darrell. So we all have Native, me and her, we got Native ancestry, right? Now, and I also got some African ancestry because on my mom's side is more, I think they got more African. I gotta trace my DNA on that side, but on my dad's side, for sure, Native, right? Native Black, or whatever you want to call it, right? So all he's saying is that it's the premise of the reparations. You could get reparations if this land is, you're indigenous to this land and your land was stolen from you. That's kind of what the argument for some of the, like the Jewish people with Israel and all that. This is way back. They felt their land was taken from them, right? Who knows if it's true or not? Not saying it's true or not, but that's a way you can get reparations. Think about it. If you hear somebody come kick you off your land and enslave you, you can get reparations for that. But see, if you ask for reparations, let's say if we all got together, right, and we asked for reparations because we were bought from Africa and we can't prove our origin.
Except if you're Palestinian.
Palestinian?
Yes. Yeah, except the Palestinians, they don't get any reparations.
That's a
contradiction there, but sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's a show for another day.
It sure is. That's why I said never mind. Keep going, Red.
Yeah, that's man. That's
a show for another day. But my thing is this, man. The problem. This is where you lose me on the indigenous argument. Okay, is that every time you name, nobody can name me an African tribe. Because let's see this whole thing. Yes, black people were the indigenous of every land. Okay, yeah, that is true. But at the time that slavery happened and occurred in the North American continent, there were not, even if there were some indigenous Africans that were on this continent, they were not many of them. And to me, my reference point, do anybody know of a historian by the name of Runoko Rashidi? Anybody familiar with Runoko Rashidi?
I've heard the name, yes. I haven't read his work.
I would. Who is a prominent black scholar and a person that his whole focal point of his scholarship is obtaining historical fact and artifacts and skeleton bones and so forth and evidence of black people being in other continents outside of Africa, and that's all he does.
He
talked about the presence of black people. Huh?
Did you say it was what? I missed the word. I missed the word. Did you say it was skeptical?
I said his scholarship. His scholarship is based on uncovering different artifacts as far as art, clothing, different artifacts and things like that would link black people to being in other continents outside of Africa. And he was able to find that there was an African presence in the Americas. However, that presence was very small. It was not a large presence. And so my thing is that hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. No. I got let me finish. And he said the same thing for particular in Asia, particularly in the Americas, a lot of those Africans that came from Africa to the Americas, when they came here, they integrated into those tribes, and then from a genetic standpoint, they got consumed by the majority race that was on that continent. That happened in Asia and that happened in the Americas.
But it
So
happened way
I can't
before.
I don't get this whole thing.
And two things can be true, D. Darrell.
Say what?
Two things can be true, right? Like even with like my people, right? You can say we travel, we discovered this land a long time ago and integrated with different race of people or whatever. Let's say that, right? But what all we're saying is that all of us did not come over here on slave ships. That's what they tell us. The one aspect of white supremacy is to make a group of people.
Where'd you come from then? Tell me where you came from.
Well, I'm saying,
where did you come from? If you didn't come,
go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm done.
Where'd you come from? Where'd you come from?
No. What I'm telling you is
if
that
you didn't come, if black people in America did not come through slavery, I want to know where you came from.
No, I said all black people didn't come from slavery. A large percentage of us were already here. But see,
that's not true.
Doesn't mean we didn't come from Africa.
Evidence of that?
Doesn't mean.
Where's the historical evidence of that, brother? That's
you
all
think
I'm
this
asking.
land was? Go ahead, bro.
Okay,
so
one of the
evidence. I'm not asking about what I think.
So one of the things about it that I think is kind of concerning to me and D. Darrell is that if people who have those talking points, I would want to know why would somebody like D. Darrell or I want to sit at the table and talk with them about reparations? Because around certain ears, that would be anti against us getting reparations.
I mean,
why would they want?
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
That's my point.
I'm just saying.
It weakens the argument.
I would never want those people at the table talking about reparations.
And you know what? I probably wouldn't be at the table because I'm for reparations. Trust me. Now, how we get there, we might differ on opinion, but hey, that's why we gotta have these discussions. We can't shout each other down and fight each other and argue, and we gotta be able to have these discussions of different opinions. You might teach me something I don't know, Darrell, but you gotta let us have the discussion. I mean, everybody's not.
Yeah, but he got emotional when I disagreed. Like he couldn't obviously be wrong, and that's the issue that I had. All I asked him was a simple question to show me some evidence, and he couldn't do that. And he named three Indian tribes. He did not name. My thing is that so you're telling me this I'm just hear me out, Red Pill. So you mean to tell me that those the indigenous people pretty much were not independent of themselves. They basically were part of other native Indian tribes. Is that what you're telling me? Because that's what he was implying.
Well, I mean, go ahead.
I'm just saying the thing about it is, if it's supposed to be like a school of thought where y'all just want to talk about maybe, I don't know, probably about, hey, how we can learn how to be independent, that's fine. We can have that conversation. But if it's something like talking about like Dr. Claude Anderson level of reparations, and we're talking about funds and stuff about that, of things owed to us from just the past, I think that's a different conversation that everybody shouldn't sit at the table. Like, that would be something where, okay, we done talked about independence in the U.S. That's cool. All right. Now, this would be the conversation where we would have everybody else leave, and me, D, and Stefan would probably sit down and have the more so of the ADOS conversation, where the rest of everybody else would probably need to see their way out. Because if it's coming to talking about indigenous, that conversation, that's something that I've, from the people that I work around or study with. Now, I'm Geechee Gullah. You understand? I'm not sure people even know what those are.
Yeah,
Those,
hell yeah. That's
okay.
tribal.
Now, for somebody to come talk to me about, well, you've always been here. We'd be looking at them crazy, like, the fuck you talking about? Like, we're actually recognized by the United Nations. So I would wonder how he would tell me about my existence, and we literally are right now we're trying to build back up. So
BMT,
I would understand. Right, go ahead, man.
North Carolina. You from Carolina, ain't you?
I'm in the Carolinas.
Oh
So
yeah, that's Geechee.
so
Man.
like you can't. So I like that's so in a way I feel some type of way. But when he was talking about this stuff, you're talking about my background. I'm not no damn Indian. I know exactly where I'm from, right? Like we know where we're at. So that's where I'm looking at it. Like, okay, if it comes to reparational talk, there's different conversations of pools of where some of us blacks we can talk on some stuff, and then other talk it's time for other people to probably step out, and then we just talk about it in-house communication on stuff. Like because then everybody can't go to the same table to talk about reparations. That's just a fact. It's not disrespectful.
And that's fair. That's fair.
That's fair. We're just being respectful. Like what the brother Stefan was asking about the Africa and the reparations with Flock, that was fairly, he was asking about, hey, my people, we came from this location. I want to know what reparational funds I can pull from Africa. He was asking a fair question. But somebody saying, you can't ask for that. You're not, hold up, bro. You don't know his lineage. You don't know his strike. So you can't say that to him. Well, I'm a historian. Well, congratulations. You don't know him. So it's kind of like, I can't tell you or anybody else. Y'all find out, like, hey, last time I checked, I don't see a bunch of niggas walking through the casino getting that damn casino fund. I don't ever see them asses showing our asses off.
BMT, that's part of the deception, bro. Yeah. They bought a lot of those people that they call natives today are Mongolian in nature.
The Mongoloid people.
Yeah, they're Mongoloid.
And I was thinking, like, why can't both things?
Yeah, they are.
True,
that's
though?
true.
Why
That's right. That's correct.
Why can't both? Why can't they?
But they're negative to this country, though.
Of pro reparations, they can. Why can't they be
both
both
true. Both
under that umbrella?
They are. I believe both are true, Stephen. So that's what I'm saying. We're different. Look, we're large. What the main part of white supremacy to me is convincing that all black people are the same people because they're categorized as black people. We all one family, but we got different tribes. We've always been that way, right? Like we have different tribes of people, right? Some of us, that's a fact.
Right.
Just like all white people ain't the same. French people are different from Italian. Now they stick together for number purposes, right? Same way we do, right? We all lumped in, but we're different tribes of people. We're melanated people. I hate saying black, bro, because I'm not black. I'm more red than anything, right? But my mom black as night. You know what I mean? I'm red because my dad red. You feel me? But we're considered black people, just like Malcolm X. What? Detroit Red, right? He's a red dude, but he's black. You see what I'm saying? As far as that essence. But that's just a word they use to define us, right? But we're all people of the sun to me, right? We melanated. But you can have different tribes, people who feel like people who came from Africa on those slave ships, they should negotiate their reparation argument themselves. We don't have to be one group. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean that somebody who thinks differently or feels different, they have a different.
But what I'm hearing is that there are people that don't want to come to terms. They're trying to deter the fact that they're descendants of slaves. It sounds like they're black. When they make this argument, it's like they don't want to come to grips that their ancestors were enslaved. It's like they're ashamed of their history. That's what I'm hearing.
Darrell, what it
that's
sounds
that's exactly what I'm hearing.
Darrell, where I was getting.
That's what I'm hearing.
Where I was coming from. Well, I was hearing back from, at least from KG and Red. You know a little bit more about KG than I do, but when what he was saying though, I agree pretty much with a lot with what KG says, but when he makes that argument saying that most people did not make it over here in terms of the numbers that he's doing, what he's doing, it sounds like he's dismissing like our suffrage that we went through. as Black people and what we went through as slavery. It sounds dismissive, and in terms of the argument of reparations, that's just what it comes across.
Let me step
on
in, Steven. He has a heavy Jamaican accent, bro. Like, if I didn't talk to him all the time, he wouldn't know. He annoyed me sometimes listening to him on the air, but I'm used to it. He just has a heavy, if somebody has a heavy accent, when they might say something that I might say, then people might not get offended by, right? But he has a heavy accent. But
I didn't hear a Jamaican accent. What I heard was that he was
Canadian.
saying that
I didn't hear that either. I heard it sounded like a white man, to be honest with you.
He's not white though. He's
That's what
blacker
it
than
sounded like to
everybody.
me.
I don't feel shit from that.
Blacker than everybody on this panel, bro. He blacker than everybody.
he was a very well spoken.
No, I'm just saying. No. I hear that, but it sounded like a white man. That's what it sounded like.
But what I'm saying is that there was something there that it was dismissive of us and what we went through in terms of part of our history.
But
Two things can be true, but also you can't. It's not fair to dismiss a part of our history, because we have. I have ancestors that died, and their suffering that they went through in terms of slavery in this country, it should never and will never be dismissed. And people will be held accountable for it. They will be held accountable for what they did.
But Stefan, the thing about it, and this is the thing that blows my mind. For him to be a Jamaican, and for them, I thought they fought in revolts and all that shit against the parliament and all that shit of the crown and shit. So when they didn't have no problem bucking against that, I always get irritated when us as Black African Americans talk about, give us our fucking check. Oh, y'all are just cattle slaves. So hold the fuck up, man. Take that energy over to your people. We don't say that shit.
There's so much pushback with us with reparations. We get more pushback with our people with reparations than with any white people. First off, we gotta get past our people.
I'm gonna let y'all continue, but I'm gonna be out for a second.
Right. I wanted to kind of talk to you, Darrell, but I think y'all kind of misconstrued. I know his argument because we talk about this on my show all the time. He didn't say that he just said percentage of people that came to North America. He wasn't talking about a lot of people went to South America and other lands over here in the West, right? That's what he was saying. He was saying that only a certain percentage came to North America. And he wasn't being dismissive of reparations. He was just saying that if we went to the table all as one group saying we all from a certain place, it could be inaccurate, and they can use that against us getting record. That's what he was trying to say. Which I agree that certain,
So he's pro reparations, then? So KG's pro reparations.
We talk about.
I did not feel none of that shit.
I think you're missing, hold on. You're missing his argument up with Flacco. Flacco said it wasn't him. Flacco said that Africans shouldn't pay you reparations.
Yeah, Flacco was like, the hell with y'all. Flacco was like, fuck y'all, what y'all been through?
Right.
Like, we don't give a damn.
He didn't say that. That's what.
Okay, but it was for him. But here's in front of white people, right? When you say something like that, to say, well, y'all are always here. They're gonna be like, oh, really? Who are you again, sir? Yeah, we were always here. We were indigenous. Oh, so y'all weren't? We didn't wrong y'all. Y'all were always here. So when you have somebody like that, we're looking at like, who the fuck let him in the courtroom? Like, who let this guy in? Like, the fuck are you, dude? Like, oh, I'm a historian. No, you're not. Of whose history? You ain't telling my damn history. But I don't know where the fuck you pulling that shit out your belly. Like, no, dog. Like, everybody knows that shit. But then you coming in saying some baloney shit that talking about 10 years. I mean, do you run that shit to the Jews? Do you run that shit to any other group? Yeah, we were always indigenous or the chosen children of Israel. Like, nobody says this crazy shit, but leave it to a nigga to be a nigga at the right time to fuck it up for everybody else. I tell you, everybody can't get to the promised land. We all can't get there, man.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
So when all right, so what's the argument? Because from what I was hearing, when Flacco came in, he was saying that Africans should not have to pay reparations. And on the other side of the argument is, well, y'all actually help sell off some Africans. And I guess KG said, well, not every African that got on those boats, like 8% only made it to America. where did the other 42% go? Was they going to different lands to be
All over the
slaves?
world. Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
was they going to different lands to be enslaved also, though? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so with that being said, then Africa should pay reparations.
Thank
But
you.
KG didn't say that.
Thank you.
Michael said they shouldn't pay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
We
Flacco was saying that, and based on his,
They
based
jumped
on
on
what,
KG like he said it. Like KG said, everybody.
no.
no, I
What
thought I heard that KG
what
say no, but I don't know. I
No,
might have
no, no. He
misheard.
said.
your friend your
Yeah.
friend of your podcast was saying that we were indigenous to this
A
place.
lot of us are though, BMT, as far as, and when we say indigenous, we discovered this land. I mean, everybody originally came from over there, right? Came from the east.
Now,
BMT, have you heard of the Olmec
yeah,
statues in Mexico?
yes, I have.
Okay, so where do you think the origin of that is? Just out of curiosity.
So and I actually got to do some study up on that. Some of the people from South America that were down there
Mhm.
during some of them, they were traveling up, like they were traveling up through South America,
Mhm.
and they started doing stuff like building, and they would come back, say that they found more stuff, and they were doing migrating. Also, it's also been shown that some of the Mandarin from Pangaea, from when they had the bridge, came over came over on that landmass, and also came over here. So there are have been there, and they've also been able to prove that off of
Mhm.
finding different artifacts. So I will give you I'll give you that. But the Almacs and the stuff that they've been finding, those and some of the structure and the things that they were using down there, you could find some of that further down in South America with the Aztecs, and some of them. They reference that some of their people did go up. You see what I'm saying? They go up further up north, and but some of them never came back.
Wait,
You understand
wait.
what
Are you when you say that? Are you referring to the people that are that the people from, and that's actually Central America, where the
I'm saying?
Olmecs
Right.
is? But are you mean that they traveled to go to Africa? Or are you talking about Africans came to Central America, to the Americas? Africans. Which one are you referring to?
So when we're talking about this, because we talked about this when we were I went to a private school for this.
Yeah.
So at the time when the landmasters were more connected, and when the landmasters were more
Yeah.
connected, we
Pangea.
went
Yeah.
okay, so we went over to the east. When you're talking about Asia and the islands were more connected. Now around the time of the great when we had more of the freezing of when we had the big freezing of the Great Bridge. Now some of the people were nomadic, and they traveled over, and they ended up in Alaska. They ended up in Alaska, and that is very possible. Now they could have. Now they came down, and they traveled down to find warmth. That right there is, if you're talking about we became indigenous, you're talking about them. If you're talking about them Indians that came over there, that came over, and they were doing all that. I would want to give you that so much. Hey, y'all can have a nice day. Yeah, I would want to give you that, but and they probably started settling down into warmer climates. But as far as it going about all the stuff about African Americans, we were brought over here many years later. The people he's referring to came over through the Great Migration. That's literally, you can look that up, for the Great Migration that traveled across the land bridge and started to settle down in warmer climates in the U.S.
Okay.
They settled in the
BMT. So
U.S.
are you saying when they
Hey,
came
Red,
over here
Red, I got
across
a
the
question
land
for you,
bridge, were
Red.
they already black? Were they already black when they came across the land bridge? Is that
Yep.
what you?
Were they already black when they came across the land bridge? I mean,
Yes.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'll give
Hey,
you that.
Okay.
hey, Red. Hey,
But
Red, I got a question for you, real
I'm giving
quick,
you that.
Red.
yeah, go ahead.
Um, you said something about and I know what KG said, and I kind of believe it also that we were already here before the slave trade.
Oh yes.
Now you were saying something about your father. So would you say that um reparations should be not only for the Africans for the Africans that came over here, but also for the natives of this land.
Right. I mean, and that's why I was saying we can agree to disagree. We can say that people who were bought here during the slave trade, they got a different case because they were bought here then. The people who were here before the colonizers.
Okay, now I know you don't like this guy, but does that mean that Joe Biden was right when he said what he said?
Oh, what did he say?
He was asked the question about reparations. He said, "I'm not doing reparations unless it includes Native Americans."
And see, they never tell you who the Native Americans are, right? The ones that there's a story about $5 Indians, right? They got
they already received
exactly
the Mongoloids that they put. See, and that's another part of white supremacy.
We haven't gotten any reparations. They've already received it. They have land.
Yeah, he
don't even have
said that this year.
But see, that's the thing. There's a difference.
So that's where the confusion. That's where the confusion comes into play.
There's a difference between Indians, which is what the label they gave these people who they put as Native Americans now, versus being native to this land. And that's where the confusion comes in. They grabbed this group of people who are non-Negroid and gave them land, gave them resources, gave them the ability to govern their own land and have these casinos and all that, just so they would just so they wouldn't have to give it to people like us, right? Who feel that they were here before these people came, right? So two things can be true at one time.
They can be true at one time, and also just so you know, BMT, there is within the last 2 years, the Shawnee tribe, they actually had been paid reparations, and they are these are a group of black people, 20 some odd black.
There's many tribes
that petitioned the Shawnee tribe, Shawnee Nation. And they got accepted into the tribe and received reparations through the Shawnee tribe, and these are black people.
Exactly.
Now, okay. Now
that's kind of what I was trying to point at earlier, Steven, because a lot of it. I wanted to kind of just some people got me misconstrued with what I was saying earlier. I think it was BMT. You're saying about how you are you're Gullah Geechee from the Carolinas there. Yeah, there are a lot of groups like that. I know the history of the Gullah Geechee. You guys definitely came from Africa and things like that, built your own communities. The thing of what I was trying to explain before Diderot was kind of arguing with me and yelling at me, when I said about 8% of the official numbers.
Look, you about to spark another argument. So hey, look.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to
Just
at all.
want to let you know I'm letting you back. Okay.
No, I just wanted to clarify what I was saying, so I'm not misconstrued. That's what caused the argument before, because I didn't get to even finish what I was saying, and that's why. What I was saying is I wasn't saying that all blacks. Oh, okay. What I was saying is that not all.
Just get to the point. Get to the point. Thank you.
Come on, D. Come on, bro. Like we just
get to the point.
Huge fight earlier, and I feel bad as fuck for doing it.
No, but I just asked the brother to get to the point.
Man. That's my point. That's
go ahead, KJ.
I think I see what's going on. I think I see. Okay, so what you're pinpointing on, because I got.
You didn't even let me finish speaking, so I don't know what you're saying that I'm pinpointing on. I didn't get to finish my sentence.
I got you, because when y'all asked me about the land bridge, and I thoroughly I traveled the world, and I wanted to go find out everything, and I am Gullah Geechee. So I get what you're talking about, that yes, there are groups long ago that came here. However, we're now looking at the groups that we know that are documented on ledgers inside of catacombs where they held slaves at the port. We're looking at those ledgers and those documentations from different countries that acknowledge that, hey, now African slave treatment is different than what they view the world slave treatment of the European model is different. When a slave in Africa, when a slave is a slave in Africa, you have a chance to rise up into integration into the village. Okay, I've seen that,
especially in the Portuguese system. Yeah, they did have opportunities to ascend in life. That's true.
However,
when they thought that they were saying, okay, we want your slaves or your people. Oh, okay, cool. But when they found out through Shaka Zulu and different other leaders start saying, yo, these motherfuckers are not doing what they're doing with our people. Like they're actually doing some whole barbarianistic shit.
Right.
We try to get them back. That's when the stealing and the robbing and the cannon fire, which literally was documented, that
The
thousands
fighting.
Yeah,
of African warriors were slaughtered trying to get back Africans because, like Adida was saying, they were being stolen and being raped and killed and brought onto the
Yes.
ship. Now,
Yes, that all those bad atrocities did happen. Yes, I totally agree with that.
now, in looking at that, what Stefan and Dee were saying was, hey, that part of our people, which we are the survivors are, we would like our reparations. Now,
Some of you are. Some of you are the descendants of. That's it. Some of
now,
you are. Not
okay,
all,
now,
but some. Yeah.
so here's the thing about it. Let's
Mhm.
play. We can do this. Let's take slavery out. Let's take slavery out. We could play the cards of Red Summer, the Devil's Punch Bowl, Jim Crow, and we will still be over trillions of dollars.
Yep.
Redline. We will
Oh
still be
yeah.
over
Oh yeah.
trillions of dollars.
Tuskegee experiments. There's many plights that we've had. Like yeah, I
So
understand that.
when D Darrell is saying that yo, it's owed to us on this talk, like I guess you're talking about on one situation, but what Stefan and D Darrell are talking about are on a totally different talking point, which your friend with Red even acknowledged, hey, that may be the conversation that y'all are not for. That may be the conversation that we can talk about some of independent stuff, but
What do you mean? I'm totally for it. I believe that black people have faced many atrocities in this world.
Right.
Many atrocities. Like I'm maroon. I'm maroon Jamaican. My maroon people in Jamaica. My literally my family, my heritage. We're the people that fought. We're the only ones other than the Haitians to fight off all the colonial powers. That's how we got the control back of Jamaica.
Okay.
We fought off the
But when it
French, the
comes,
Spanish, and the English. So I understand all that. And even the slaves that they sent, the Africans that they sent to Jamaica, they sent them there specifically because they were the unruliest of all the plantations. They couldn't
Jamaica's
handle
still
the other
commonwealth,
plantations, so they
though.
sent them to Jamaica.
how
Huh?
would you as a Jamaican feel if
Hmm.
I as I as an American were to say, hey, y'all should not be asking for the British Parliament
I never
to
said that.
You didn't say
I never
that.
said that.
no,
I never said that. Flacco said that.
Flacco said
Flacco said
that.
that.
no,
The
I
only
didn't say you
point.
said that.
Okay, the point where everyone started yelling at me is when I said Africa, and the African nations, they may object to. I'm not saying I agree with this. I'm saying they may object to the payment of reparations because many of those places, people have to understand too. At the time when this was going on, racism and all this stuff, it didn't exist. So it was a system based off of it was economic system. So they did economically pillage those countries. They took people, yes, but at the same times, some of those nations, their leaders benefited for that. That's who became the kings and things like that. They did benefit it. So objectively speaking, the African nations in a way were kind of they benefited from it at the time. Not saying it's right, it's still morally it's wrong because you're subjecting people to the harshest of conditions and the rudest of treatment that nobody should be subjected to. I was just saying for that point where that's why some African nations feel like don't feel like they should owe reparations to Americans specifically. Now, if we're talking about reparations being paid to all African people that suffered through the slave trade, that's a different conversation. Because then there's the diaspora, there's all the people in the Caribbean, all the people in really and truly who should get the most reparations is South Americans, Brazil. Brazil got more than half of all the people that got sent into the slave trade. Brazil got almost all of them. Most of them went to Brazil in South America. So if you did it based on that, then it's like, okay, well, then you're gonna look at which percentage got the most slaves. Then you get then you'll look at it. America got one of the least. 8% of the 100% of the slave trade, 8% of those slaves ended up in America.
And
so then
there goes
that's where it gets sticky when you start to break down the numbers, you know.
So there goes our problem of where we're finding out we're not really good.
Y'all are including other people that me and D Darrell and probably Stefan.
We're just
We don't
talking
give a fuck.
about
I'm not even worrying about.
We're not
Okay.
even giving. We don't even give a fuck about. We don't.
Right.
We,
Okay.
I-
Oh, no,
I
okay,
mean,
but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
that is
saying.
at the tip of our tongue. We don't even care. I honestly, that's
Okay,
their fight.
that's fair.
What
That's
we-
fair. That's
now,
fair.
what we are talking
That-
about is here.
But this
We're
is what I'm saying.
Let me
This
say
is what I'm saying. The other places and their fight, it matters to you if your fight matters, because it's like this. If it no,
No,
but
it
if
don't.
you
We're relevant to each other.
okay, well, it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter to you, if it doesn't matter to you guys, then good luck with your play and your things, because you're never going to understand the reality of what everything was going on. If you're going to say that your
That's why
plight is worse than
that
other
very
countries
statement
that were
alone
fully
that you're
enslaved,
saying
it's
makes
going to
me
be
very
hard.
suspicious of who you are.
Well, you can
Effectively
ask me
saying
exactly
that.
who I am, sir.
My thing is this, bro. You're trying.
Mhm.
Hold on, wait a minute. Listen to me. No, hold
Mhm.
on.
Mhm.
I let you speak, and I ain't say one word. I ain't say
Okay.
one word. Okay. Now, my thing is this: the reason why we're saying that we have to tackle things from separately, because a black Brazilian has to deal with the
Mhm.
Brazilian government. The
Exactly.
African American has to deal with America, with the United States.
Okay.
Just like Jamaica was trying to get $250 billion of
Yeah, from the
reparations
UK. Yeah.
from British. That's separate.
Yeah.
I have nothing to do with that. I
Right.
am independent of that. Now, if I had anything that I could do to assist them or any form or whatever, I'd be more
It'll
than
be
happy
great.
to
Yeah.
assist any group of people. But their issue is independent of my issue, because I can't go
Understand.
around and try to my position is
But if you're
to
talking
sue
about
the
the
British
defendant,
government.
if you're talking about the descendant of slave argument as your basis for this reparations, then that part, yeah, it does. It has to kind of align with other people. If you're just talking about
But we have
the treatment of black, if you're just talking about the treatment of blacks in America, then you have a great
you want to
argument.
talk.
You have a great argument if you're just talking about blacks in America.
That's what we need to be talking about, because
Exactly, and that's the strategy that we're using.
Yeah, I mean, look, let me say something, D. Darrell. Slavery is where it gets controversial, because they split us up and sent us so many different places. I mean,
Yes.
we're one people, but we're different people. You know what I mean? Like we different tribes of a collective one, right?
Yeah.
But
And that's what people need to understand.
That's the toughest thing about slavery, bro. They ripped us all apart and sent people here and sent people here and sent people there. And then you did have people here already that came here however they got here, right? Before
then they reclassified.
And they got enslaved too. They enslaved people that were here already too. So that slavery thing is brutal, right?
Yeah.
But what we can agree on is the atrocity.
So again, okay, if that's the argument, all I'm asking for is if let's say these native indigenous black people that lived in here, again, all I'm asking for is, what was the culture? What were the languages? Were y'all distinct from the other native people that lived here?
Okay, so the recognized.
So you're saying the Indian? Hold on, wait a minute. Let me get my point. So you telling me they took that away from you, but they didn't take it away from the other Native Americans?
No, the Native Americans that assigned this, I think it's called the six recognized nations or something like that right now. Those native nations that we have right now, I think there's 6 of them, if I'm not correct, if I'm incorrect. Those ones were ones that signed treaties to.
You mean the 7 civilized nations?
Right. The ones that they recognize as the civilized nations, they're the ones that they signed treaties to go along with this white man system. Now, if you were one of these black native tribes, you didn't get a chance to sign that treaty because it was going against your stuff. So what they did is that's why you had the runaway slaves, the different ones that had to leave, and then some of them they integrated into a lot of black culture because they took refuge on native lands and things like that. But that's where a lot of the intermixing comes in. Then you also have to look at when they did the census, when they counted the number of people in the country. That coincides directly with the times they did these treaties. Beg your pardon?
What about the native tribes like the Seminoles and so forth that
had slaves too? That's exactly what I mean. That's why people need to understand what the slavery system and all that was really about. It wasn't race based at the time. It wasn't race based. That's where our understanding of it kind of
It
gets
wasn't
thrown off, and that's why
race-based.
we hmm?
Are you serious? Wait, you
It was
lost
it
me there.
wasn't it
Why?
wasn't
How could
no,
it not be
there
race-based?
was
That was the
also
whole
black
point
slave
of it.
owners as well.
That
There
is
was
not
white slave
true.
owners, there was black slave owners. It was an economic
It was
system.
an
I'm
economic.
not saying that it was
That is
wrong.
innately false. The whole purpose of them going to Africa is they thought that they were savage people. They thought that they were an inferior people, and they thought that it was based on race. It wasn't
Yes.
based on yes, economics was part of it, but it
No, economics was
was
the
race
only thing of
based.
it.
That
That was the
was
only
very
economics
much
was
race
the
based.
only thing of it.
Look, the treatment
No,
of said
it was
slave.
not. It was race based because you thought those people were inferior.
Let me talk. The treatment of said slaves was definitely race based, right? The whole slavery thing was an economic thing. These people were fucking lazy. We built this shit. Like it was an economic system, a way to get labor and get mass labor without you having to partake in that labor. That's all
And
it was.
even if you want to break it down
Okay,
even further,
why
the
they didn't
original
enslave
system
their
was
own people
indentured
if it wasn't
servitude.
race
So
based?
people were promised to come over here for a
If
set
it's
term, say 25 years or something. And then
yeah,
because of a
that's
black
for
man,
their own. They
Anthony
did that for
Johnson,
their own
he took
people.
it to
That
court.
was
That's
for
why it
their
changed
own
into
people.
slavery.
They did that for their own people. But for
Mhm.
people that were not, which was us, they had a certain mindset about us, a certain perception of us that we were less than human beings, and that was race based.
Yeah, yeah.
That's very
And
simple.
that
I
goes
don't
into
get
the
what's
treatment. Yeah.
complicated about that.
No.
Yeah, and the thing with the reparations, this is not a complicated issue with all with all the percentages and this, that, and the historical accuracy. The bottom line is in terms of my family, a lot of other Black people that live in my community that is around me, is that we've been here for over 100 some odd years, several centuries, and we are owed something. And that's
Okay,
the
and
bottom
if you
line.
look
So
up your
whatever
family history,
argument
your
people
personal family
have,
history, you can get
people
reparations.
have for
Yes.
historical whatever, it doesn't matter. The fact is that a wrong was done and needs to be made right. That's the
Still
bottom
being
line.
done, bro. Still being
If you look up your personal family history and you can prove that lineage, you can get reparations right now.
My
You
family
yourself.
history went back. My family history went to Burkina Faso. It didn't come. It wasn't indigenous.
okay.
Okay.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine, bro.
So that
That's what I'm saying.
my
That's why
family
if
history.
people do this movement as an individual based thing, we'll have a lot more success than as a collective. Because a collective, that's exactly how they are stopping them from actually having to give you reparations, because everybody's trying to do it a movement. We're all ADOS, but not everyone is. But if everyone says we're all are, they can easily just say no. Okay, well, they can nitpick and put this, and this. That's why they won't even entertain the conversation right now.
That's
Yeah,
how
that
Because everyone's trying to go as a big group.
makes sense.
The best thing for everyone is to
agree
look
on
up
that
your
too.
family history, your family lineage,
I
and
agree.
then do the best to gain your reparations for yourself, because it is possible to gain it right now.
But you can do it family by family though too, which is
Okay.
That's what I
All
meant.
right,
That's what I
guys.
meant by family by family.
We
Yeah.
gotta wrap it up. I'm a little bit over the 5-hour mark. We're gonna go ahead. Any last words? We can go ahead and wrap it up.
This is passionate, man. This is passionate. You know, look, it's a passionate discussion, man. This was, man, whoa. Only thing I want to say is that, hey, look, I agree. We deserve reparations, but we can go off the atrocities committed to us post slavery, and we should be getting trillions. I mean,
Exactly. I
Jim
agree with
Crow, Tuskegee experiment, and one is
100%.
going to be talked about derailed in the next 25 years. COVID. I lost multiple family members from that, and not from COVID itself, but from the conditions surrounding it. And it's hitting our community harder than anybody else.
Wow.
Okay.
That's true.
That's 100. That's 100, man.
Anybody else?
Just one last point is that this is real easy. Just like I said before, we are owed. There was a wrong that was done, and this country is not going to be able to get past a certain point unless it's addressed its original sin, which was slavery. They have to address it, and they have to come reconcile with it. That's it.
Okay.
That's true.
Anybody else? That's pretty much it.
That's pretty much
it.
All right, guys. Hey man, I'm going to definitely revisit this topic again. That wasn't the original topic, but it kind of flowed into it. But I'm definitely going to revisit this again before the weekend is over with. So I'd like to invite you all. If I put the link out, probably on Sunday, I may have this discussion again in detail. So
All right.
appreciate you all for coming in. Great show. I know it could get in a little intense. I don't mean it personal. I just we all get a little, get intense when we
No, no
get
worry.
strong in our
It ain't nothing.
convictions. So
I want to
that being said,
apologize again, D. Darrell, for earlier because like I said, I'll get mad, but that was a different level of mad, bro. And I got something affecting me, and I took it out on y'all. So I just want to apologize again. I'm man enough
it's
to do
okay.
that. That's it.
All right, brother.
All right, man.
All right,
All
y'all
right,
take care.
guys. Peace out. Y'all have a great night, man. Have fun talking.